Re:Zero, Side Story, Oni Sisters of the Hidden Village, Prologue, The Hornless Twins.
There exists a race called Oni. In this world, humans were called the weak race that was the most abundant. In this world, demi-humans were called the race that was powerful to make up for the lack of numbers they had in comparison to people. Onis and humans looked like two peas in a pod with their appearances, but they were unmistakably true demi-humans. They had the best body and mental strength for demi-humans, and they earned the title as the world's strongest race. Should an Oni clan's warrior appear on the battlefield, they'd wipe out thousands of soldiers. They would display powerful, unrivaled, almighty movements, and everyone would have stories to tell about that unmatched strength, their excellent magic techniques, and above all, the fascinating, shining white horns on their forehead. However, all the activities and glory and such of the Oni clan admired in the legends were all things of the past. In the present, the Onis had the multitude of their passed-down anecdotes completely forgotten, and the race was slowly coming close to extinction. The Oni clan's downfall. There were two causes that stood out noticeably above the rest for the impending historical demise. First of all, there was the fact that the Oni clan was too strong. For many people, the Oni clan's power that overwhelmed other races became something to fear and drive out. To put it appropriately, for the people afraid of the return of the Witch of Envy, it seemed really close to how the elves became persecuted. Similarly, it's said that in ancient times there was also a similar type of rejection towards giants. Ironically enough, the Oni clan's unrivaled power people found out about became the cause of other races making them their enemy. And then there was the second cause, the Oni clan's reproduction ability. Onis were strong as individuals, but on the other hand, their ability to bear children was remarkably poor, and they couldn't increase their numbers like other races could. The Oni clan population decreased rapidly as a result of that and the rejection from other races. They disappeared from the center stage of history, and they had to live in villages in the mountains. And so, even after that, the Oni clan's numbers continued to decrease slowly. The destruction of the Oni clan's final village was also now in front of their eyes. They're twins. The midwife lifts the blood-stained baby, and she said that as her sweaty cheeks stiffened up. The horse, tired speaking of the old woman, makes everyone at that place open their eyes wide all at once. Meanwhile, what resounded throughout the gathering was the first cry of a baby that had just came out of her mother's womb. The twins born on this day were new life the Oni clan was looking forward to. The one who raised her voice and cried very loudly was the younger sister. The older sister had already been picked up and lain on a white, clean cloth. She didn't cry, but she opened her eyes. She looks around the assembly hall with her light pink eyes, and lastly she stared at her little sister that was just born. Twins, they're twins, meaning that the old woman who continued to hold onto the born twins repeats herself in a hoarse voice to make sure this was the reality. That voice did not have the color of joy, it had only shock and acute sadness, and everyone in this place felt the same way as the old woman, no exceptions. To think that you'd get pregnant with twins on this opportunity. You've done something unbelievably foolish, Temmie, Eep. Inside the room ruled by surprise and sorrow, the one person who shook in anger was a grey-haired old man. The old but muscular man shouts at the woman out of breath next to the midwife. The woman that had just gave birth stiffens her pale face, and she shrieked at that angry voice. Quark, Satonta Summer. Temmie. My wife has done nothing wrong. My wife, Satonta, be quiet, Quark. Do you even understand? Are you even aware of just how many expectations we had in you and Temmie? If you are, then keep your mouth shut, Quark. Gulp, Satonta, Chica. Hand me the baby. The husband, whose wife got shouted at, stood up, but a grey elder silences them in anger. The grey elder goes towards the assembly hall room, and he stretched his arms towards the old woman who was holding onto the baby that was still crying. Midwife, chief, these children are, Satonta, there are no exceptions to the law. No matter what anyone says, that's final. The grey elder's firm attitude makes the old woman lose her breath, and after that, she looked down at the baby in her chest. She gazes at the light pink eyes of the baby who wouldn't cry, and the old woman holds out that baby to the grey elder. Temi, say Senta Summer. Please have mercy, Satonta. The twins' mother begs for mercy from the grey elder while she sprawled on the futon wet with blood. However, the grey elder ignored those words, and he placed the baby he was given next to the one that was born first, the newborn twin sisters. The quiet older sister, and the crying younger sister. The grey elder looks towards the younger sister's forehead, and he said, Satonta, one horn. They're cursed children after all. What protruded from the crying baby's forehead was a bump that was white and the size an adult's pinky, a horn. It was an organ unique to the Oni clan, and proof that she was an Oni. Of course, everyone in this place had a horn. However, everyone had two of them. Satonta, the horns were divided, and the twins were born lacking a horn. To think that I'd come across cursed children in my generation. Temi, chief. Can't you have some mercy? To us, to this village, these are babies we've been waiting for. Satonta, quit it. There will be no mercy. There are no exceptions to the law, even if that means going into ruins as a result of protecting the law. Bending the law is unforgivable. The grey elder covered up the twins' fathers, shouting with a louder, angry voice. The crying baby's voice became even louder and stronger, perhaps because of the raise of emotion in their two voices. The grey elder faces the wall to shake off the baby's crying that filled the whole gathering, and he picked up the long sword that hung. It was a broken-edged piece of iron, and it was used for rituals. Satonta, cursed children shall not live. If they're going to live disgraceful lives hornless, then the only way to show sympathy is cutting off that path right now when they've just been born. Temi, my children. Seeing the white older facing the twins with a long sword makes their gasping mother let out a heartbreaking voice. That sound causes pain to run across the grey elder's profile, and when the grey elder blocked her vision with his own back, he said, Satonta, cover Temi's eyes and ears. It'll scar her. He was going to kill that child in front of the mother. The grey elder also knew just how cruel this act was. The twins' father holds down their exhausted, weak, resisting mother. Nobody went against the decision of the grey elder who was the chief. But nobody tried to look away from that act. Satonta, the grey elder feels the readiness of those around him, and he raises the gripped sword. The grey elder bites his molars, focusing strength into his eyes, and two white, long horns protruded from his forehead. Since they were born in the Oni clan village, it would be a death they could be proud of as Onis. Satonta, the grey elder giving off his Oni spirit like a Rakshasa, makes the baby raise her voice, and she cries as the intent to murder pierced her. This was the younger twin's most powerful cry of all. The older twin looks at her with a side glance. Satonta, forgive me. The situation burns into the white man's memory at the end, and he faced the twins as he swung the long sword downward. The blow of the sword that held onto two lives went towards the twins' thin heads flawlessly. However, Satonta knew, wind envelopes the gathering. The grey elder who swung his long sword gets overwhelmed by the impact, and he backed off. The grey elder steps on his heels with such force that it could have removed the wooden floor, and in response to the incident that happened just before, he opens his eyes wide. The old white man clearly saw what happened. Satonta, was that? There was a white light being produced throughout the gathering in front of the grey elder, whose voice trembled in amazement. The two twins lying down on the floor know, the light pink-eyed older twin gave off the light. On that baby's forehead, there was only one horn. It was only a single horn, something abominable to the Oni clan. It was proof of being damaged, a symbol of being incomplete, an absence that defiled pride, the lack of a horn, and yet, nobody could speak. They were all fascinated by that older twin's white horn. That was the beautiful, powerful, robust, and prideful proof of an Oni. The Oni clan valued their pride and strength more than anything. That made the Oni clan what it was today. That's exactly why everyone in the gathering hung their heads and kneeled. The grey elder, old woman, and the twins' father and mother were no exceptions. All the Onis at that place kneeled as they submitted to the newly born peak of pride and strength. This was the day when the Oni clan, which had their slow destruction right before their eyes, witnessed the birth of the final Oni god. The Oni clan felt like it was their last hope, and also the last path to glory. However, that was, the younger twin stops her crying, and she reaches out gently towards the older twin beside her. The older twin looks at her younger sister's held-out hand with squinted eyes. While surging enormous power from the sprouted horn on her forehead, the older twin intertwines her fingers with the fingers of her other half. The Oni clan's hope, the arrival of a new Oni god, all those circumstances of the surrounding adults were nothing but trivial things to these girls who were brought into this world as twins.
Oni Sisters of the Hidden Village, Chapter 1, A Fiery Night.
Rem slowly wakes up at a veranda bathed in pleasant sunlight. It seemed like the light of the sun was so comfortable that she fell asleep while daydreaming. Rem rubs her sleepy eyes, wipes the drool she felt on her cheek with her sleeve, and she looked around. She was a very young girl. She had on a white kimono, which was a native dress, and she wore zoris on her feet. Even though the playful age was evident in her short, blue hair, she seemed to be squinting the eyes of her lovely face in a lonely way. With her squinted eyes, she sees a familiar scenery. Rem suddenly notices the zabuton placed below her body. Rem, who had been sleeping, had an idea of who would do such a nice thing for her. The person that came to mind was not by her side. When Rem jumped uneasily off the veranda, she scurried to the plaza in the middle of the village. How long did she sleep? The sun above her head was still high, so she'd like to think that not a long time had passed, but she didn't even have confidence in that judgment. She slowly begins to feel tears coming from her eyes. Oh, Rem-chan. You're full of energy today again, Rem. A woman's voice stops Rem, who felt unease in her chest. When she turned around, she saw a lady in her prime, who lived next door. They lived in the same village, and they were the same race. It was a face Rem was familiar with for as long as she could remember, but, Rem's face flushes as she grumbles and looks down. Rem was feeling embarrassment and shame as she blushed, so she couldn't respond. But the woman didn't notice that state of hers, and she said, It's warm today, so playing outside does sound like fun. Children being lively makes me happy, Rem. Oh yeah, is Ram Summer not with you today? That's unusual, Rem. Rem holds her breath shortly at the end of the seemingly friendly voice. The reason she did was because of the name. She said it was the name of her sister, which she said with an honorific attached. No doubt about it, that was the cause of Rem's heart burning. Ram Summer is the Oni clan's next chief, so if she isn't taken care of, Rem, I'll go. too. Oni-chan. I'm sorry, Rem forcefully interrupts the conversation. Once she bowed her head while blushing, she ran away in a hurry. Rem's sudden action surprised the woman, but she waved Rem goodbye as she became distant and she said, Rem-chan, make sure to tell Ram Summer to return home before it gets dark. Then, she threw kindness at her that was not meant to be harmful at all. While hearing the woman's voice from behind, Rem's eyes gradually become wet with tears. Rem gets disappointed with herself again and she starts to feel bad, and she forced herself to speed up as she closed her eyes. Rem makes it to the plaza, and she looks for a crowd. Her older sister was always surrounded by people. This meant that if there was a crowd, her sister would be there, and if there wasn't, she wouldn't be at that place. So, her sister was nowhere in sight at this plaza that had no crowd. Rem's feeling of hopelessness gets worse and worse. She had to find her now. She had to look for where she was. Rem's whole body shakes quietly in reaction to the voice that reached her ears and kept asking for her. A pink-haired little girl was looking at Rem, who turned around as if on demand. She had the same hairdo and clothes as Rem, and she had beautiful, light pink eyes. It was a girl who looked like she was full of dignity and self-confidence. She was Rem's other half, and the most respected and loved being in this generation. It was her older twin, Ram. Ram stares at Rem, who had turned around, and when she gently touched her stiff cheeks, she said, Rem, what happened? You look like you're going to cry, Rem, because when I woke up, Oni-chan wasn't there. Rem frantically shakes her head at her older sister as she implicitly asked who was cruel to her. She told her that it was just that she felt uneasy from not seeing Ram as she should have been with her before she fell asleep. When Ram lowered her eyebrows in response to that reply, she gently hugged Rem, who looked lonely. Ram, I'm sorry. You looked like you were enjoying your sleep so much, so I'd feel bad for waking you up. Rem, it's my fault for falling asleep. But please don't leave me behind. Ram, you're right, I won't then. Next time I'll call your name, Rem. But if you slept a little longer, I would have came back. They probably would have been boring duties to Rem, anyway. Getting hugged and patted on the head gently, Rem closed her eyes in reaction to Ram's kindness. Rem understood what her older sister did after she left her behind while she was sleeping. Actually, her duties at this time were Ram's daily routine. This was just Rem forgetting about that and becoming uneasy on her own. Rem, how were the duties? Ram, it was as boring as always. The reincarnation of an Oni god, the restoration of the race and all that. It's so stupid. Rem, is that so? Ram, I understand that the adults are desperate and that they have expectations in me. I know how outstanding I am. But we can't go back in time. Those adults don't understand that. Rem, someone still young like Rem could not understand much of what Ram was saying. Rem's own sister, who was the same age as her, showed a level of wisdom that put adults to shame, and that made her feel worthless. She was pathetic for not being able to understand how Ram felt with the constant troubles she had to face. The most painful thing for Rem was the unconditional love Ram gave to someone like herself. Ram, you don't have to hurry, Rem. Rem, you can walk at your own pace. I'm an older sister, so I'll wait for you, Rem. Why? Yes, Rem accepts the security she felt from the hand caressing her back, and she gets wrapped in love that felt like it was going to melt. Everyone in the village adored and respected Ram. But on the other hand, Ram didn't open up to anyone in the village, and she thought that expectations and respect and such were troublesome. The younger twin Rem was the only one Ram truly loved from the bottom of her heart. It was the treasure that Rem was most proud of, and at the same time, the most suffocating burden. But still, Rem hugged her sister back, making sure not to let go of that warmth. For Rem was her lovable other half, and Rem felt the same way about her. Well, actually, Ram was more than a half to Rem. Oni-chan? Rem lets out an uneasy-sounding voice in response to Ram suddenly turning away and glaring at the opposite side of the village. Listening to her, Ram says this while looking over there. Ram, someone's entered the village. I'm gonna go check this out. Rem, we should get hell. Ram, I won't be gone for long. Rem, you stay behind and, Rem, I want to go. I'm going, too. Go with Oni-chan. Since she was always getting left behind, her loneliness won over the fear of the unknown being. Ram pondered a little about Rem, who clung onto her, but as she immediately let out a sigh she said, Ram, stay by my side. Okay, Ram gives that order, and they go to the opposite side of the plaza, the entrance that connected the village and the mountain path, while holding hands. Rem felt anxiety now because of the outsider that came into the village while doing her best to run after Ram, who ran quickly. If Ram was there wouldn't be any problems. But still, she was worried about what she'd do if it was someone scary. However, Ram arrived at the destination much faster than the worry hit Rem. Ram, stop right there, swine. This is not a village you can just simply enter without permission. Ram blocks the village's entrance, chest thrown out with confidence, and she declared that as she faced forward. Being out of breath as she chased after her, Rem nervously took a look at the person behind her sister. The one who was greeted by those two little Onis was a bald, old man that had on shabby clothes. However, that old person looked 2 times taller than the old people Rem knew about from common knowledge. Her eyes were not deceiving her. The old person really did have a strangely large constitution and a scary look. Oh, it's the little Onis of this village. Back then there weren't any children. At first the old man was surprised, but once he found out that he was dealing with kids, he immediately made a relieved look. However, Ram snorted her nose as she went ha in response to that reaction, and she said, Ram, bringing up outdated information and acting as if you know someone is a trite and poor trick. Rem, get back. I'm going to tear him apart. ? You're quite the aggressive kid. Isn't your Oni blood showing a little too much? Ram, I am the reincarnation of an Oni god and a famous prodigy. Not very memorable for your last words, giant. ? Are you really going to say those sharp words after knowing that I'm a giant? The old man responds to Ram's harsh speaking by stroking his head in a troubled way. Watching their interaction close by, Rem becomes flustered by the situation while being left out. However, in contrast with Rem's flustering, Ram and the old man ease up. Ram, so? Why is a giant, whose tribe is close to extinction, at a hidden Oni village? ? Hey you, a leader in extinction came to see you guys, Onis, who are on the verge of extinction. Show some respect. Ram, acting all high and mighty just because you're going to die first proves that old people are problematic. ? You sure are a charmless girl. You should learn from your sister behind you. Rem quickly hides behind Ram as the topic of the conversation suddenly switched to her. The old man makes a hurt expression because of that reaction, and Ram clicks her tongue loathingly. Ram, you deserve to die 1,000 times for frightening my cute little sister. ? Spare me from having it happen 1,000 times. I came to see an old friend, Satonta. He should still be the chief. I haven't heard of him dying, after all. Ram, the chief, Satonta was the Oni clan chief, as well as an old person that was this hidden village's mediator. He had grey hair, a large build, an awfully strong sense of intimidation, and he was someone Rem couldn't deal with very well. Although, Ram and her parents were just about the only people she was fine with. Ram, what do you need from the chief? If you get the chief killed now, the role would be handed over to me and that would be troublesome, so I would appreciate it if you didn't try that. ? The jokes kids have these days are thrilling. Still, doesn't seem like you're entirely lying. After dropping his shoulders dejectedly, the old man squinted his eyes to take a good look at Ram. Those eyes disturbed Ram, but he looked at Rem, as if done incidentally, and it made her feel uncomfortable. In any case, Ram, fine. I will guide you to the chief's residence. Even if you say you don't need me to, I will go with you anyway. ? You're a cautious little Oni, aren't you? It's not like, I don't understand how you feel, though. Rem, if you ever think this giant is acting weird, let me know. I'll kill him. ? You're gonna make me angry if you don't cut this out now. Rem, oh okay, got it. Let Oni-chan know, right? ? This girl too? What kind of manners have you been taught to welcome guests like this? Rem and Ram bring along the old man, who hung his head more out of defeat rather than shock, and they guided him to the chief's residence, a wooden building in the deepest part of the village. That place was called the chief's residence, but there weren't any big differences between the building and the other houses in the village. However, there were only 2 people living in it, the chief and his wife, so it had enough space. Ram, chief, I brought a large old man who claims he's an acquaintance of yours. Is he really an acquaintance? ? There you go again. Ram makes the old person frown, and she calls out from the building's entrance. Then, after a short moment of silence, the door opens, and Satonta appeared with a stern face. Satonta stares at Ram and Rem, and then finally he sees the old person as he said, Satonta, that's a face that takes me back, Cromwell. Surprising to see you come here, Cromwell, you haven't changed. Is what I'd like to say, but I can't. You got old, too. You look as if your body got a size smaller. Satonta, with your body, everyone around you looks like children. Probably, they have a conversation that was like renewing friendship, and Satonta turned his attention to Rem and the others. When the grey elder stiffened his loose cheeks, he said, Satonta, thanks a lot for guiding him, you too. He's definitely someone I know. He's called Cromwell of the Giants. Cromwell, I don't like that way of saying my name. I go by Rom now. Ram, what a crude name change. Rom, it just had to be done. If you said it would be easy to call me that, that is, the old man, who was formerly known as Giant and called himself Rom, lowered his eyebrows slightly and made that response. He seemed different from before, and he somehow gave off a feeling of deep affection, but nothing more than that could be understood. Satanta, you must have traveled a long way, Cromwell. Let's talk inside. Also, Ram, you stay. Rem, you go home before her. Rem. Satanta continued the conversation indifferently, while Rem held her breath as she held onto Ram's sleeve. Ram was going to carry a burden again with Rem being unable to help her, but Ram put her hand on Rem's shaking fingers to cover them. And then she said, Ram, with all due respect, Chief, I think a young person like myself will only be a nuisance to a renewal of an old friendship. Besides, I promised to sprinkle the village's fields after this. Satanta, humph. Your true feelings, Ram? Rem would feel lonely, and I don't want to be shut in a room for old geezers. Satanta, she gives a rejection with details that were too frank, and it makes even Satanta open his eyes wide. Rem was also surprised by her sister's intense, sharp tongue, but Ram kept a composed expression. Rom, ha ha ha. You've lost, Satanta. Children have their own stubborn viewpoints. I'd feel sorry for making her tag along on our old people tea drinking, too. Just let her go, Ram, even the guest is saying these sort of things, so I'll be excusing myself. Let's go, Rem, Okay, Oni-chan. Rem takes advantage of Rom's words, who laughed wildly, and she took Rem's hand as she quickly left that place. Following her sister who was walking fast, Rem looked back at the chief out of slight curiosity. Satanta's glaring eyes make Rem regret looking back. She hurries up greatly to match the pace of Ram, and the sisters go far away from the residence. Rem, it's fine now. The two of them entered the residence. Nobody is looking anymore. Rem calms down because of Ram's voice, who stopped in the middle of returning to the village's plaza. In response to her sister who was looking at her straight on with her light pink eyes, Rem said this while being slightly out of breath. Rem, I wonder why that guest came to this village. Ram, who knows? He's at least able to enter this village, so he's definitely a worthless acquaintance of the chief. Which means that he probably has some very worthless things to do. Rem, doesn't Oni-chan have a lot to do, too? Are you going to be busy, Ram? If you think of it as the adults wanting to rely on me, I will be. It's going to be a pain. Ram folds her arms, and she sighs with a mature expression that didn't match her age. She was an older sister that took a cold attitude towards basically everything, but Rem understood the subtle differences of her sister. This reaction of Ram was an attitude she would have when she was seriously shunning the fact that something was right before her eyes. Rem, is there something I can do for Oni-chan? Ram, if it's something Oni-chan doesn't like, then I want to help. I might not be able to do anything since it's me. But I want to be with you. Ram gazed in wonderment at Rem's words, her facing down as she rubbed her fingers together. Then, immediately after, when Ram stood in front of Rem, she touched her forehead with her own as she said, Ram, it's okay. Just having Rem care about me like that makes me 100 times stronger. I'm already this amazing, so with that, now I'm unstoppable. Rem, Oni-chan's amazing. Ram, yes, I am amazing. I mean, I am Rem's Oni-chan. That was not really the basis for Ram being an Oni, being the next chief, and being called the reincarnation of an Oni god. It was more the basis for her being proud of being Rem's older sister. That made Rem feel embarrassed, but it made her so happy that it seemed like her body was going to melt. Ram, now, let's go, Rem. I want to play with Rem all day today. Rem, oh okay. But Oni-chan, the field watering. Ram, that. Yeah, Rem mentions pouring water to Ram, her smiling, and she immediately regrets it. However, when Ram squinted in reaction to that point, she looked towards where the village's fields were. And then, Ram produces wind, and the sand at her feet starts a spiral with her in the center. Next to Rem, who was surprised by the aftermath of that power, A white horn extended from Ram's forehead as she had her eyes squinted. Even Rem, her twin, was captivated by the beauty of that horn. The tremendous power produced from Ram's horn, who was respected and admired by every Oni, gushed out towards the field. To put it precisely, it gushed out not towards the field, but the stream next to it. The stream's water undulates wildly, bathing in the power of Ram's eyes. Immediately after that, the force of the water current producing ripples rises towards the sky, and it came up to the surface right above the field like a serpent. And then the body of the water serpent explodes above the field as water scatters all over the field. Ram, now my business is taken care of. Let's go, Rem. The paranormal phenomenon finishes just like that. Rem nods at Ram's words, who put away her horn. The ability to shoot that much water from such a far range that truly was the outstanding work of an Oni god. Rem and everyone in the village could not possibly try to imitate something like that. Ram was special, and the fact that she had unreachable power was the greatest proof for that. It was something Rem was proud of more than anything. Rem, okay, Oni-chan. She takes her older sister's hand, chasing after her as she ran ahead. Even if Ram hurried and hurried, she would always care for Rem and match her pace. Rem was proud of that, but at the same time, it became a very strong thorn, and it pierced her chest. Once it became the evening, Rem and Ram returned to the village, and they were covered in mud. What these two carried with their hands, their white kimonos so dirty that they turned black, was a basket that had countless loot of yams. The yams were buried in soil and connected by vines, and there were as much yams as the two of them could handle with their arms. Ram was in a good mood, having harvested more than 10 of them. Rem, Oni-chan, you look happy. Ram, well of course. It's because we'll be able to eat tons of Rem's steamed potatoes if we have this much. That's the best treat of all for me. She shows a big smile that she would seldom show, and Rem smiles at her sister, who showed an unusually childish smile. The steamed potato Ram talked about was a simple dish Rem made by borrowing the kitchen from her mother, and it would only be made whenever they'd harvest yams like this. It wasn't complex enough to be called a dish, but Ram was happy with Rem's steamed potato more than she was with anything else. The village would put their best efforts into making various things for Ram if she wished for it, and yet what Ram wanted was Rem's steamed potato. Ram, your seasoning is perfect. Rem is the only one who can make a steamed potato that would make me happy. Rem, eh? Then I'll try my best again today and steam them for Oni-chan. Ram, yes, steam a lot. I'll be having seconds. Rem smiles at Ram, who declared her gluttony with a gallant expression, and she fixes the way she carried the basket filled with yams. They returned to the village from the mountain path like that, and they headed home. Then, suddenly they stopped. The reason being because there were 2 long shadows at the village's entrance bathing in the setting sun. Ram, the chief and that giant person. There were 2 people standing at the village entrance, Rom, who they guided to the residence a few hours ago, and Satonta, who greeted him. Once again, the 2 old people appear to have noticed Rem and Ram returning to the village, as one of them said. Satonta, went to the potato fields in the mountains again, I see. Ram, yes, as it is my only hobby. So, are you finished with your evil scheme? Ram's remark to Satonta, who had a grim look, even had a bite in it. Rem could only feel uneasy about that blunt attitude as someone who was aware of how Ram had been harsh to Satonta lately. However, a big, gigantic old person shaked his head in between the 2 who were about to cause a sense of insecurity. Rom, can't you stop being tense with a kid? It's shameful. Besides, your opinion isn't going to get you anywhere. It looks like she's not convinced. Satonta, that's because she's still young. Should she start to have self-awareness and pride, things will take care of Temza. Rom, you oughtn't treat her like a kid only when it's convenient. Plus, well, in my eyes, it looks like this girl's nature has nothing to do with age and readiness. Ram calmly answers Rom's eyes, which seemed like they were seeing through her, with a wise expression of her own eyes. Rem understood that Satonta and Rom were talking about Ram, but she still couldn't understand the details. But Rem sensed that her sister resented it, and she held tight onto the basket of yams that she was carrying. Rom, anyway, my answer is final. I'm pretty worn out. Satanta, you sure have lost your energy, Cromwell. Or maybe I should say you don't take the initiative anymore, Rom, you should say that I've gotten old. You and I, it's the same deal for both of us. Rom responds quietly to Satanta's hateful-sounding remark, and he turned his back on him. Stepping hard on the ground, the old man sought to leave the village as he went down the mountain path. As he passed through Rem and Ram's side, he said, Rom, always be close sisters. Don't forget that. Rom leaves just those words behind, passes through the mountain path without stopping, and he went out of sight. Watching that large back become distant, Rem said nothing in confusion. She just wanted either Ram or Satanta to move so that the situation could end quickly. Satanta, he may be like that, but he was once a warrior that worried about being a brother. Not a trace of his former self is left. However, in contrast with Rem's wish, Satanta started talking about the old man that left. Rem couldn't understand the details, but Ram snorted in response. Ram, time changes people. The change is unavoidable, for better or worse. Satanta, he got involved with people too much for such a long time. He pandered that much to people he must have hated, so much that his anger faded over time. A hopeless weakling, the grey elder grinds his teeth, and he spits towards the back that couldn't be seen anymore. Seeing that anger, Rem remembers the words Rom said and the eyes he had when he left. She felt like those eyes didn't have the spineless weakness the chief was calling him out for. There was the emotion of treasuring someone in those eyes. That would definitely be the reason why he'd seemed different from back then. But Rem didn't even have a bit of the courage needed to say that out loud. Satanta, there's not a chance I'll see his face again. I feel relieved. Ram, congrats on losing one of the few friends you have. I'd like to celebrate by treating you with steamed potatoes. How about it? Rem gets startled by Ram, who held up a bunch of potatoes as she invited the chief to dinner. However, Ram wasn't even serious. She knew what he'd say, so you could say it was a joke. Satanta, unfortunately, I'm not in the mood for it. Perhaps another time. Ram, miss one chance to eat Rem's steamed potatoes and you'll never come across one again. Go and regret having declined this invitation for an eternity. Let's go, Rem. Okay, yes. Chief, excuse me. Continuing after Ram, who had a triumphant expression, Rem also bowed her head and left quickly. Afterwards, only the frowning chief remained, and Rem looked back at him over and over as she said, is it really fine? Rem is so nice. It's fine. A stupid adult just had his stupid plan belittled, that's all. Rem, Oni-chan, are you fine with it? Ram, yeah. I'm relieved that the stupid plan ended with a stupid conversation. In that respect, I'll have to thank that old giant for making fun of the stupid adult. She felt like she had been relatively bitter towards Rom until the end, but Ram had her own deep thoughts. Rem understood that, and she didn't really try poke her nose into it. If there was one thing that was on her mind, it would be, Rem, he said that person used to be scary. He didn't seem like it at all. Ram, yeah. The answer for the friction between humans and demi-humans was found through interaction. It was something like that, I suppose. In that case, Rem, Oni-chan, with a curious look, Rem calls Ram, who stopped and went into deep thought. But there was still no reaction from Rem, her eyes closed. It was the first time the older sister didn't notice Rem calling her. Rem, Oni-chan, Ram, don't worry, nothing's wrong. I was just thinking for a bit. Rem, thinking. About what? Ram, about eating the steamed potatoes Rem made, of course. Then, Ram's stomach rumbled at the same time she said that. The stomach that sounded like the growling of a beast astonishes Rem, and Ram let her hear that sound with much pride as she said, Ram, it's just like you hear it. Let's get going. If we don't hurry, my stomach will break, and I'll die. Rem, oh okay. Got it. Let's get going then, Oni-chan. Rem nods many times as she got overwhelmed by Ram appealing with a serious look. Afterwards, Rem was able to think of all sorts of ways to make the steamed potatoes efficiently while she hurried back home with her sister. That was how Rem's head was filled with steamed potatoes, and not once did she remember Ram seriously thinking about something. And not once did Rem feel regret from it. With that, she also completely forgot about the visitor that came to the Oni village, and the days went by, the sun rises and the sun sets repeatedly without Ram, Rem, or any of the Onis changing, and so, time went on. For Rem, that fateful night was too sudden. Rem, Oni-chan? Waking up at night alone, Rem let out her voice as she searched for her sister in the darkness. Inside the room, she didn't see Ram, who should have been sleeping right by her side. The sisters shared a room, and they shared a bed as well as they'd sleep next to each other. No matter how many times Rem reached her hand out, she couldn't find her sister's body, which would usually be in a place where she could feel her. Rem, maybe. She went to the bathroom. Rem sits up in the darkness, and she ponders her sister's absence. Ram would usually wake up earlier than Rem, and she would sleep later than Rem. Therefore, Rem never got to see her sister's sleeping face. Should Rem wake up at night to pee, Ram would wake up with her as if she knew. However, that also was something that only happened in the same room. Not once was she gone from the room leaving Rem behind like she was today. Rem, that makes Rem feel like something was off, and so she stepped on the floor barefoot when she removed the bed cover. She feels a strange uneasiness, and she reached for the door, feeling that she had to find Ram right away. That's when she finally noticed it, although it was too late. Rem, an intoxicating, burnt smell, and strangely humid air that reached the skin to caress it. The heat that made her wet with sweat clearly did not match this hidden village's climate, not to mention climate of the night. There was fire. Flames. Fire was produced outside the door, and it enveloped the building. Rem, it burns. She puts her hand on the door in panic, and she screams because of the hotness of the heated door. Rem tears up because of her own foolishness while her palm became red with a burn as she wondered why was she stupid like this. If she had the time to think about this and that, then she had to meet up with her sister as soon as possible. Rem, she concentrates on her forehead and exhales, shaking slightly. Then, Rem starts sharpening her body's 5 senses, and she perceives the world with every sense focused on her forehead. A single white horn formed on her forehead that messed up her blue hair. Rem releases the power of an Oni, and when she raised her empowered foot, she kicked down the door without hesitation. The next moment, flames of hell crossed the corridor as if making fun of her, and Rem's vision was dyed in red light. The overwhelming amount of heat causes the strength of her horn to die down, and she starts to feel fear once again. However, Rem uses all the strength she had to suppress that fear, and she stepped into the corridor with rising flames. She looks into her parents' bedroom at the front. The door to the room was wide open, and there was no sign of her parents. Of course, her sister wasn't there, either. She stepped back immediately and went towards the living room. The flames raged relentlessly at the place where her family spent time together. The dining table, the hanging scroll, and the cupboard were all burning in flames. Flames even burst out from the kitchen, so heading over there would be suicide. There was no one in the house. That's what she concluded. Rem, phew. The flames in the entranceway were especially strong, so she needed the readiness to become burnt black to go through it. Rem immediately crosses off the option to escape from the entranceway, and she strikes the burnt, fragile wall with her body to break through it. She bathes in the outside air, and she lifted her face while lying on the ground. Find Ram and meet up with her. Whether it be a crisis or a regular day, Rem's judgment was always the same. She would rely on her judgment to leave to the plaza and meet up with her sister. But the next moment, that thought froze. Rem, her cheeks stiffen in terror. Her eyes open wide, frozen in place. Rem stops moving, dumbfounded. What she saw before her eyes was a never-before-seen collapsing of the scenery she was familiar with. All the houses and the fields were engulfed in bright red flames, turning into ash. However, those weren't the only things exposed to the fury of the flames. Not only were the Oni villages burning, but the Onis themselves as well. In front of Rem, who came out of the house, there was a burning house next door. The woman living there was engulfed in flames, and she turned into a burnt black corpse. Her limbs were twisted. Her face was distorted from anguish, and she couldn't even tell what it looked like when she was alive. Her mouth was wide open to cry for help. The reason she was able to distinguish who this woman was, even when she was in this state, was solely because of the two horns protruding from the burnt corpse's forehead. The two horns with slightly twisted ends facing inward. Rem had an inferiority complex from having only one horn, so she had a habit of looking at other people's horns in detail. Thus, she was the only one who would never mistake one horn for another for her race in the village. And it became a pain that fell onto Rem. There couldn't be any pain that would be harder to endure. Rem, all over the village, there were her race's burnt black corpses lying down. If Rem saw the horns, she would immediately know who the burnt black corpse was. She immediately knew which burnt corpse was her father and which was her mother. Her parents' burnt corpses were on top of each other, and they collapsed trying to protect each other. It was a tragic demise since they fought against death until the very end. It was a visit from death in the midst of pain. Rem, the death of her race, the death of parents, the repeated shock of death causes Rem to lose the strength in her hands and legs. The swirl of power produced on her forehead disperses. She breaks down, and at the same time, her horn pulls back into her skull. What was happening? What the heck was this unbelievable situation? Georgia. Broken down, Rem hears a lively roar that kills the night. The roar that sounded like a beast's came from the blazing houses. She ran to the plaza from the deepest part of the village, and she saw a muscular, gray-haired Oni. The upper part of his kainagashi was open, and he was naked from the waist up. It was the Grey Elder Satonta. The Grey Elder had two large horns extended on his forehead, and he was swinging a sword with eyes of insanity colored in rage. The sword was a decoration for the venue, and it was considered a super heavy object that only Satonta could handle. It had lost its sharpness for a long time, but it would still be appropriate to call this piece of iron a dangerous weapon as it was longer than 2 meters, and now Satonta was swinging the piece of iron so smoothly as if it was part of his body because there was an opponent that deserved to be hit with a weapon and anger. Rem saw a squirming shadow in her eyes. The flaming light of the houses shines brightly on the vicinity, and countless corpses appear in her eyes. The only one living and moving was Satonta. No, around Satonta, it seemed as if there were black-dressed beings merging into a shadow crawling about. The shadow wrapped in black clothes from top to bottom was clinging onto Satonta as he went into a rampage. However, Satonta had the power of an Oni, who were known to be a match for 1,000, and among them, he was someone who stood out. Satonta, the wind-slashing piece of iron catches the shadow from the front, and that strength cuts the being in black clothes in half. Pieces of flesh scatter, and his opponent's body becomes a dead body within an instant as Satonta jumped at his next prey. Rem sees the chief's brave fighting with her own eyes, and some strength returns to her legs. Among the corpses lying down, she didn't see Ram, who she was looking for. This wasn't the time to be devastated. From what she's seen, the black-clothed beings' abilities were no match for Satonta. While their attention was on the chief, Rem had to look for Ram. Che. A sound suddenly slips into Rem's ears as she tried to leave that place in a hurry. It was a sequence of an unpleasant sound. It was similar to tongue clicking. Someone's continuous tongue clicking arrives by the wind, and Rem's eyes wander around as she wondered what it was. And then, she saw this. Satonta blew fire. Fire blew from the Grey Elder's mouth, nose, and ears, and his whole body was completely engulfed in deep crimson flames. Satonta drops his sword, holds onto his face, and he screams from the pain of having his internal organs burned. However, the flames burn his screaming throat, and his voice was no more. The large fire evaporates his eyeballs, his tongue gets inflamed, and the Grey Elder Oni burned before her eyes. And then finally, Iron. The surrounding silhouettes throw the swords they had in their hands, which had the shape of a cross. They pierce Satonta's whole body, being engulfed in flames, and they heartlessly end his life. The burnt black Grey Elder gets struck with countless swords, and he stood still just for a moment. But he couldn't leave behind any words in that moment. The giant figure falls backward, and it never moved again. Rem sees the tragic death with her very own eyes, and now her body lost its will to fight. There was none of her moving race as far as the eye could see. What she did see were dead bodies, nothing but dead bodies. Either those, or the black shadows that made them into the dead bodies that they were. Rem was surrounded by those black shadows before she knew it. The black-clothed beings point cross swords at Rem, which were the same type of swords that pierced Satonta. Rem wasn't sure if she'd prefer getting burnt to death or getting stabbed to death. She wasn't sure, but her lips moved. Her hands and legs didn't move, and her brain wasn't working. However, even if her body and mind weren't working, Rem knew who she should rely on. Thus, Rem, Oni-chan. The moment she said that out loud, a wind blew violently. The wind equally caresses the flames burning the village, the clouds concealing the moon, and Rem's bangs on her forehead. However, the results each of them had weren't equal. Cries of pain and blood spray rise, and the black-clothed beings that surrounded Rem lose the strength in their bodies. It was a natural result from having lost the neck and up part of the body. The shadows become corpses, and Rem was now surrounded by fresh death. And then, right next to Rem there was Rem. Are you hurt? Anything at all? The one who rushed over with a frantic look and embraced Rem's sunken body was Ram. Horn out on her forehead, the older sister makes a tragic look with her face, which would usually be emotionless, and she hugged Rem, who was emotionally damaged. Rem accepts Ram's hug, and she felt awkward relief and happiness. She was glad to be reunited with her older sister. Her relief was also natural. However, what was this feeling of happiness? She saw her parents, her race, and the death of the chief with her own eyes, and yet what she felt in her chest was, Rem, oh Oni-chan. Her thoughts become white, and her consciousness turns off and on. The shock successively thrown at her was too intense for little Rem's heart to handle. Seeking for an outlet for that shock, Rem clings onto her sister right next to her. Ram accepts Rem's confusion, and she hugs her tightly. But, Ram, one after another, Ram, who had been caressing Rem's head to comfort her, speaks resentfully, and she looked back. Different black-clothed beings appear again in her light pink eyes burning with passion, as if creeping out from shadows. There were even more than the amount she had just wiped out. Just how many of them were crowded into this village? There was no room to hope for survivors. That is why, Ram, I won't let them lay a hand on Rem, no matter what. All of you here, suffer a swift death. The silent black-clothed beings answer Ram's stern verdict by drawing their cross swords at the same time. Ram confronts the silent insanity closing in, and the horn on her forehead shines even brighter. Right after that, what developed before Rem's eyes was a massacre created by overwhelming power. Ram roars, jumping right and left with her small body, and she fatally gouges the black-clothed beings' bodies with her own nails. Their heads, faces, and chests get torn up like paper, and the black-clothed beings fall mercilessly before the unbelievable difference in power. It was astounding physical strength, however, that wasn't the only secret of Ram's terrifying strength. Ram swings her hand, pulverizing the black-clothed being with a blow. Her light pink eyes trace the sky, and wind cuts down the black-clothed being above her eyes. The black-clothed being meets its end by the blade of the wind within an instant, and a corpse was left on the ground. An overwhelmingly strong body, and magic usage that was so enormous that it seemed as if the world was in the palm of her hand. It was the demonstration of Ram's true abilities, who was said to be the reincarnation of an Oni god once considered to be the strongest out of the Oni clan. Every time there was a crushing sound, there was another dead corpse with a broken skull. The attacks from Ram, who transformed into a violent machine, did not stop. The people jumping out in front of the Oni god were basically volunteering to suicide. She smashes and cuts all the shadows that continued to jump at her, and it wouldn't be long until the battle was over. Over there, ? Che. She hears that tongue clicking again. That unpleasant sound makes Rem come back to her senses, as she was in a trance. Being in the middle of the battlefield of the clashing between Ram and the black-clothed beings, Rem couldn't tell where that sound came from. She didn't have the slightest clue. However, Ram didn't worry about that sound. It looked like she didn't even notice. That was frightening. What happened earlier? What happened after this tongue clicking? Sutonta burned. That's what happened. Rem, Oni, Ram, Reem. Within an instant, Rem's vision becomes dyed in red, and her body was trapped in explosive flames. No, it wasn't explosive flames she was trapped in, it was Ram's chest that held her after she jumped in just before. The blast that came from behind tosses the Oni sisters, and they get blown away like that. Rem feels dizzy, her internal organs are jumbled, and her face was dirty with tears and saliva. And as for Ram, you people, breathing hard, Ram had an angry look while raising her bloody knee. Her white kimono was torn into pieces, and the intense bleeding was creating a pool of blood at her feet. Her delicate body had a painful laceration. However, the wound heals within an instant in response to the radiance of Ram's horn. The regenerating flesh emits extremely hot heat, and the wound generated red steam. Taking all the mana in the atmosphere and changing it into power to fight was a special characteristic of the Oni's horn. Ram had an outstanding horn, so she could easily heal non-fatal wounds. However, it was never something that could help with pain and fatigue. Ram checks if she could still feel with her feet, and she steps forward to attack the enemy again. But that one step gets repelled by the generating explosive flames, and Ram was sent flying backward as she let out cries of pain. Seeing her sister lying down right beside her, Rem opens her eyes wide, and immediately after, she hears a voice. ? Little Oni sisters, off again? Actually, not exactly. It was low and hoarse tone, but it was filled with smoky sort of excitement. It felt like the voice loved this scenery. It felt like the voice had affection for this scenery. It felt like the voice climaxed because of this scenery. In the village engulfed in flames, a backlit black shadow appeared. Rem couldn't see the person's face from where she was. But he was at a different place than all the other countless shadows, and she understood that it was the worst reality for the present situation. Rem, Oni-chan? Ram, play ease. Rem, anything but Rem. Lying down next to her, Ram crawls and she hugs Rem, who sunk down to the floor, to cling onto her shoulder. And then the older sister desperately pushes Rem's face into her chest, and her voice shook as she faced the dark shadow. It was a voice that sounded like it was begging, or perhaps asking for forgiveness, and it made Rem dumbfounded. She never imagined Ram, who was always full of confidence, always dignified, and who was always the strongest, most noble, most splendid twin sister in the world, begging like that. And so, as for the person who the older sister made that clinging wish to, ? Such beautiful sisterly love. That makes it perfect. I was just about to check if Oni siblings smelled different burnt. Ram bites her teeth so hard that she could have broken them, and she stands up as she faces the voice. However, she was hugging Rem, had injuries, and was distant. Even the reincarnation of an Oni god, Ram, couldn't take that one step. He shoots steel from his raised arm, and it was aimed right towards Rem, who was in Ram's chest. Realizing that, Ram opens her arms, and she stands in front of her beloved sister to block her. Protected by that small back, Rem only opened her eyes wide while feeling powerless. And then, ? There was a shrill sound, and blood spray and broken white splinters fell down, a scream, and someone's laughter. White light flew through the red sky in the midst of that noise. It was a white horn. The beautiful, most noble, precious horn of an Oni. The horn of Ram, the Oni clan's hope, her own life, the village engulfed in flames, and her sister screaming as she wiped the tears of blood she had from the pain. None of that was left in Rem's mind at this time. She was only broken from the cruelty, and she stared at the blown-off horn. Rem lets out a shaky sigh, and the rest did not remain in her memory.
Oni Sisters of the Hidden Village, Chapter 2, The Prideful Oni Clan.
Voices. She would hear voices, the usual voices. Whenever she walked through the village, whenever they'd see her, everyone would say it. ? Rem. You learn from Ram, too. Work harder. ? Rem, don't look so sad. Both Ram and Rem are my cute daughters to me. I won't play favorites. It's just that Ram is a little special. Her father smiled with a stern look on his face, and her mother smiled while she lowered her eyebrows in a troubled way as they said that. Rem-chan, is Ram Summer doing well today? See, that girl needs to grow up healthily. Because she is the future of the Oni clan, after all. Don't you forget about it, Rem. A cursed child like you lived this long because Ram was blessed with the Oni god's blood that should have been gone. Never, ever forget to be aware of that, and don't forget to understand it, either. Her race that lived in the same village as her and the chief who governed them said those things to Rem. Compared to Ram Summer, Rem is still just a no-horn, but that girl is Ram Summer's sister. The second Oni god might not be just a dream after all. They do look like two peas in a pod. I'm sure these two jewels will make the future bright. Even though Rem was the very essence of mediocrity, she was compared to Ram, who excelled ever since she was a baby, and everyone had expectations of her. It was because she was Ram's sister. It was because she was the Oni god's twin. It was because she was born along with the Oni clan's hope. And so, more than anyone, Ram, don't let it get to you, Rem. You don't need to worry about anything people say. Oni-chan will always, always protect Rem. It'll be alright. The fact that her most beloved other half with the same face continued saying that made Rem feel pain, like she was being torn apart, but at the same time it made her so happy that it melted her heart. Rem, the moment Rem woke up, she truly had no idea what was happening to her. Her whole body was wrapped in an unbelievably smooth feeling, and she was seeing a white ceiling that she had never seen before. Rem was most likely facing upward, but her back and head felt such a softness that her usual bed could not possibly compare. Even the material that touched her skin felt unusually slippery, so it felt like Rem was lying on a bed made of sand. She was struck with that sort of anxious feeling. Like that, Rem looked for someone to rely on, and when her eyes wandered along with her hands, Rem, her fingers trembling in loneliness get caught by a kind-sounding voice and someone else's fingers. Rem knew whose fingers they belonged to even without seeing her face. This is because those hands always made Rem feel this way whenever she felt anxious. Rem, Oni-chan? Ram, yes, this is Oni-chan. Geez, you overslept quite a bit, Rem. Rem calls out to her, and she responds affectionately. She turned around as she felt awkward. Then, Rem, lying down, saw the face of her older sister right by the bed as she looked at her. She sees Ram pale, having a haggard face with a pitiful bandage wrapped around her head, and she lost her voice. The beautiful, dignified face of her older sister wearing a white kanti one looked gloomy because of her tiredness, and she didn't have strength in her light pink eyes. She looked at Rem with only kindness in them. Rem, oh Oni-chan, what hap? Just when Rem was about to say happened, the memories came back to her mind fiercely. It was a gruesome memory that started with the night engulfed in flames when she found her parents and her race who were burned to death after their resistance, ending with her twin sister screaming, "That's right." Ram looked up at the sky, and she screamed as if coughing up blood. The reason she did was because, Rem, Oni-chan, the village. Everyone. In the village. Mom. Dad, Ram, oh. You remember. I wish you'd forgotten about it, since it's too much to handle. Rem, voice shaking, suddenly talks about her family, race, and home that were taken away from her. Ram's sister's state of confusion makes her lower her eyes, and she hugged her as she leaned forward. She gently caresses her back, and her unstable heartbeat gradually calms down. Ram, it's okay. Give anything and everything to me. Your crying, your anger, I'll take it all. Oni-chan will be the outlet for the pain you feel. Rem, Oni-chan. 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 Rem, sobbing hesitantly, pushes her face onto her sister's body, feeling it over the light cloth. They went through the same suffering, sadness, and pain, and yet Ram's heart stayed strong no matter what. She was again spoiling herself with how big it was, just like always. Like that, the older sister tried her very best to make her sister forget about her sadness. In response to that scene, just when I was thinking about where you went. So you were here after all, Rem, A voice suddenly interrupts them, and Rem, who was burying her face in Ram's chest, let out her voice slightly. Ram responds to that reaction by caressing Rem's head, and then she looked back with a displeased expression. Ram, an emotional meeting between sisters is going on here. I'd like to ask for no insensitive interruptions from outsiders, ? As long as it's in times of peace, I highly agree with your opinion. However, the situation isn't like that right now. You should at least know how your body is, too, Ram. You don't know just how lonely Rem will be if I'm gone. This girl is my priority, ? Always have something to say. You sure are a sassy guest. The person sighs at Ram's unwavering protests in an appalled way. Rem stirred in the midst of that interaction, and she finally got a look of the person who spoke next to her sister. And then, ? Good morning, guest. I am truly happy to see that you've woken up safe and sound. The person saying that, politely pinching her skirt as she bowed to Rem while having eye contact, was a girl with beautiful, long blonde hair wearing an apron that was based around the color black. She was around 14 to 15 years old. She had blonde hair that would glisten in the sunlight, and clear white skin. Combining that with her refreshing, jade-green eyes gazing at Rem that sparkled like gems made her looks have a latent, captivating charm. However, ? I've been ordered by the master to look after you too. My name is Frederica. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. Right after she bowed perfectly, she took a look at the woman who lifted her head at Frederica's mouth. She saw a full set of fangs that were sharp enough to make her forget about what she thought of her hair and eyes. The feature that changed even her graceful smile turn into something ferocious within an instant made Rem widen her eyes unconsciously in shock. Frederica, upon seeing Rem's reaction, looked down just slightly as she said, Frederica, my dearest, apologies for startling you. I was born with these fangs, and they became really sharp because of my growth period. Rem, Rem, hesitant to speak, sees Frederica's lonesome reaction and she regretted her surprise. She was an adolescent girl. Frederica had her own inferiority complex because of her mouth. And Rem also knew how it felt to worry about having a hopeless nature. She knew the feeling so well that it hurt. Apologize. I should apologize. Rem immediately has those thoughts, and she tried to move her tongue. And yet, Rem, unable to express her thoughts in words, neither an apology nor denial came out of her mouth. Frederica, all right, Ram-sama. Your sister is awake now, so please return back to your room. Next time I really will tie you to the bed since you've sneaked away so many times like this. Ram, how uncivilized. If the blood of half-beasts makes you do that, how about you go lose some of it? Frederica, I'd like you to kindly join me as a part of that suggestion. Even while Rem was mumbling, Ram and Frederica butted heads with each other. It seemed that Ram continued to behave recklessly to visit Rem as she slept. In reality, her older sister standing next to Bad looked pale, and even her breathing sounded beat. However, Ram, being the firm one that she was, rejected Frederica, who reached her hand out anxiously, and she said, Ram, I can walk by myself. Don't touch me like you know me. Frederica, quite the stubborn one, aren't you? Ram, acting stubborn in her canter, let out a sigh. Then, she looked back at Rem, lying down on the bed, and she smiled slightly. Rem, you can sleep a little longer. Let's talk when you wake up again. Rem, Oni-chan, I can't be with you. Rem shakes from her recalled memories, sense of loss, and the loneliness of being left behind at an unfamiliar place. Seeing Rem like that causes affection and hesitation to go through Ram's eyes. However, before she used that as a reason to pamper Rem, Frederica, master told me firmly, make sure to bring Ram-sama back to her room. Ram, Frederica, even if you glare at me like that, I feel conflicted. You can't control your power after having your horn broken, right? It's awfully unreasonable to let you do what you want if you're like this. Rem, horn. Frederica says that to Ram, who wouldn't back down, and tried to persuade her. However, the one who had a strong reaction to that persuasion wasn't Ram, but Rem, who was there listening. A horn, the Oni horn. The broken horn. In the last piece of her recalled memories, there was Ram screaming as her horn broke. Rem, ah. Ah, it came back in her memory. Ram's broken, white horn fluttered down in the sky illuminated by flames. The sense of helplessness she felt when she saw it, the feelings of guilt she had for letting it happen, the silence she had for the broken horn, all of it agonized Rem to the core, and her heart was smashed into pieces. Rem, arms swinging mindlessly, screamed to fight against the flames that shouldn't have been there. Ram, what happened? Rem, pull yourself together. Look at me, at Oni-chan. Frederica, is it my fault? Ram, whatever, just hold down her legs. Rem, can you hear me? Rem, the bed towel gets sent flying. Ram and Frederica hold down Rem as she struggled with her swell of emotions. However, Rem couldn't be stopped. Horn formed on her forehead as she fought back with the power of an Oni. Rem forcibly shakes them off in that state. Rem, Kansas, you. The next moment, her arms that she uncontrollably shook stop, and Rem lost the strength in her body. The cause was the horn, the organ that was the source of an Oni's strength, and the thing that had to be what made Rem go out of control. Ram, having responsibility for that horn, bites on it as she stimulated it to caress it with her tongue. Rem gives in to that electrifying, sweet feeling, and she breaks down. Because of that and her chaotic state of mind, Rem fell onto the bed sideways. Frederica, has she calmed down? Ram, probably. Sheesh, she really is a troublesome girl. Lying on the bed, Rem's expression turned back to her sleeping face that she had just before, and in contrast with her tone, Ram affectionately caressed her sister's forehead. Immediately after that, when Ram turned around to face Frederica, she said, Ram, Frederica, I'm going to pass out, so I'll leave the rest up to you. Frederica, okay, understood. Wait, pass out? In front of Frederica, who agreed with her in the heat of the moment, Ram wobbled as she made a firm assertion. The peach-haired girl collapses to lay next to her sister who looked just like her, and she fell asleep at once. Frederica, who was pushed around by the Oni sisters, opened her mouth with visible fangs, and she said, Frederica, seriously, what selfish guests. Then, raising her voice angrily, she spit out her rage. Fortunately, the second awakening didn't cause as much confusion to Rem as the first awakening did. Rem, a soft bed and pillow, and the feeling of the smooth silk, wrapping her body, the feelings she perceived even though she was barely awake made Rem understand that what happened before she fell asleep was not just a dream. She woke up to a room of an unfamiliar building somewhere in the world. Ram, who waited for Rem to wake up, and Frederica, dressed as a maid while having an angry look, had called out to her. And then, Rem, Oni-chan's horn, ? It's an honorable injury. Or at least, that's what your sister keeps saying. So, you don't need to feel responsible at all, Rem, someone replied to her when she was talking to herself, making Rem jump in surprise as she looked to the side. Then, her eyes met the eyes of a white-faced man looking at her as he sat in a chair next to the bed. It was a man who had long indigo-blue hair and an aura that strangely stood out. Looks that were too well kept. Heterochromic eyes that released the charm of his magical looks. But what made his aura seem even stranger was the eccentric, excessive amount of clown makeup that vividly colored his face. Clown makeup painted his face white and colored along his eyes and lips. He had clothes to go with it, based around stimulating colors, and he wore many unnecessary ornaments. ? You look surprised. Well, it makes sense. You just had all these cumbersome incidents happen one after another. Not being able to understand everything right away is natural. Rem, You, No, you don't need to force yourself to speak. I'll wait however long it takes, even if you take your time. Even if it's after your body heals, again I'll. Putting up his hands, the clown interrupts Rem, who was confused, and he continued speaking. Rem, still feeling the shock from waking up to a clown, becomes flustered by his pushiness, and then, Frederica, Master, you've gone too far with your jokes. Just watching it makes me feel bad for her. ? Sheesh, what a killjoy. Frederica, you are excellent, but you don't loosen up enough. And wouldn't that make you butt heads with Klein? Frederica, you don't have to tell me about my poor compatibility with that thing, master. Anyways, the one who sighed at the smiling clown and lastly looked at Rem was a blonde-haired maid with an evil face. It was Frederica. Frederica, having her face seen by Rem, did everything she could to speak without showing her fangs. Frederica, I'm very glad to see that you've woken up again. You won't act up this time, right, Rem? Where's Oni-chan? Frederica, she's currently in her room. She snuck out of her room many times until you woke up. You sure are loved, Rem. The word loved makes Rem hang her head. Even she herself didn't know if it was out of shyness, or if it was out of shame. However, she wanted to see Rem so much right now. I have to go see her, is what she thought to herself. Rem, let me go see Oni-chan. See Oni-chan? ? Before that, Rem, removing the blanket as she tried to get up, felt a gentle poke hit her forehead. It was the finger of the clown sitting beside the bed. Rem knew she couldn't move because of that one finger. It was a simple touch to the forehead. That was it, and yet she couldn't move as she shuddered. ? I am very aware that you are full of unease from waking up at an unknown place, not seeing your sister, who is your other half. However, that doesn't mean I can just leave you to do whatever you want. There's no way I can give you permission to do that. Can I get you to understand that, Rem? ? Good girl. The clown smiles at Rem, who was unable to move her head as she showed approval with just her eyes. And then, once the clown took his finger off her forehead, he waved his finger left and right. ? By the way, Rem. Or, is it okay if I call you that? Do you remember and understand the truth of what happened to you guys, Rem? ? Do you know what happened at your guys' village and why you're here? Rem concentrates on her forehead that had been touched as the clown continued asking her questions. The memory she recalled was one that came back to her from touching Ram when she woke up. Rem, the village burned. Then, Mom, Dad, Chief, everyone, all of them burned. Rem, while searching through her memory with difficulty, imagines the scene of hell in her mind. The village died in red, engulfed in flames. Her race so burned that it was impossible to distinguish who was who. Satonta, bursting into flames with a yell. And Ram, horn broken as she screamed, covered in blood. Frederica, so cruel. The memory of the disaster Rem talked about makes Frederica knit her brows sorrowfully. She talked about it indifferently and emotionlessly, but on the contrary it showed the depth of the emotion scar of the girl who happened to be at the scene. ? I see. It seems you remember more than I expected, so I guess you understand the situation, too. However, the clown nods at Rem's recollection without batting an eye, and something convinced him. That tone and behavior had neither pity nor sympathy, and as for proof, he clapped his hands lightly and said, ? Your memory is pretty much accurate. Your village was destroyed, and the only survivors are you and your sister. It's no longer an exaggeration to say that death is right around the corner for the Oni clan, who have been said to be on the verge of the extinction. Frederica, Master. Frederica shrieks at the clown's words that summarized the tragedy lightly to object. However, the clown shook his head at the maid's reaction. ? The truth is no different even if I change the way I put it. Besides, the only survivors are the twins Ram and Rem. Surely they know this as well. Frederica, but, even so, ? You cannot mix up kindness and spoiling others. The former shows composure, while the latter is a misinterpretation of arrogance. Frederica keeps silent in response to the sharp speaking, and the clown continued to look at Rem. The clown's behavior didn't hurt Rem, nor did it make her feel sad. The clown's points were the truth. She and her sister were the two survivors of the Oni clan now. You could say that her race was practically deprived of their hope and dearest wish. To Rem, that was, Rem, as long Oni-chan is there, ? The Oni clan will be peaceful. Sorry to say this, but she lost her horn. An Oni without a horn is not an Oni. That's your guy's unwritten rule, isn't it, Rem? ? Or is your sister special to the point of absurdity? It may be true that she had the appropriate qualities to be called the reincarnation of an Oni god before she lost her horn. However, that's now just a dream that faded away like heat haze. The current Ram is a mere no-horn, Rem, dash. What could you possibly know about Oni-chan? The clown looks upon her sister, and it makes Rem have an outburst of emotions for the first time. Anger returns to her eyes that looked like they were dead up until this point, and the clown delightfully shakes off her hand. Rem, in her night clothes, shrieks and she messes up the bed sheets. Then, ? You finally have a nice expression. Having a conversation with a corpse is no fun. For better or worse, we finally talked Nuao. Rem, you. What? What are you talking about? Rem shows her anger with a loud voice at the clown who made exaggerations frankly as he fixed his collar. When he listened to that comforting angry voice, the clown got up from his chair and looked down on her. The eyes of the skinny but tall clown make Rem flinch just a bit. That reaction makes the clown look more and more entertained, while Frederica, standing next to him, sighed and said, "Frederica, my apologies for introducing him late, guest. This man is the owner of the mansion and my master, Roswell L. Mathers Summer, the Margrave." Rem, Margrave. It was a formal introduction by Frederica, but it was all Greek to Rem. This place is what she said was a mansion, and the landlord was the clown right before her. Also, if the clown's name was that long, she wouldn't be able to remember it. That's all she understood. In response to Rem pronouncing the title poorly, the clown looks at Frederica with one eye closed. "Roswell, looks like you're strict with what a standard response is, even though there's no way a girl raised in a hidden village deep in the mountains could understand a title of the kingdom." Frederica, Frederica, getting told that, frowns, and then Roswell looked at Rem as he said, "Roswell, to tell you this frankly in a way that you could understand. I am you and your sister's benefactor. That should do it, am I right?" The clown, Roswell says that, and Rem was reflected in his yellow eye while he had his other eye closed. It was a radiance so beautiful that it was entrancing, and yet it was disturbing. "I'm not going to like this man," is what Rem thought to herself. "Roswell, when I came running to the village, it was already wrapped in flames. I barely managed to find Ram at the mountain path holding you and lying down on the ground. Bringing you home was all I could do." Roswell explains the details of the rescue simply to Rem, who sought an explanation for the truth. In Rem's memory, Ram's horn was broken by shining steel, and it ended with the moment when she witnessed her sister screaming from pain and emptiness. She had no clue what happened to them or how they survived after that. Roswell's explanation was also very much just a summary. However, Ram carried Rem when she was unconscious and fled. That part felt very believable. Frederica, basically, consider all the factors and believe in Master. That seems to be the conclusion here. Thank goodness there wasn't anything like denial right off the bat, right Master? Roswell, trying to get revenge earlier was quite bold thought. Anyhow, it's a good thing that you believe me. As long as you guys are in this mansion, I'll guarantee your safety. Rem, so, where is Oni-chan? Frederica looks at the master with indifferent eyes, while Roswell responds to that with a deep nod. Rem skipped over their interaction and prioritized getting back together with Ram, who wasn't there. If Ram was in her position, she would be thinking carefully without caring about the lack of a horn. Rem should just follow her sister's way of doing things and her way of thinking. Just like she always has. Thus, Rem, let me see Oni-chan. I'm worried about Oni-chan. Roswell, worried about Oni-chan, you sigh. Roswell repeats Rem's words that showed her concern for her sister, and he squinted slightly. Those heterochromic eyes and speaking that sounded like ridicule make Rem feel discomfort once again. Once Roswell responded to Rem by placing his chin on top of his stacked hands, he said, "Roswell, aren't you really doing this because you yourself can't stand being anxious?" "Me ain't that be it?" Rem, Frederica, Master, I've been watching, but what is the meaning of all this? The one who took Rem's place, holding her breath, and spoke out against Roswell's behavior was Frederica. Forgetting to hide her sharp fangs, she lashes out at the master. "Frederica, doing something like digging into the emotional scars of a very young girl over and over. Master would never do such a thing back then. Roswell, be nice to little girls. Have you been influenced for worse by Klein? Frederica, this is common sense, and it has nothing to do with that thing's thoughts whatsoever. Don't say such disgusting things, please. Wait, Master. Frederica, who talked back reflexively, had a face that indicated that she noticed he changed the subject at once. She glares at Roswell with a frown on her face, and she had anger in her jade green eyes. Frederica, just what are you thinking about exactly? Roswell, about what you call common sense, making sure to be nice to very young girls, of course. You know it too, right? Stopping himself there, Roswell dares to pause for a moment, and he says, Roswell, that even if this child were to meet with Ram, it wouldn't be the result everyone wants. Frederica looks down, unable to refute Roswell's words. Rem felt like it was an awfully alarmed reaction, and she looked at their faces alternatingly. She didn't comprehend the flow of the conversation very well. But there was something she understood. Roswell wouldn't let Rem and Ram see each other right now. It'd be best for them to not see each other. That's what he said. Rem, don't mess with me. There was no way in hell she could accept an opinion like that. Rem stares at Roswell, voice suppressed while grabbing onto the sheets. Rem, let me see Oni-chan. Oni-chan. If Oni-chan, Roswell, you want to see Ram, no matter what? Rem, isn't that obvious? I want to see Oni-chan. Let me see her. Rem tops off her hostile tone with a question, and she made an ashamed expression unintentionally. And then, while staring hard at her face, Roswell said, Roswell, sure thing. Well then, let's bring you to here, Rem. Huh? Roswell makes a complete 180 in his opinion, and he approved of Rem's request just like that. Rem, surprised by that change in attitude, could no longer tell what was Roswell's true motive. Frederica, I understand your confusion. I feel the same way, after all. Frederica lets out a sigh mixed with sympathy and resignation, and she put a thin shawl over Rem's shoulders. Then, leading Rem by the hand naturally, she makes her stand up next to the bed. Frederica, well then, may I guide Rem Summer? Roswell, do as you wish, of course. However, don't forget to do it with caution. Frederica, yes, I am fully aware. All right, Rem Summer, come this way. Frederica receives the approval from Roswell, waving his hand, and she guides her out the room. Rem looked back at Roswell, still feeling unsatisfied while obeying her. The man dressed as a clown smiles at that look as he went with a friendly attitude. That smile makes Rem feel the chills. Once she hurriedly turned away, she ran after Frederica, who went ahead. The sheer size of the Roswell mansion went far beyond the limit of Rem's little imagination. Long, spacious corridors, and red, ankle-deep carpet. To the left and right, there was a multitude of doors to rooms lined up in the stone passageway, and there were furniture and paintings arranged equidistantly. The scenery outside clearly showed that they were as high as the second floor or above, and the differences between this place and her home that just had one-story houses made the common knowledge inside Rem collapse noisily. The building Chief Sutonta lived in was the type of residence Rem was familiar with. It was a house that was just a little big in comparison to Rem's home, but this mansion was a whole new ballpark. Frederica, please don't think too badly of Master. Frederica suddenly stops walking and said that to Rem as she was captivated by the scenery that went beyond her imagination. Those words make Rem look stupefied for a second, and she quickly realized she was having a misunderstanding in which she thought that the reason for her silence was because she distrusted Roswell. Frederica, he may behave like that, but Master is a generous and compassionate person. I'm certain he will treat you and your sister well. While having that misunderstanding, Frederica carefully defends the Master that wasn't there. Frankly speaking, Rem was not interested in Roswell and Frederica's opinion. The only important matter to Rem was Ram, who should have been in the same mansion. Roswell would treat Rem and Ram well. If that was the case, Rem, let me see Oni-chan please. For now, she just had to prioritize that over everything. She wouldn't ask for anything else. Frederica responds to Rem's request by closing her eyes, and after that, she continued guiding her again. She exits the corridor along with her, and they used the stairs to head down. She guides Rem to a place very far away from the room she had been in, and Frederica stopped walking as she said, "We're here," to Rem, who felt doubt. Rem becomes dumbfounded in front of the door she was guided to, and she was at a loss for words. In front of her, there was a door with many tightly wound chains with locks, and in addition, even the door itself had a magic circle drawn on it because it provided a perfect seal. "Frederica, it will take just a minute to open it, so please wait." In front of Rem, who was dumbfounded, Frederica used the keys in her hand to undo the chains. Once the chains were unbound with an extremely heavy sound, Frederica put her hand on the door, and she whispered something. Right after that, the door's magic circle emitted faint light, and some sort of technique was cancelled out. The subsiding light takes Rem's breath away, and when the light finally completely disappeared from the door, "Frederica, you're free to come in." Frederica goes off to the side of the door, and she made way for her. Rem blinks her eyes in response to those words, and she timidly reached out for the doorknob as she pushed it open while the wooden door creaked. "Rem, oh Oni-cha." Rem tries to look inside while calling out to her, and the next moment, she bent backwards in a sudden gust. Actually, it was not wind, but an illusion. Nevertheless, it was so strong that it felt like that. Rem, grinding her teeth, stood firm at that spot. All her downy hair stood on end, and her instincts ringed an alarm that told her to get out of there as soon as possible. That was Rem's survival instincts, the only blood inside her urged her, and she bravely called out to the being she sought for. However, Rem calms her shaking legs, clenches her chattering teeth, and she held in those desires, because inside of the eyes of this girl nearly in tears, her sister's suffering in the middle of the room was reflected. There was an aberrant mana torrent that gave off an oppressive feeling, surrounding the room. The one who was distorting the space into such a dangerous state that the door had to have a seal applied, was Ram. An empty room with a bed in the center, all other furniture removed. Ram was lying down on the bed, her limbs tied to it with chains, and she was twisting her body vehemently. It was not movement wanting to be released, but writhing to endure pain. It was almost as if there was something like a raging beast kept inside of Ram, and it startled her back many times. The bandage on her forehead wrapped around the wound from having lost her horn was now covered with blood, and her beautiful face transformed entirely into an evil, bloody look with the bleeding still not stopping. Rem, she was speechless. Rem no longer had any other reaction besides that. It was the first time Rem saw her sister have an uncalm expression and her being on a rampage. The feeling of oppression that pierced her whole body and even aroused her survival instincts was undoubtedly caused by Ram's Oni nature. It was something Ram, who spoiled her sister, never directed towards Rem up to this point. Unexpectedly, the proof of this was that Ram wasn't able to recognize Rem at this time. "Frederica, I'm sure that she won't harm you if you get closer," Frederica calls out to Rem, who stopped at the entrance, not stepping into the room. Her low voice makes Rem come to her senses, and she looked back at Frederica while being focused on her sister. "Rem, why is she like this? She was calm when she woke up earlier." Frederica, she continued to steel herself until Rem Summer came back to her senses. Meanwhile, she had many impulses that were like seizures, but she would pull herself together through sheer force of will. She has a strong heart. But even then, that was what she dealt with until Rem woke up, is what Frederica said with her eyes, not her mouth. That truth shattered her, because after all, Ram simply wished for Rem's recovery, who continued to sleep, staying by her side while holding back her impulses. Rem, even after knowing that truth, Rem didn't try to run up to Ram. Rem's survival instincts, of course, made her fully realize her own powerlessness. Ram was currently like this because of the disruption in mana circulation due to losing her horn. As an Oni, Ram's body was extraordinary enough to be classified as something supernatural, and even maintaining it required an enormous amount of mana. Originally her horn would be there to make that mana circulate efficiently. However, Ram lost her horn, and even then, her body raised a voice of hunger, seeking mana. Mana gathered accordingly with that scream, but the horn to take it in wasn't functioning. Therefore, the mana drifted into empty space, having lost its place to go, and it generated a semi-artificial mana storm. At this rate, a colorless power would rage in the middle of this room before long, and destruction would commence. And when that happens, the one to be damaged would be Ram, who was in the middle of the room. Frederica, fortunately, it's never gotten to the point of a mana storm occurring. This is because of the she's held down by force just before that happens, scattering the collected mana, Rem, but that's, Frederica, I know. There's no way it could be done so many times. Sooner or later, failure would arrive. And from seeing how Ram was currently, it wasn't going to be later. When failure arrived, in that moment, Ram's life would. Frederica, Rem Summer, the instant Rem came to that conclusion, she shook off her hesitation and ran. That behavior makes Frederica raise her voice, but Rem put her cool behind her and ran as fast as she could. She was not headed towards Ram's side as she continued to suffer. Rem, rushing out of the room, dashes through the stairs and the corridor she had used to walk over there, and she tumbled into the very first room she woke up in. She opens the door violently and looked inside angrily. Inside there was still a man dressed as a clown. He looks towards the door, as if he knew that Rem would return, and he smiled at the girl breathing heavily. Roswell, look at what we have here, why are you in such a rush? Didn't you say that you wanted to see your sister, Rem? Roswell's superficial words make Rem open and close her mouth repeatedly while sweat showed on her forehead. She had words in her head that needed to be said, but there was also slight hesitation in there as well. However, the hesitation was smashed by her sister's look of anguish that came to her mind, and it vanished. Rem, please. Save. Oni-chan, Rem, blue eyes filled with tears, desperately begged Roswell while her voice shook. She had no definite proof, and not even a basis that said this was the right choice. And yet, Rem was naturally convinced by her instincts. If it was Roswell, Ram could be saved. He could save her sister, who lost her horn and was suffering from her body that was out of control, and the mana that couldn't be taken in. Roswell closed one eye in response to Rem's begging. Once again, being stared at by his yellow eyes, Rem summons her spirit that cowered in fear, and she faced him. There were several tens of seconds with them being like that. Roswell, I took you guys out from the burning Oni village. At that point, I've already saved your lives once. You still have something to ask of me on top of that, Rem. Roswell, if I do that, I would then have saved your guys' lives not once, but twice. In that case, what can you do for me? What would you have to offer? Roswell's words demanding compensation make Rem stiffen her startled face, requesting something and wishing for something. It would be natural to have to pay the price if one wanted to do those things. Rem realized that obvious fact just now. It was proof of how much Rem had been spoiled growing up thus far. All throughout Rem's life so far, she would always know, she would receive things only from her sister Ram. She never begged for something from her parents and her race. However, Ram was the only one who was different. Rem was always spoiled by Ram's love, and she lived her days only being the receiver. That's why not even one of the vital words were prepared when this natural fact was in front of her. Rem kept silent in front of Roswell, while he stayed silent and waited for an answer. He wasn't doing it in a hurrying manner or a shocked manner, but the clear feeling of impatience burned Rem's heart. Even now, at this very moment Ram was still suffering in that room. And each second of this hesitation and doubt could be something fatal to her sister. She couldn't stand it, and it was something that couldn't happen. So, before it did, Rem, what I can give, Roswell, go on. His urging words make Rem gulp, and she wets her dry lips as she closed her eyes. Then, she immediately opened her eyes, and she stared at Roswell from the front and said this, Rem, what I can give is only myself. I'll do anything. I'll do anything you say. So, please, save Oni-chan, Roswell. Rem, please. Say. Rem gets on her knees, and she begged while rubbing her forehead against the floor. The reason tears welled up in her eyes wasn't because she felt miserable or pathetic. It wasn't even shame or chagrin. She didn't know the reason. The tears just welled up. Rem begs him again and again and again while dirtying the floor with tears and mucus. Just how many times did she repeat her words while being like that? Suddenly, the presence of a person stood in front of her eyes. When she nervously lifted her head, she saw Roswell. Roswell, those are the words I wanted to hear. Rem, Roswell, offering yourself for your sister's sake. Truly beautiful. That's my type of answer. In front of Rem, her eyes blinking, Roswell brought out a handkerchief from his pocket. He puts that on Rem's cheek as she sobbed, and lifted her small body sunk down to the floor. Roswell winks at Rem, who was carried in his surprisingly sturdy arms as she held her breath. Roswell, well, let's go. You see, I am used to becoming the benefactor of someone's life. I'll work something out somehow right away. After that, let's talk about you guys. Rem, about us? Roswell, you said that you'd do anything, didn't you? Then that means you are mine. And if that's the case, then it's natural to talk about how you'll be treated. Is it not? While walking, Roswell continued with a face that made it seem like he'd already saved Rem. Although that behavior and details made Rem open her eyes wide, she understood him. There was no doubt that Rem chose the best hand she could get to save her sister. However, that might have been as reckless as voluntarily taking the hand of a devil. Roswell, for made clothes that suit your physique. That's something that should only be discussed with client. Yes, then, that's what Rem thought to herself while looking up at Roswell, who walked as he hummed a tune. Rem, sitting on a chair next to the bed, stared at her calm sister's sleeping face like a hawk. This was the first time in her life Rem got the chance to see her sister's sleeping face. Long eyelashes and small, thin lips. She vaguely thought that her sister's sleeping face was cute, contrary to her gallant behavior. Rem, breathing in and out on the bed, was taken out of that firmly sealed room, and she was now put to sleep at a place next door to the room Rem first woke up in. This was also proof of Roswell guaranteeing that Rem wouldn't randomly damage her surroundings with her power. Roswell dealt with Rem's appeal way too easily. Roswell, who had headed towards the room with Rem in his arms, had walked up to Rem as her power went out of control and put his hand on her forehead, using an enormous amount of mana. The treatment finished just like that in a matter of seconds, and when she realized it, Rem was already sound asleep. However, even Rem, a failure as an Oni, understood at a glance just how unorthodox the treatment was, which was performed in mere seconds. Roswell made the enormous amount of mana Rem pulled in harmless, and at the same time he did work that sent in the mana necessary to maintain Rem's body. He was practically using multiple magic all at once, and it was basically a feat that could only be pulled off by someone that was far more skilled than others. Frederica, Master, is the head of the Mathers family and the best magic user in the kingdom. That was Frederica's prideful-sounding explanation to Rem, who was amazed by that act. She didn't really know what the extent of a kingdom was, but at the very least, she understood the fact that Roswell was the best out of the many people he was compared to, having qualities of excellence. That basically meant he was the same as Rem, who was a top Oni. She was forced to realize it at the Oni village, but it was the same deal even with the outside world. Rem was forced to realize that in this world there were many people out of her reach with extraordinary wit. Even among such great men, Rem's qualities should have been conspicuously excellent, and yet, Rem, Oni-chan, you're awake? A voice slipped into Rem eardrums as she went into deep thought, and she jumped on the bed. Then, Rem, lying down, opened her eyes slightly and Rem reflected in her light pink eyes. Her face still looked tired from suffering, but Rem was relieved by the fact that she woke up. Rem, why you should get more rest. It was really bad until just now, but... Rem, you don't have to hurry yourself. Take your time speaking. Seeing Rem not having the words come out of her mouth while being flustered, Rem says that to her as she had a slight smile on her face. Rem received care from Rem who had been sleeping just a moment ago, and she felt so pathetic that it was unbearable, just like always. However, she didn't want to look down here. Because if she made Ram worry by doing that, she would forget why she was even there. Rem, Oni-chan's body. It went through a lot of trouble, Ram, that seems to be true. It troubles me that it didn't listen even though it's my own body. Though it was troublesome when it happened, what's gone is gone, and that bothers me. Rem, you mean your horn? Ram, yes, my horn. Without that, my body can't be maintained properly. This'll even cause trouble for Rem. I'm worried about the future, Rem, if you are. If you are. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Rem made her voice louder in response to Ram, who touched her forehead wrapped in a bandage while making a pensive look. That makes Ram open her eyes wide as Rem continued while having her hands on the bed. Rem, it's terrible that Oni-chan's body lost its horn. But I made a request. And so, he'll take care of it from now on, is what Roswell Summer. Ram, Roswell Summer? However, in the middle of that statement, Ram's very displeased voice interrupts her. When the sound of that dangerous voice made Rem gasp, Ram touched her cheeks softly with her eyes squinted. And then, while Ram gently caressed Rem's cheeks, she said, Ram, tell me, Rem. Why did you say that man's name with a, Summer? Rem, because, Oni-chan looked like she was in pain. Ram, I looked like I was in pain, and what else? Rem answers while being startled from her worry about if she had done something bad. She presses her to continue by saying, and what else? Then Rem said this while looking down. Rem, I told him I'd do anything to save Oni-chan. And then Roswell Summer said that he wishes for me to work at this mansion. Ram, he said that he wishes for you to become his? She nodded. To put it accurately, he didn't say it to her, Rem said it herself. However, there was a peremptory force in Ram's voice, and so Rem nodded to end with a brief answer. That answer makes Ram closes her eyes for a brief period, and after that, with a low voice as if forced out of her lips, she said, Ram, that man really is toying with us. Rem, what? Ram, him taking advantage of Rem's kindness and using me to make you his is proof that his heart is rotten to the core. And on top of that, he has a twisted personality and he's a sophist. Ah, damn it. Ram expressed her emotions to an unusual extent, and she clicked her tongue as she threw her head onto the pillow. Ram was always calm, and she was never infuriated. That's exactly why she had never seen her raise her voice besides the night when the village was destroyed. And yet, Rem, Oni-chan, it's okay. I can do my best. For Oni-chan's sake, Ram, you can't, Rem. That won't work. The two of us have already been set up by that man, Rem, a question mark floated on Rem's head as she couldn't understand the reply. When Ram sat up again in response to Rem being like that, she brushed up the hair over her ears as she said, Ram, let me rephrase that. The two of us have been set up by that man. By Roswell Summer, Rem, by Roswell Summer. Ah, Rem thinks over the way Ram said that, and that's when she too finally realized it. Ram let out a long, deep sigh at Rem as she made that enlightened reaction. Ram, I said it when I ran away from the village and was found by that man. Save Rem, I beg of you, and then that man asked me what I could do for him. Ram, even when he said that he wouldn't force Rem to do anything. He set us up good. Ram clicks her tongue, feeling regret from the bottom of her heart. She understood that she did this because Ram herself was the cause for Rem seeking help from Roswell, and that it wasn't even because Roswell violated the words, I won't force Rem, which he did because she sought help. Ram's body going out of control, Rem's begging, none of that mattered to Roswell. That was the truth, Ram, and that's how that man successively made you and I his. That's how it is, huh, Rem, why do you look so happy from listening to what I've said? Rem, what? Rem puts her hands on her cheeks, flustered from her sister's point, and she was surprised by the fact that she looked happy. Then her eyes wander as she tried to figure out what to say to Ram, who looked like she wanted to hear her reason. Rem, I was happy. That Oni-chan did the same as me. And, just like she did, Ram also said that she'd offer herself for Rem's sake. That was crystal clear, and yet she was so happy that she wanted to cry. Ram, good point. Ram, upon hearing Rem's reply, nodded with a dumbfounded look on her face. The anger that she had in her eyes just now vanished, and she gazed at Rem with only the color of love in them. Ram, I'm happy, too. That Rem said such a thing for Oni-chan's sake. Rem, yes, me too. I'm happy, too. Rem climbs onto the bed, and she embraced Ram, who was smiling. And then Ram hugged her spoiled sister as she patted her head affectionately. Something terribly heartbreaking happened. Things were only being lost, and the pain that hurt them wasn't healed. But even then, their existences for each other, that most precious thing in this world, wasn't lost. The Oni sisters embrace each other to confirm that, and they spent a few moments together with just the two of them in the world. Yes, they were two people in the world, not just twins who were irreplaceable to each other. Rem and Ram were now the only two left with the Oni blood. Even in that sense, they were alone. Ram, the four people, Rem, Oni-chan, an impurity gets mixed into their time of love and embracing. When Rem raised her face in response to Ram's murmur, she saw her sister's facial expression with her lips closed. And then Ram said this while keeping the same expression. Ram, the four people that attacked the village got away. We must find them. Rem, the four people that attacked the village. Upon hearing the detailed contents of Ram's words, Rem opened her eyes wide and repeated them. The damnable people who burned the Oni village with fire and killed her parents and her race. Those enemies were the four people. Find them, is what Ram certainly said. And then Rem agreed, not with her emotions, but by instinct. That had to be accomplished, since the four people who got away were trying to exterminate the Oni clan. They might be going for them, the survivors. It wasn't a self-protective idea like that. The matter was much simpler. Ram, retribution. We have to obtain it. We must wreak the grudge of our kind. Call it revenge, reprisal, retribution, vengeance, whatever. It didn't matter. In any case, it had to be done. It needed to be done. Rem didn't think this because her sister told her. It was the instincts that slept inside Rem as an Oni. It screamed loudly and spoke to her. Get revenge, get retribution, show your pride. Ram, all of them will be found and killed. Otherwise, the disgrace of the Oni clan won't get wiped out. Rem, find them. Ram, to do that, let's use whatever's available to us. We might as well even use Roswell Summer, who should be elated right now. Find the four enemies in this wide world. Just how difficult could that be? Ram nods reassuringly at Rem, who still had anxiety while her Oni instincts were pushing her. Seeing her sister's determination, Rem felt the very same sense of security she had once felt before. Even if she lost her horn, Ram was still Ram, and she was the noble real deal, stronger than everyone. Thus, Rem, yes, got it. I'll do my best along with Oni-chan. Rem's sister simply having one word to say ignited her soul, even more than her instincts as an Oni did. It came from Ram. Ram was always right. That's why she was right now, from now on, and forever. Her sister would continue being Rem's guide, no doubt about it. The Oni village was gone, Ram lost her horn, but they could still be together. If that was the case, then nothing would change. Rem believed that, and it was engraved in her mind, with just a quiet voice. Rem, I'm sorry, the village burned away, her parents and race were killed, and yet she didn't feel any deep sorrow. So many things were taken from her, but she was saved by the fact that Ram would still stay by her side. Ram, it'll be okay, Rem. I will. Oni-chan will always be with you. Ram, without questioning her, said that in response to Rem's words that were just an apology, just like always. Closing her eyes from the feeling of her sister's warmth and the gentle touch of her hands, Rem leaves everything up to her, praying that she could keep doing so from now on, just like she always has up to this point. Embracing each other, the Oni sisters both swear to get retribution in the world with just the two of them.
Oni Sisters of the Hidden Village, Chapter 3, A New Life and the Start of Revenge.
The Oni sisters' life at the mansion first started with lots of learning. Frederica, since we are becoming co-workers at the mansion, don't expect me to treat you like I have been. From now on I'll be guiding you without holding back, so please prepare yourself. That was the first kind instruction Frederica gave on the first morning of their maid life. They had been guests up until the day before, but the girl acted in a way that showed they were co-workers from this morning on, and Rem felt nervous as she stood next to Ram. They were gathered at the mansion's entry hall, and from here their new life would truly begin. However, she was worried about Rem. Oni-chan, are you really fine? You can still rest, Ram. I'm fine. Don't make me act like a monster by letting Rem work alone. I want to be the one to suffer instead of Rem. If that's not possible, then I want to suffer together. Rem, Oni-chan, Frederica, I didn't say that you should have such tragic readiness. You're making me look bad. Ram still wasn't even fully recovered, and yet she insisted on working with Rem. While worrying about Ram's stubborn attitude, Rem gazed at her sister's appearance from top to bottom. Rem, Oni-chan looks cute. Ram, yep. I look good in anything, so that's a given. But Rem is cute, too. To be honest, you're so cute that I'm just dying to stroke you. Ram, thin chest puffed up with pride, smiled pridefully. She was wearing a pinafore based around the colors white and black, and it was what people called maid clothes. Of course, Rem was also wearing the same uniform, but in comparison to Ram, who was as gorgeous as her dress, she couldn't help worrying about how poor she looked in it. It was far too early for an 8-year-old girl to worry about something like that. Besides, the question was if there were maid clothes in this mansion that fit little girls, although the answer to that question was standing at this place calmly with confidence. Yes, I feel the exact same way. It fits you too very well. It was well worth the trouble to make over the maid clothes the beautiful Oni sisters are wearing. A sight for sore eyes. The one who said that with a bow was a slender-faced handsome young man wearing black butler clothes. His hair, blue yet darker than Rem's, was carefully fixed, and the impression of his sharp eyes was softened by a monocle. He looked around 20 years old, but there was something strange about his aura that wouldn't let her sense his age. This smiling young man was the one behind the tailor-made clothes that fit the sisters perfectly. Using flowery words, the young man complimented the sisters standing close to each other. However, Frederica, you mind not looking at them with filthy eyes? It was the disapproval of Frederica as she stepped in between the young man and the sisters with scorn in her jade eyes. And then the young man also sharpened his look at Frederica, who interfered. Stop being so sure that it's the outrageous, Frederica. I was just genuinely loving those with a pure soul. The reason why you feel like that is filthy is simply because your eyes and heart are filthy as someone who is reading too much into it. You should reflect upon yourself. Reflect, Frederica, now don't you have a way with words? How do you rephrase having a messed up lust for little girls like that? Simply calling it a mystery won't cut it. One-sided views and close-minded, truly foolish. Besides, it's wrong to think of it as having lust for young girls. I love pure souls. Therefore, boys are also included. Indiscriminate, Frederica, I'm not concerned with how it's inconsistent, I am saying that you ought to know better. Frederica, face red as she yelled at the young man that threw his chest out confidently, held onto her head in her hands. Frederica, good grief. Why is this our head butler? I support most of Master's judgments, but this one is definitely wrong. The Master trusts my work, so I'm responsible for everything. That's all. Natural, Frederica, your sound arguments seriously irritate me. The young man kept a cool face in response to Frederica, who shouted regretfully. Rem, using that pause in the conversation, pinches the edges of her skirt as she said, Rem, Klein-san. Thank you. It fits. Perfectly, Frederica, so perfectly that it's suspicious, that is. When did you take the measurements of their bodies? It's a divine protection power. When I look at a person's body, I can see through all of it. Magical eyes, Frederica, that's a lie. Right? Of course, I was joking. We have known each other for such a long time, why are you so surprised? Does not compute. Frederica had no words for the behavior of the young man who told a lie shamelessly. Apparently always had a slight edge on Frederica. That was how Rem grasped their relationship. Frederica and Clind, these were the two people taking charge of guiding Rem and Ram's maid life at the mansion. They may be quarreling like this at the moment, but their conduct actually looked resolved even to the untrained eye, and Rem also unconsciously stood as stiff as a ramrod as someone who wasn't taught anything yet. Ram, I understand our position now. On another note, may I ask something? Clind, ask away, miss. Ram, about the employees working at the mansion, there's an awful lot of demi-humans, or well, that's not quite it. I'm concerned about how there are only demi-humans. Why is it like this? Rem tilts her head at her sister's words, prompting them to shift their attention towards contemplating the mansion. Rem, is there something weird about having a lot of demi-humans? Rem might not get it right away since there was only our race at the village. But that's strange for the outside world. Besides, Roswell Summer is a human, right? Clind, indeed, Master is a human. An eagle eye, Ram, and so, this is the kingdom of Lagunica. Mind giving me a logical explanation for all this? When Clind agreed with her point, Ram sharpened her eyes. They weren't sharp enough to call them dangerous, but Ram was being cautious of something. Rem also held onto her sister's sleeve because of her anxiety. Frederica, indeed, everyone in this mansion is a demi-human. Among the gossip that goes around, there are also voices that call Master, demi-human lover. Ram, that's quite the crude name. Frederica, frankly, I assert it to be groundless. When Frederica took a step forward in response to Ram's scornful tone, she continued while looking down on the sisters. Frederica, Master invites demi-humans with no place to go into the mansion, and he gives them work and education. That's how he gives, and he doesn't ask for anything in return. It's all purely Master's goodwill. Ram, right. However, that doesn't seem to apply to Rem and I. Rem also nodded many times in her head to agree with Ram's objection. He doesn't ask for anything in return for his charity. That's what Frederica said about Roswell, but it was the exact opposite. Rem and Ram were asked for compensation to save their respective sister, and this current situation came about by offering themselves. It was a completely different story. When Frederica quickly squinted her jade-green eyes at their reaction, she said, Frederica, perhaps he thought about how you two would rush out of the mansion if he didn't create ties like that. Can you deny that, Ram? Frederica, then that silence proves the accuracy of Master's thoughts. Ram chose to be silent because that was most likely the bullseye. The sisters were both put under Roswell's care. If they weren't, they would have rushed out of the mansion, and at about this time they might have been on a reckless journey for the Oni clan's revenge. Even Rem, someone ignorant, could imagine that to be something absurd. Ram, fine. Roswell Summer is a benevolent person that helps demi-humans who lack the ability to live uneducated. Let's leave it at that. Besides, it's not like we are able to complain, being under Roswell Summer's care. Frederica, you have a sharp way of speaking, don't you? I understand how Master feels, too. If he doesn't make ties with reasons, you'll leave. That's what makes him anxious. Ram, with a discouraged look, snorts at Frederica's speaking. Ram, whatever the case is, we have a goal. Whether we stay in the mansion or not won't change that fact. We have strong determination to accomplish it. And well, until we accomplish it, I swear to ban steamed potatoes. Rem, oh Oni-chan. No way, are you serious? Frederica, there's a very huge gap between Rem's reaction and how I feel. Rem was extremely disturbed by Ram's oath, but Frederica didn't feel that shock. Frederica, anyway, I'm going to start guiding you. But I must first explain an important rule. Rem, a rule. Frederica, arms folded, says those words, and it makes Rem's ears twitch. A rule. Perhaps that was something like the laws at the Oni village. She didn't have a very good impression of laws. According to an Oni clan law, twins were cursed children, and if that was true, then the sisters Rem and Ram would have been killed. She couldn't remember how many hundreds of times she was told, it didn't end like that thanks to Ram. It was painful whenever she was told that, but it was engraved so deeply in her mind that she'd never forget it. That's why Rem got ready for Frederica to tell her something harsh. But, Frederica, in this mansion, the leading servants are to be referred to as Ni Summer and Ne Summer, me included. As for myself, it would be Frederica Ne Summer, Rem. Huh? Frederica, as I said, Ne Summer. You would call me Frederica Ne Summer, why are you giving me that look? Frederica opens her eyes wide at Rem, who was baffled as she couldn't understand what she was told. To her side, Ram had a completely unamused look, and Frederica compared the sisters' faces as she says this in panic. Frederica, might you wait a second? I am not the one who suggested this. It's a tradition of this mansion, and it's also a rule for those who become servants of the Mathers family. Rem, but, Frederica-san, doesn't even call Klein-san, Ni-san. Based off their appearances, Klein was definitely Frederica's senior. Frederica was unable to respond to Rem's genuine question as she went arg. Frederica, why you see, that's because, Klein, she may be like this now, but there was a time when even Frederica was pure and innocent. Back then she was charming in that she'd look up to me as, Klein Nie Summer, but time is cruel. Heartless, Frederica, don't just talk about that so calmly. Anyways, Frederica shouts at Klein, who shook his head regretfully, and she cleared her throat. Frederica, the tradition should be protected. So, try it. Call me Frederica Ne Summer, Rem, but, Frederica, it's just a tradition, come on now. Moreover, I'll be moving a lot closer to you, which is for the future, too. Rem looks at Ram, who was next to her, in response to Frederica's firm insistence as she brought her face close at once. Ram had no words for Rem's look, but the corners of her eyes and her cheeks were slightly stiff. It was because she was feeling angry or irritated. Those type of emotions. To put it frankly, Ram was in a bad mood now. As for the reason, Rem's sister. Rem has only one Ne Summer, and that's me. Don't be so selfish, Frederica, that's a surprisingly cute reason for your sulkiness, Ram, huh? You're ridiculous. I stand by my reasoning. Can there be anything more important in this world? Ram, slender arms folded, stuck her chest out and confidently declared that. She still looked pitiful with a bandage wrapped under her headdress, but that attitude certainly was the almighty Rem knew. Thus, Rem also nodded in accordance with Ram's intentions. Rem, there is only one Oni-chan for me and that's Oni-chan, so, Frederica, humph, even Rem-san, too. But, it's a tradition, you know, Rem, I'm sorry. Rem, bowing as she apologized, made Frederica's shoulders tremble slightly. Klein said, apologize, once he gently tapped her shoulder as he shook his head. Klein, when they're this insistent, it's time to give it up. Besides, even though they're going to be maids at the mansion, they're still young. Little girls, Frederica, they're young? That's your reasoning? Klein, dash? Yes, that's it. What about it? Argument. Frederica, I am sick and tired of your reasoning. Frederica shakes off Klein's hand, who had a curious look, and she let out a deep sigh. Then, she smoothed down her blonde hair, and she looked down regretfully. Frederica, understood. Shelving the tradition for now, let's move on to the next topic. I was hoping that they'd call me Ne Summer too. Ram, sounds like Frederica is just as sinful as Klein. Frederica, I may have given up on being called Ne Summer, but at least say my name with san. Frederica, who was disappointed, raised her voice at Ram, and then she started to move at once. Klein also walks next to her, and Ram follow from behind as well. And then, when Rem suddenly had a realization and looked back at Ram, she said, Rem, Ne Summer, Rem, I just wanted to try saying it. Rem, becoming embarrassed, looks away, and she walked faster as even her ears turned red. Seeing Rem walk ahead hastily like that, Ram's mouth loosened slightly. Ram, ha. Then, she snorted her nose in a pleased way. Roswell, hey, Rem. Good work. Are you used to the mansion? No. Wow. Rem, Roswell Summer. Rem gets called out to while she was cleaning the mansion's parlor, and she turns around in surprise. Rem, bucket of water in her hands, staggers slightly, but, Roswell, oh, careful, careful, Roswell, coming a step closer to her, holds up her shoulder, and she just barely avoided falling. When Rem let out a sigh of relief, she immediately panicked and bowed her head. Rem, thank you very much. My sincere apologies for this, Roswell. What? It's no big deal. Oh, another thing, I should have said this earlier, but you've got the style of speech down as well. Rem, Frederica Summer treats me with tender care, so, Rem, responding while sounding embarrassed, speaks of the results from Frederica's guidance. Rem and Ram have already been working at the Mathers mansion as maids for 1 month. During that time, Frederica and Klein helped them as their leaders. They both were very kind to the young sisters, and although they quarreled with each other, they showed loving care. Apparently, in the mansion training plan, work wasn't the only thing they had to learn. Speech was a given, then there was reading and writing of the alphabet, numerical calculations, as well as common knowledge. There were too many things to count. Roswell, it seems like you're enjoying your time here somewhat. Rem, I have fun learning new things. But, Rem smiled as she chatted with the master, but she suddenly looked down sadly and stopped talking. It had to be because of something about the contents of this conversation. Roswell, do you feel any guilt in your chest? Or is it perhaps pangs of your conscience? Rem, Roswell, the Oni village burned down, and your parents and kind were all killed. And yet, here you are starting a new life. Is that weighing on your conscience? She didn't say anything, and yet Roswell correctly guessed what Rem was feeling inside. As if he'd seen it, she felt satisfied. It may not have been perfect, but at the very least, Rem spent her days at the mansion until today without feeling anything that seemed like dissatisfaction. Rem had a surprising aptitude for housework, manual labor, and service. It had been improving conspicuously during this 1 month under Frederica and the others' guidance. It was a fact Rem didn't know at the Oni village, and it was something she was never able to feel as someone who always had an "I can't do anything" inferiority complex at the village. She came here after the village was ruined, and yet she felt more fulfilled than before it fell into ruin. If that was the case, then it was as if she was happy now because of the village being destroyed. Roswell, you see, I believe that the environment is more important than living. Rem, what? Roswell, no matter what talent you're born with, suitable soil, sunlight, and water are needed for that seed to grow. That's what an environment is, and that's what the most important factor is for many things. Roswell tells that to Rem, who hung her head, with a soft tone. He had very calm emotion in his eyes. Rem couldn't move, and it was as if she was entranced. Roswell, if the environment changes you for the better, then that would be something you should be happy about. No matter what, do not curse the events. That would be a sin and a whole different matter. Rem, Roswell, someone said something similar to me before too. In actuality, I do believe it. If the environment is a part of life's journey, then meetings are, too. I was blessed with an environment. I was blessed with meetings. I've never regretted that, nor have I ever cursed it. Rem, seeing Roswell declare that frankly, trembled so much that she started to feel a mysterious emotion. It was strength. It was the same thing as Rem's longing to be strong like her sister. Rem, I see that even Roswell Summer has someone in his life like that. Roswell, whoops, that was a slip of the tongue. It's embarrassing, so keep it a secret from the others, all right? Rem, with a slight smile, nodded at Roswell, who put his finger on his lips. The behavior of this funny and friendly master made Rem change her opinion on him quite a bit in this past month. At the very start, she thought he was someone she wouldn't like when she first met him, but her feelings changed when he was this considerate and kind to her. Her doubt became gratitude, and then her gratitude became loyalty. Rem had no problems at all with working at the mansion now like this. However, Rem, the witch cult, Roswell, Rem, they are the people who attacked the village. Roswell, I guess Frederica and maybe Klein told you. They do spoil you, after all. I could have sworn I told them specifically to not let you know about it. Roswell's reaction of looking up with a troubled expression convinced Rem. The witch cult that was a part of her made education, and it was a name that came up many times when she was studying the outside world's common knowledge and history. They were a group of heretics that were treated as those to be detested throughout the world. Their numbers, their principles behind activities, everything was veiled in mystery, but the one thing that was certain was the worshipping of their witch of envy, the worst existence that engulfed half of the world with shadow, known as the disaster of all disasters. Even Rem, someone who was secluded at a village, knew that much about the rare evil existence. This group that believed in such a witch surely were the ones who attacked the Oni village. Rem, it was neither Frederica Summer nor Klein Summer. I just heard about the witch cult, and when I thought about the village again, Roswell, you thought that they did it. If that's the case, then I was the one to make a slip of the tongue, not the two of them. You sure got me, Thea. Today I am just a hopeless blabbermouth. Roswell sighed exaggeratedly as he went. I screwed up. He turns around his body there, and with his closed eye he faced Rem as she stared at him. Roswell, about my answer just now. I meant that I think it was probably them. For circumstantial evidence, them being the witch cult indicates it, but it does nothing more than that, and nothing less than that. Rem, is it because the witch cult doesn't leave behind anything? Roswell, whether they are the assailants or the victims, that's how it is. They won't leave anything behind at the devastated scene. So, it's the same deal with you guys' village. When the witch cult decides on their target, the place, people, and soil are extirpated. Even if the witch cult is repelled, the driven-off witch cultists wouldn't leave behind anything and they'd hold their tongues. Therefore, even though the witch cult was detested everywhere, for hundreds of years they acted as they pleased. Rem, witch cult, once again. Rem grits her teeth at the truth Roswell told her. Her small chest burned with endless regret, the flame of anger, and above all, a strong sense of duty. It wasn't just because her Oni blood wanted retribution, it was also for her oath with Ram. Getting revenge on them was something Ram decided, and it was even a wish. That's why, no matter what, Roswell, that's why, Rem. If possible, I don't want you guys to live only for revenge, Rem. Huh? However, Roswell suddenly poured cold water on Rem, who had her spirit burning. When Rem opened her eyes wide in response to the master's statement, with sorrow clouding his eyes, Roswell said, Roswell, it is true that you should detest someone who burned your brethren unreasonably. But you see, you and Ram are still young, and you have a future ahead of you. There's no need to insist on getting revenge, doing something that would be like wearing away your body and soul. That's what I believe. He denies her revenge in an unexpected way, and Rem wasn't sure how to answer. In the eyes of Roswell, who looked down on Rem, there was only the color of pure concern for her. Those numerous factors were speaking to her, saying that getting the Oni clan's revenge wasn't realistic. Even Rem understood that. But, even then, this was something Ram wanted. Just that was more than enough to. Rem, Roswell Summer, thank you for your concern. I will think about it. Roswell, I see. For now, that'll be fine. Anyhow. Oh, Roswell approves of Rem's answer, and he tried to end the conversation. But, that's when he was stopped as he tried to exit the room, and a pleasant color was drawn in his eyes. The reason being, Ram, don't carelessly get so close to my cute sister. Roswell. Summer, Roswell, an honorific that sounds forced, truly please Aunt, Ram. Roswell shrugs his shoulders at Ram, who was standing at the entrance to the room as she glared at him in a displeased way. When that behavior made Ram even more irritated, Roswell let out a forced sigh. Roswell, I am being this affectionate, and yet you are always so cold. We even spend every evening and every night together alone intimately too. Ram, I'm just reluctantly accepting treatment for the sake of maintaining my body. So disgusting. Ram, with a frown that really made her look offended, entered the room hurriedly, and she stood in front of Rem. Ram, who interfered the master and her little sister, touched Rem's face gently at that spot. Ram, are you okay? He didn't do anything weird to you, did he? Roswell, you don't trust me, do you? We've known each other for a month now, so I think it's about time we built a relationship of true trust. Ram, a relationship of trust? In this 1 month, my suspicions have only been increasing during my time with Roswell Summer. Roswell, what a strict evaluation. But I wonder, is the reason why I think that your sister and have built a good relationship because I'm conceited? Roswell smiles strangely at Ram's cold response, and he waves his hand at Rem. Seeing him do that, Ram looks at Rem in the eye, and she said, Ram, is this true, Rem? Rem, he's lying. Oni-chan is right, Roswell, betrayed within an instant, my heart has been shattered. Rem had no reason to worry about if she should choose to be on Ram's side or Roswell's side. Seeing that Roswell was sighing with his hands raised, Ram smiled triumphantly. However, Rem touched her sister's hand, and starting with, Oni-chan, she said, Rem, so, are you finished cleaning upstairs, Ram? Not yet, Ram answered Rem's question with a little hesitation while looking away. When Rem nodded at the answer she expected, she grasped her sister's hand that touched her as she said, Rem, well then, since I'm finished with the place I'm responsible for, let's go finish the rest of Oni-chan's work. Ram, thanks as always, Rem. Ram, it's no big deal. It's for Oni-chan, after all. Rem shook her head calmly in response to Ram's slightly apologetic-sounding words. In this past month, Rem's surprising aptitude for housework became clear, but at the same time, various truths also became clear for Ram. As for what they were, Roswell, still, it is surprising. Frederica was awful at first too, but I didn't expect you to have such outstanding talent to be even worse. Ram, I produce outstanding results in everything. That's my karma. Rem, she isn't lying. No lies. Roswell sounded like he was teasing her, but Rem and Ram couldn't refute it. In this past month, there was one big problem that became clear to Ram upon living at the mansion. It was the harmful effect of losing her horn, which was the chronic mana deficiency that threatened her body. Currently, Ram's condition was kept stable because of Roswell's treatment every evening. However, originally this was supposed to only take care of the role that a horn should fulfill. It was also a treatment that was solely limited to preventing her rampages, and it was far off from being the ability she had when her horn wasn't gone. In conclusion, Ram's body was always in a malnutrition-like condition, and she couldn't even do activities by the book. She was only able to go on as a result of her tough mental strength, no doubt about it. Of course, there was no way she could accomplish her duties as a maid satisfactorily. Still, Ram stubbornly engaged in roles, and she bestirred herself to try and do the same work as Rem. Rem, it's all clean. Oni-chan, Ram, yes, understood. So, making up for her sister's deficits has been Rem's daily routine. She finished cleaning the parlor, and she headed to upstairs with Ram as she nodded. But before that, when Rem bowed to Roswell, she said, Rem, well then, Roswell's summer, we'll be leaving. See you later, Roswell. Okay, keep up the good work. Also, Ram, I think my business is going to take longer tonight. I'm probably going to be late for your treatment, but just wait for me without feeling lonely. Ram, it would be nice if you did it while I was sleeping, Roswell, but then I wouldn't be able to enjoy your reaction. Not, but you see, I wouldn't be able to tell if the treatment went well or not. Ram, mood worsened, snorts at Roswell, who made exaggerations, and then Rem left the parlor along with her. Just after that, while they were both headed upstairs side by side, Ram took a side glance at her as she said, Ram, he really didn't do anything, right? Rem, no need to worry. Oni-chan, you doubt Roswell's summer far too much. Ram, you don't have to speak formally with me too. Rem, my apologue. Sorry. It's become a habit now to speak like that. Rem unconsciously started to speak formally, and she put her hand on her mouth in a panic. She was completely blended in with the mansion life. That proved it was natural for her now. She got used to the maid dress that she was embarrassed of at first and was even no longer reluctant with the manner of speaking and the work. If there was still one thing that she wasn't used to, it would be Rem. There was the profile of Ram, who walked next to her. She steals a glance at her firm look and her gallant eyes. Her sister looked the same as before, but even then, she was definitely different now. Even Ram, who she thought wouldn't change no matter what happened, was no exception to the effects of losing a horn. There was no trace left of the power of her sister that was deemed the reincarnation of an Oni god. If this was the Ram back at the village, she wouldn't need help from Rem for anything. And that's because Ram was far above Rem in every aspect. Ram, who was supposed to be a truly outstanding being, was now standing close to Rem like this. It didn't seem like she would get used to it, no matter how much time passed. Or maybe one day she'd at least get used to this sense of discomfort. Maybe at least she'd get used to Ram not having a horn, just like how she did with her clothes and manner of speaking. And if she really did, how would that be any different from losing her Oni pride? Ram, Rem, Ram, at the end of the corridor, calls out to Rem, who got lost in her thoughts too long and stopped walking. Rem, no, it is nothing. I am fine. Ram, oh. Rem watches Ram give a slight nod as she accepted that reply, and she quickly stood next to her sister. She didn't realize that the words she let out automatically were formal, and she didn't notice that her older sister was sensitive to the change happening inside of her. Even when Rem was feeling conflicted and worried, time went on irreversibly. During this time that passed while she engaged in the mansion work, Rem became uneasy because of her heart, which was diminishing her anger that was supposed to be in her chest. Her race's revenge, her attachment towards getting revenge she promised with Ram faded every day, weakening. That wasn't happening because she was always going after them every day, it was related to the feeling of happiness she had living in the mansion and Ram's condition, that looked like it wasn't going to get better at all. Ram was necessary for revenge, for the retribution. Nevertheless, Ram's body no longer had any of the power needed to do that as she lost her horn. It wasn't that she wasn't losing the metal for revenge, the practical power needed to carry out revenge wasn't in the sister's hands. That became a stone weighing on Rem's heart, and it cast a shadow on the flame of her desire for revenge. At this rate, she'd forget about how she was an Oni, and she and her sister would continue living as maids along with Frederica and Klein. Was there an option like that? Rem never talked about it, and it wasn't like she clearly considered it to be one, either. However, it would be a lie to say that she didn't have those feelings growing inside her. While having those feelings, Rem continued to work hard every day to distract herself from that. Being afraid of change, sinking into stagnation. However, change would always come by seeking slothful peace. That was something inevitable to Rem at this time. Rem, Oni-chan is going to go with Roswell Summer on his trip. Rem ponders the beginning topic, and she widens her eyes in surprise. The details were of course like a bolt from the blue, but that wasn't the main reason why she was surprised. The thing Rem was surprised about the most was the schedule for the trip. The schedule, basically, they were plans that would make the trip take several days, and during that time, Ram would be away from the mansion. The sisters were going to be separated for the first time in their lives. Roswell, normally, only a certain number of people are supposed to come near the sanctuary. However, I have a duty to protect you guys safely. The treatment I give to Ram is a part of that. I shouldn't abandon that duty due to my own selfish reasons. Ram, I'm telling you, skipping a day or two won't do any harm. Ram was unhappy with Roswell, who leaned on the sofa with his long legs crossed elegantly. But, sitting next to Roswell, the older sister didn't shake off his hand caressing her hair. Rem, sitting face to face with them, did not hide her surprise from that change. Rem, Oni-chan, will you be okay with Roswell Summer? Ram, if by okay you mean my neck won't break from being unable to take it, then yeah, I'll live. Roswell, it's a chance to look forward to Ram's perseverance that was bound to come up sooner or later. Consider this as a challenge, and I would like you to accept it. Rem, a challenge? What kind of? Roswell, of course, the older sister separation and the little sister separation. Or maybe I should call it the sisters' separation. Roswell's words make Rem and Ram's cheeks stiffen. Roswell smiles at that sister-like reaction, and he put his chin on his stacked hands. Roswell, since you guys left the village, you both were never separated, not even for a second. So, I can easily imagine that it was the same at the village as well. How about you try taking a little breather now, Ram? If we do that, does it even mean anything to Rem and me? Roswell, it does. You have to believe that everything has meaning. I just wanted to try it, wanted to see it, wanted to know how it'd be. That's why I'm doing this, Ram. If that's the case, then it's obvious that we should end the conversation here. Rem, let's go. Roswell, you have a short temper. Sheesh, you sure are a sassy girl. He stops Ram from getting up and pulled her arm as he sat her on the sofa. Then, once Roswell cleared his throat, he made a genuine, serious look. Roswell, I really am worried. One day, you guys will have to choose your future. Whether you stay here, or leave is up to you, Rem, but you said that Oni-chan and I belong to Roswell Summer. Roswell, I meant that to solely be something like an expedient. I can't force you. If you guys really want to leave, then the door out the mansion is always there. And I won't maliciously insist on ownership to try and bring you guys back as you leave on your own. The statement makes Rem widen her eyes, and even Ram had her eyes slightly widen, too. Seeing that reaction, Roswell continued with a serious look. Roswell, even if it comes to that, you are free to do what you want. Buiot, no matter what future you choose, there's no way you'll live without being separated forever. And then when that time comes, if you guys drown in suffering. Well, if a time comes where I could lend a hand, I'll personally save you. Ram, stop beating around the bush. What exactly are you trying to say, Roswell? To put it frankly, I'm worried about you guys. So, I want to help as much as possible while I can. Do you understand? Roswell winks at Ram, who pouted, and Rem, whose eyes widened in surprise. That clown gesture and the kindness of his blue eyes make Rem dumbfounded. However, she understood that this ridiculous-looking master really was caring for Rem and Ram. Thus, Rem, Oni-chan, Ram, don't make that look, Rem. I guess I understand what he's trying to say. Upon being called out to, Rem looks down, but she still let out a reluctant-sounding sigh. Just from that gesture, Rem understood she and her sister came to the same conclusion: being separated would make them lonely. Even if it was just a few days. But Roswell was saying the truth. Holding hands forever as sisters and living life without being separated for an instant was impossible. Even if they wanted it, unfairness would attack them occasionally with a perfect surprise attack, just like how the witch cult absurdly destroyed the Oni village. Roswell, what? You're only going to be separated for 3 days at most, you know how. It's not like it's going to be a final farewell. Spend this time without your sister's vision as well as possible, Ram. It's as if you're saying that I'm a burden to Rem. I don't like it, Rem. I'm going to be lonely and anxious without Oni-chan. Please come back soon, Ram. See, look how cute Rem is. I shouldn't go after all, Roswell. It's already been decided, so you can't do that obviously. He ends the interaction with a smile, and Ram were going to be split up for the first time, and then, after 3 days, the promised day where Ram and Roswell would leave the mansion together came. The 2 gigantic-headed earth dragons pull the dragon carriage, and the 2 of them leave for their destination on it. But before that, Ram and Rem spent some time reluctantly saying their goodbyes, and they just wouldn't stop embracing each other. Ram, listen, Rem. Don't cry at night, even though I won't be there. Rem, okay, I won't. Oni-chan, you be careful too. Roswell, you make it sound like you're going off to war. This isn't a final farewell, is it? They spent so much time that Roswell ended up teasing them. Once the sisters finally separated from each other, Frederica stepped up to Ram as if deciding to do so on purpose when that happened. When she fixed Ram's appearance just like always, she finally brought something out of her pocket. Ram, is that a letter? Frederica, yes, it is. My brother is at Sanctuary. He's intrusive and noisy, so you'll definitely come across him. Can you give it to him, Ram? If he's intrusive and noisy, I might end up shutting him up by force. If you're okay with that, then I'll take it. Frederica, that's fine. It'll teach him a good lesson. There were bitterness and regret on Frederica's profile as she handed over the letter, perhaps because there was some sort of complicated circumstances. Ram appeared to have noticed it, but she accepted her letter without mentioning it, and then, she stepped onto the dragon carriage that Roswell boarded first, as she said, Rem, I'll write a letter when we get there. Frederica, don't you know that you'll be back before she gets the letter? Frederica sees them off saying that, and the dragon carriage they were on departed. Rem watches the dragon carriage fade away on the other side of the cloud of dust caused by the earth dragons, and she puts her hand on her chest. There wasn't as much uneasiness in her chest as she thought. Although, she did have a feeling that she might have collapsed right there after her tears overflowed because of her separation from Rem. Thank goodness that didn't happen, Frederica. It would be worrying if that happened when it's only going to be 3 days. Garfield and I have. Then, Frederica unconsciously stopped herself from talking as if she blurted something out, and she looked down awkwardly. Based off that reaction, Rem guessed this person she spoke of, Garfield, was the brother she was talking about earlier. Rem, Frederica Summer, have you always been separated from your little brother? Frederica, the situation is complicated. I haven't seen him for quite a long time. Frederica made a slightly distant look in response to Rem's question. Frederica, if an opportunity ever comes up, Rem might end up going to Sanctuary with Master too. If that happens, please get along well with Garfield. He's about the same age as you guys. Just for a moment, Rem was charmed by Frederica, who was smiling slightly, perhaps because she had remembered her brother. Her profile as she put her hand on her mouth with her fangs hidden certainly was just like a painting. Climbed, Frederica, we have no time to smile. We'll be thoroughly taking care of the mansion's duties while Master is away from the mansion. It'd be nice if I got help from even a cat right now. Yes, this has to be your time to shine as a cat half-beast. I really will be looking forward to it. Anticipation, Frederica, so annoying. I'll be right there. Although, it also felt like Klein's usual jokes being shattered instantly. Despite the start, the time without Ram at the Mathers mansion had begun. Not having her sister by her side certainly did cause loneliness and anxiety, but it didn't bring about the hopeless sadness that she expected. It wasn't because she had succeeded in the sister separation, but rather due to Frederica's care. There were many times when she threw her into one job after another, so often that she didn't have the time to think about Ram's absence. In the end, Rem cried slightly about Ram's absence only at night, the night where she finished her work, returned to her room, and spent the night on her bed without someone to cry to, and then it happened the next day on the afternoon of the second day. Frederica, well then, Rem. I'll be accompanying those kids, so please take care of the mansion while I'm gone. Rem, yes, Frederica Summer. Have a safe trip. In front of the mansion, Rem sees off Frederica, who had her back against the dragon carriage, and she gave a deep bow. Inside of the dragon carriage up front, there's several little girls dressed like Rem and Frederica. The girls weren't similar to the two of them just with their clothes, but their circumstances as well. In other words, they were demi-humans. Just like Rem and the others, they were found by Roswell with no place to go, and they were trained to work as maids at the mansion. Their training ended, and these girls, who were deemed to have adequate skills as maids, were now being sent out to service at another mansion. Rem, in response to the women nodding at her from the passenger window, Rem also bowed her head politely and quickly. Even though they were at the same mansion, Rem wasn't involved with them very much as someone still in training. Nevertheless, Rem hoped the best for her co-workers traveling to a new workplace. At first, when Frederica talked to her about Roswell, she said that he had a benevolent and tolerant personality, but that really was the truth. He educated demi-humans, gave them work, and sent them off to different places. This wasn't the first time Rem saw off-traveling co-workers like this as someone who has been at the mansion for 2 months. She felt thankful that so many demi-humans were saved by Roswell. Frederica, though Klein is unlucky, and I am worried about leaving you alone at the mansion. Putting Rem showing admiration aside, that was Frederica worrying, who was acting as the girl's attendant. It was the first time Klein was going to be out while she was away from the mansion, and if things went as planned, Rem was going to be left alone at the mansion for half the day. Frederica, having no one at the mansion is out of the question. But still, for you to be the one left alone, Rem, it'll be fine, Frederica Summer. I've gotten somewhat used to the mansion. I'll be able to take care of it while you're out. Rem nods back at Frederica, who worried about her, and she tried sticking out her chest, something she would rarely do. There were already many times when Rem had to wait for her sister's return alone while she was mixed with the adults' meetings at the village, which Ram called duties. A situation like this was nothing to her. Rem, besides, client Summer also left some work for me to do. Frederica, there's no doubt that arranging the mansion's basement warehouse will be a lot of work for one person. I'm really sorry, Rem. When I get back, I promise I'll help out right away. Frederica, continuing to show care, says that and worried about Rem until the end, but she finally departed from the mansion, though she still had a conflicted look on her face. And so, once Rem saw off Frederica and the others, she was now the only one left at the mansion. Rem, but I have no time to just stand around absent-minded. Once Rem said that to herself, she quickly returned to the mansion and headed towards the wing with the basement warehouse. The old-looking key in her pocket was something Klein gave her, who was out to do some errands. It seemed that Klein was planning on doing a makeover of the mansion, cleaning it during these 3 days without Roswell. The big job of rearranging the basement warehouse that started yesterday was also part of that. Rem, it's here, right? The west wing, east wing, and then the third wing in the middle made up the Mathers mansion, and the basement warehouse Klein left her to take care of was at the middle wing. It was there at the deepest part of the first floor. People rarely came to the deepest part of the cold, stone passageway, and this was also the first time Rem came here. That's how it was, so she wasn't sure if she'd be able to tell if the warehouse would need to be rearranged or not, but, Rem, Klein Summer said that you'd be able to tell once you see it, so, Clyde was basically never wrong. Contrary to Frederica's fears, he was always gentlemanly and kind, so he even patiently worked with someone unskilled like Rem. He really did bother her sometimes, but it actually was only when she'd get surprised by him looking at her from afar. With the help of her trust inclined, Rem reaches for the door to the basement warehouse without hesitation. When she inserted the old key into the keyhole, it unlocked easily, making a rough sound, and the door opened with a creak. Rem, but, the next moment, Rem shrieked softly at the stink leaking through the door. She closes the door reflexively and fell to her knees on the spot. The stink was that strong. Rem, what was that? Huh, what? Why, what in the world? It was a shock way beyond comprehension, and so Rem became confused while she leaned against the door. A stink, yes, it was something that could only be described as a stink, and a cruel, hideous odor. It differed from a rotting smell and the smell of blood, and it didn't even smell like feces or stimulants. She couldn't compare it to anything. Rem had never come across this smell actually. That's not right. Rem, where have I come across this smell? She smelled it before. She came across this smell somewhere once. She didn't have a clear picture that appeared in her memory. But she definitely did smell it. Sometimes sense of smell would be more accurately connected to memory than images and sounds. This was proof of that. Rem, while not knowing which memory it connected to, Rem slowly opened the door. Once again, she grimaced at the suffocating, enveloping stink, and Rem shakes her head dizzily. Even if she stopped breathing from her nose, she couldn't prevent the truly strong smell from breaking into her nasal cavity. Despite the stink assaulting her sense of smell, Rem stepped forward and entered the basement warehouse. The basement warehouse was shut in darkness, and there wasn't anything she could use. Rem, putting her hand on the cold wall while using it to move forward, goes down the stairs. Dry footsteps sound throughout the darkness, and Rem felt as if she was sinking endlessly. As sound came down, so did her body, into the abyss. That was the type of illusion she felt. However, that nightmarish delusion ended quickly, and Rem reached the basement warehouse. Rem, the lights. The moment she thought I have to find them, Rem's vision suddenly became white light in front of her. When that shocked Rem and made her jump, she saw her surroundings, the state of the basement illuminated by faint light, miscellaneous tool shelves, piles of old books, tools of unknown use covered in dust, many very old furnishings that decorated the warehouse, all those kind of countless, unnecessary things filled the basement warehouse. She agreed with what Klein had said. Once you see it, you'll know if it's necessary or not. I get it, I'm positive that anything and everything in here are unneeded things. So, he's telling me to take out all of it. The light that shined on the room was a magic light installed on the basement wall. It seemed to be a mechanism in which it would light up automatically whenever someone came to the basement, and once that became clear to her, she wasn't surprised. She understood her goal, and her anxiety disappeared. Now she should engage in her work while feeling like this. That's what Rem concluded, and she would quickly clean up the basement warehouse. Rem, it stinks. It's far worse than it was before. If Rem's spirit wasn't so strong that she could divide it like that, she wouldn't have been able to kill her senses. Rem, holding onto her breath, turns her head around to find the source of the stink. Once she tried following that smell in the cramped underground basement, she found what she was looking for in merely 10 seconds. Then it was right before her eyes, and this was truly when Rem's throat froze up. Rem. In front of Rem, gazing dumbfoundedly, there was a door to another room that led to the inner part of the basement warehouse. Its existence wasn't something to be surprised about, but she was concerned about what was inscribed on the door itself. Several tight chains were wound on the door, and a magic circle was drawn to seal it. Rem, this was Oni Chan's. She came across it before. This door had the same exact seal spell that isolated Ram as she went out of control without her horn, applied to ensure outside safety. Rem, no doubt about it, the stink was coming from the other side of this door. Even if it was a strictly sealed door, it couldn't prevent the escape of the intense smell. The moment Rem understood that, the loudest alarm bell sounded in her brain. Rem feels something that was like a direct hit to her skull, and her instincts were telling her to leave this place immediately. Rem's senses that perceived the stink also surrendered in agreement with her instincts' calls. You shouldn't be here. You can't be here. That's what her senses and her instincts clearly answered together. She remembered being irritated by the stink before. Rem forcibly holds down the cover of her closed memories that tried to open itself, and she came to the conclusion that she should leave this place for now. And then, while being careful to not make a sound with her footsteps, she turns around quickly, and she sought to leave the basement. Che 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 che. She heard a noise. A sound that opened the cover of her memories. The next moment, Rem broke the chains by sheer strength, and she kicks down the sealed down as she jumped into the room. Inside the room, on the other side of the broken door, there was someone that opened his eyes wide because of her Oni impulse. He opened his eyes wide, and right after that, he laughed and laughed. Welcome, little girl. Can you give a nice cry for me? Immediately after, the raging flames completely cover Rem's vision, and she was blown away by the blast. Does this mean I'm free, now that the magic circle is broken? Rem. Oh, it's the great little girl. I guess this is where I should say I want to thank you. Rem. Ah. Guess you got too close. I guess you wanna say, ouch my ears, I can't hear. Someone was saying something. Rem, falling over on the hard floor, did everything she could to restore the blank space created in her head. I have to gather the thoughts blown away by the impact, find a voice I can speak with, and do my absolute best to break the stalemate and understand the situation. That's what she thought, but the dark anger rising in her heart stood in her way. Just previously, a sound Rem heard through the door released something that was shut inside her memory. The fire that died down day by day at the mansion flared up into a flame extreme enough to destroy the world. Rem, Rem, mouth open, glares at the dirty ceiling, and she raised a distorted voice that shook the atmosphere. In response to that low voice, a white horn, the proof of an Oni, showed up on her forehead. Her horn spreads the black smoke clouding the room, and it usurps a very minimal amount of mana from the world, turning it into energy. She touches the ground with her hands, lifts her body up, slowly stands, and she glares at the man standing still in front. It was an extremely skinny, unhealthy-looking man. He had depressing cheeks and eye sockets, and a countenance that was so vapid that it looked ill. He wore nothing over his upper half of his body, and he only had hemp trousers for his lower half, but there were many burns and lacerations on his exposed skin. It looked as if he had been tortured before. Wow, so I guess that horn means you're an Oni survivor. If that's the case, then did you come here for your family's revenge? Rem? No response. But you do want it, don't you? She wasn't obligated to answer. Rem faces the man with a sadistic smile on his face, and she decides to attack. She steps forward, kicks the miscellaneous waste around her, gets right in front of the man, and while relying on the strength produced by the horn, she punches his guts. ? Okay, boom. That moment, a blast was produced beside her face, and Rem's consciousness and her upper body shook violently. She felt dizzy, and her brain bounces in her cranium because of the blow that came from her blind spot. She staggers, and a complete gap was created. ? That's 6 now. If you can handle this, then this is where I should say impressive, right? Explosions occurred, following the man's voice. 3 shocks were shot into Rem's chest, stomach, and abdomen one by one, going into her small body from behind, and she was blown away. Rem, my, obodome. She tumbles doing a somersault, and a lot of blood came out of her throat, coughing violently. The shock jumbles her intestines, and her broken ribs felt pain because of the vibration from her vomiting blood and coughing. She couldn't tell if she was seeing red because of the pain, or if it was because her face was split in half. ? As expected, Onis are tough even when they're brats. You were hit that much, and you still aren't damaged? Based off what the man looking down on her said, she was now sure that her body was the same as before. She was breathing heavily from the pain, but her shining horn wouldn't let her lose her will to fight. Rem's wounds blew red steam, the damage of her limbs was healed in an instant, her disconnected bones were reconnected with a sound, and she stood up fiercely. ? I saw it at that mountain many times, but man, you guys are literally monsters. Will this be when I'm forced to torture you? Rem, Gar AAA. Rem roars, and once she jumped back to make time, she faced the man at front and attacked him as she brandished her Oni nails. But there's no way she could rush forward like a madman after it already failed once. Hearing that little girl's battle cry, the man raised his arms covered with scars and went, ? Che 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 che. He clicks his tongue, and right after that, there was the stink that would brush against her nasal cavity. Rem twisted her body at once, and she avoided coming in contact with the space where the stink gathered. However, she couldn't escape from the produced blast. Even if she escaped from a direct hit, the explosion would create heat, impact, and destruction. Rem gets engulfed in those things immediately, and she was repelled again as she raised cries of pain. She rolls on the floor, and she hits the wall. ? No technique, no plan, no tricks. Are these the effects of somehow making it by, using only the strength of some power? You guys are all just like kids who swing their arms and legs around, so aren't you the same as beasts? Rem, ooh. Ooh, ? You even cry like beasts, how dull. If you're going to cry, then do it in a cute way. Entertain me by barking. You're a letdown, you know? Rem, crouching, roars in frustration, and she senses the stink again. She hits the floor and jumps back at that spot. But it was too late. Immediately, there was another explosion, and she was blown off, rolling. She bleeds, and the clotted blood that became a splash stains all over the basement. The scattering unneeded things were crumpled up by the impact, turning them into waste, and Rem was going to meet the same fate very soon. She was going to die. She was going to get killed. At a place like this, in an incomprehensible state, to the enemy. ? You may do this much, but no one will come. Actually, you have no one. If that's the case, then this is a golden opportunity. This is where I should kill the little Oni with a slash and get the hell out of here, right? When Rem heard the man's statement that didn't hide his intent to murder, she felt herself losing the will to fight back. In proportion to her blood coming out, the desire for revenge inside Rem, the Oni blood inside her also poured out. When she finally became empty inside, that would be the end of her life and the oath for retribution. If that happened, Ram would surely start the retribution for Rem. No, she can't. No, she can't. She can't, no. With Ram's current state, even if she had the same will and intentions she had when her horn wasn't gone, she didn't have the body to make it happen. That's what she understood in this past month in her days at the mansion. She understood it so well it hurt. If revenge was put into Ram's hands only, she would definitely die in vain. And even if she knew it was in vain, there's no way her sister would give up. She couldn't leave revenge up to Ram. Her sister won't die. She couldn't die. Her sister couldn't have revenge. She couldn't accomplish it. Why? The answer to that is simple. It was because of Rem. The village burned, her race died, and Ram's horn broke. If Ram went to fight recklessly with how she was, then it would be Rem's fault. Because Rem let her sister do everything, she couldn't let that happen. There's not a chance she'd let this man kill her precious sister. ? It's about time I put an end to this. Little Oni, don't you know that you're no fun when you don't cry? The man turned his palm towards her, and he was trying to stab Rem with the finishing blow while she faced up on the floor. She focuses her eyes, everything she could feel into her Oni horn, and gathers them. She works out a countermeasure, changing it into an idea that was, determine what this man is doing, and ruin it. In this extreme situation, that's what her violent Oni blood and her instincts as the Oni fighter race burst open and shined on. ? Die. When the man said that cruel death sentence, his intentions became bursting heat, and there was an explosion with Rem in the center of it. That burst and scattered the little girl's body, and it was enough to throw out her blood and flesh. However, that was if it were a direct hit. Rem kicks the floor and clings to the ceiling, and she looked down on the basement enveloped in the blast. She wasn't seeing with her bloodshot light blue eyes. She threw all of her senses into her sense of smell that has been sounding an alarm this whole time. ? Hold on, let's not get carried away just because you dodged it by pure luck, alright. She escapes the certainty of the deadly blow, and the man looks up at Rem, who was above his head, with his eyes that had irritation in them. Signs of an explosion rose when the man concentrated on his consciousness, and Rem immediately got away from there as if on impulse. The blast was produced shortly after, but this time it couldn't capture Rem. ? What? Geigwa? Rem, Aar. Her roar blots out his surprise, and her swinging Oni nails stabbed the man's shoulder. It was the first time in the basement blood and screaming came out of someone other than Rem, and she jumped as she escaped from the blast that came right after. The man holds onto the wound on his shoulder, breaking into a cold sweat, and he followed Rem frantically with his eyes. ? Have you really? Rem didn't respond to the man's trembling as he forced himself to speak. She simply answered by dodging the countless produced blasts in the cramped basement. Rem, she cracked the code to the man's explosive magic. The answer was shown to her on the door from the beginning. He was a man who was sealed by chains and a magic circle. That situation was the same as Ram's, who went out of control without her horn. In other words, they were measures to prevent the mana manipulated by the man from damaging the surroundings. They were the same measures taken for Ram, who caused a chaotic mana storm, and if that was the case, then the principle behind the man's powers had to be the same too. ? Damn it. The man, causing chain explosions in the space, gets desperate to blow off Rem's limbs. However, Rem scents out the stink by using her sense of smell, and they didn't reach her as she predicted the explosion spots, the man's invisible explosions. That trick was plain and simple. The man sets up explosive techniques in a space beforehand, and he was detonating them in accordance with his target's approach. Therefore, the technique wouldn't detonate at unset spaces, and he was limited to using extremely minor firepower so that he wouldn't blast himself away. The most fatal thing to the man was the fact that he wasn't the only one who could detonate. Rem, Gar AAA. ? How could someone? The one thing I've mastered. The man jumped back and dodged Rem, who kicked the wall and came at him as fast as a bullet. Without a pause, the man tried to detonate the technique while Rem was as close as she could be, but Rem threw something even faster than that. ? In front of the man's eyes, a red, glowing crystal was thrown. It was one of the magic stones inserted in the magic lights that lit up the basement, and it was something that Rem had been carrying after she removed it from the wall and took in the mid-battle. The magic stone gives a slight amount of mana, and a spark was produced right near the man's face. The next instant, the technique arranged there reacts with the fire and it explodes with the man's face getting caught in it. Boo, Gia. The explosive heat produced around the man's face blew off his ear and nose. Face burned, eyes wide open, the man holds his face up, and falls down while screaming. Rem wasn't going to miss this chance. She rushes up to the man in agony and crushes his neck by stepping on it. Kill when the opportunity is given. Not one bit of such mercy was given. The hunting instincts as an Oni, stronger than hatred and anger. The man probably had a hunch that death was near. When he reached his hand towards the ceiling desperately to stop his screaming from the pain. Sage. It was painful sounding tongue clicking and his attempt to get himself out of a hopeless situation. The detonations set up in the basement warehouse all go off in reflection with the man's intention. Tremendous, explosive heat and impact engulfed the basement, and Rem also was caught in them as she lost her escape from the stink. From top to bottom, the impact goes through her whole body, enough so that she couldn't even recognize her own hands and legs anymore. Hearing the piles of scraps wood collapsing, the man covered in snoot crawls out of the ground. The blast shook the whole mansion, and it produced a power that could have buried the basement warehouse in a cave. Although the man didn't want to make the choice that got himself caught in it, on the contrary it did bring him luck. Ha. The man pushes the metal shelf off of his body, and he looks around the disastrous scene as he laughed convulsively. It was a blessing in disguise. No, to the man, this was good luck for sure. The first explosion of the chain explosions that blew up the whole basement turned over this shelf, and it acted as a shield that protected the man's body from the blasts. Thanks to that, the man miraculously cheated death. That kid. Whatever, first I have to get out of here. The man thinks of the girl who brought him both good luck and bad luck, releasing him unexpectedly and fighting back unexpectedly. However, he quickly stopped caring about it, and he hurriedly headed towards the way out of the basement. He lost his right ear, nose, and some of his front teeth because of the explosion, but it didn't cost him his life. After he found even just a random cloth to stop his bleeding, he had to escape before getting seen by the people in the mansion. And then I guess I'll hurry and meet up with them? The man, who was thinking of what his plan would be after escaping, suddenly feels strange as he tilted his head. The basement warehouse no longer had its original form because of the explosion, but even now he still heard weird sounds in the spaces here and there where the crumbling continued. It was metal clustering, or maybe the metals meshing with each other, a scraping sound, like they were locking. Wah. Without being able to finish saying what even in this short moment, something glancing passes by the man's body. That made an aberrant, destructive noise, and it fiercely broke down the wall right next to the man. He was speechless, having no idea what sort of destruction that was, and he watched it. It came out of the wall and cracked the floor, making a heavy noise in front of the man gazing in wonderment. It was a piece of steel. It had a round shape. It had countless thorns on the sphere. It had chains tied to it. The chains were connected by a handle, and a girl was holding onto it. Inside the collapsed basement warehouse, there was a girl that had an iron sphere with chains on it. It's Yo-Yu? The man turns around, discovering the girl ahead of the chains, and he threw his arm up at once as he tried to set off the detonations in the area. However, the arm he tried to raise wouldn't lift itself. Once he took a look, he saw the top of his upper right arm blowing off, being torn away. He looks at his feet. There were the remains of the man's arm. The ruins of his torn-off arm that was cut up by an iron sphere. The moment he understood the reality he was seeing. The man screamed from the swelling pain. It hurt even more than when his face was burst open, and a scream that literally sounded like he was coughing up blood echoed throughout the basement warehouse. Still, the scream that was painful to listen to didn't stop the girl from walking forward. While the chains made a sound with each step, the girl pulled in the cruel chains and brandished them. She throws and misses. It gouges his left shoulder. She throws and misses. Just his hip bone broke. She throws and misses. Just his face's skin was ripped off. She throws and misses. Just his shin was blown off from his left foot. She throws and misses. Right next to the senseless face, the ground collapses. The man, pain and fear taking over his brain, couldn't get his explosion techniques to work at all. In order to set up the techniques, he needed to calculate accurately and calmly use his magic. With the man's current state, he couldn't possibly hope to do any of that. As for the mana scattered aimlessly, that was just the result of the Oni horns sucking it in. The man lost his right arm and his left foot, his bones were broken, but he was still alive. The footsteps nearby reached the man, and an Oni that looked like a little girl reflected in his eyes clouded with pain. She had blue hair covered in blood, made clothes with burn holes all over, a pure white horn protruding from her forehead, and her light blue eyes were shining, wet with desire and madness. Rem, you're the one. Who did that to? Me and Oni-chan's village. Well, wait, come on, wait. I was just, Gugya. The man quickly tries to give an explanation in a low voice, and a scream came from his open mouth. The heel swinging downward breaks the man's left shoulder by stepping on it, and now both of his hands were useless. He looked down on it. He made fun of it. The Onis, the strongest demi-human's horn, the bone of the Onis, the flesh of the Onis. Rem, Oni-chan said there were 4 people. So, if you're one of them, ha. Yes, that's right. That's right. If you kill me, you wouldn't know the names of the other 3, right? So, you can't kill me. The man strains his voice, desperately clinging onto the hope of his life being possibly connected to others. Hearing that scream, the Oni girl's face contorts in anger. The man instantly regretted rubbing the young girl the wrong way. However, immediately after that, she held her hand, opposite to the one holding the handle, over the man's wound. Rem, water mana, healing wave, rewrite, a blue, soft wave forms in the girl's hand. That gently wraps the man's wound, and the pain was slightly relieved as it covered the painful-looking wound. The water mana's healing power was a curative technique she was poor at and wasn't skilled enough to do, but it was good enough just to relieve the pain. The certainty that she wanted to communicate with him more than anything made the man recover his temper. Now we can. Rem, now we can talk. The girl, as ready to talk as to act, whispers to the man, repeating him as he used his craftiness to try and do a surprise attack as he enveloped her in fumes. Then, in front of the man with a dubious look, the girl raises the iron sphere over his arm. She strikes downward, and the hit crushes his arm along with his broken left shoulder, blowing it away. Guaa. That instant, the man screams belatedly in pain without knowing what just happened. While the fresh blood gushing out stained the floor, the girl puts her hand over the wound again, and she healed it. Seeing that with a sidelong glance, a question mark flew on the man's head. But he knew the answer immediately. The Oni girl looks down at the confused man, and with a lovely, evil countenance, she spoke. Rem, I will break it, and then heal it, break it, and then heal it, over and over until you tell me everything you're hiding. WHA. Rem, I will have retribution. For the honor of the Oni clan. No, for Oni-chan. The girl tightened the chains in between the shocked man's thin arms to show her determination. The light sound the metal mail almost sounded like an ultimatum to the man. Wait, please Wyatt. The man's sorrowful, high-pitched begging resounded throughout the basement in vain. Then, as for the whether or not she listened to his begging, the painful screaming that continued afterwards is your answer. Immediately after Rem woke up, she completely lost track of where she was. Rem, she was in a room without lights. She couldn't move her hands and legs freely, her whole body was wrapped in a smooth feeling, and there was warm, soft weight on her chest. She blinks many times in the silence, and when her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she figured out that she was in the mansion's guest room she frequented every day to clean, and she also identified what exactly was the weight on her chest. Rem, Oni-chan. Rem faces up on the bed, and sees that it was Ram who was embracing her chest. She had her arms around Rem's body, keeping close to her to not be separated, and she was fast asleep. Once Rem smiled slightly, feeling her sister's sleeping breath with her ears and seeing her sleeping face, she unconsciously caressed her pink hair. This wasn't a servant room given to them as a private room. Rem, having doubts about sleeping in a room for guests, searches her memory to figure out what happened. I'm sure that I was taking of the mansion alone while everyone was away. Although you made the basement warehouse collapse in your fight with the enemy, you destroyed him. You were found by Klein, covered in blood, and you were brought to the room to rest because Ram begged. Rem, Roswell, that's a rough outline of the situation. Did you get it? The person standing at the corner of the room, who appeared God knows when Roswell surprises Rem. Seeing that reaction, Roswell calmly walks up to the bed with a pleased look and says, Roswell, Ram is taking a rest because she's exhausted from taking care of you. She's been doing it since we came from Sanctuary, despite being on a tight schedule. She wouldn't leave your side ever since she got back. And she was always keeping an eye on your sleeping Farchi. Rem, that's because Oni-chan is amazing. Or, Oni-chan is important, but well, when they started talking about Ram, who fell asleep, Rem immediately began a different topic. Her memory came back to her when she heard Roswell's words. The basement, the man, and then, Rem, Roswell Summer, my dearest apologies. I damaged the mansion's basement so much, Roswell, I'm surprised. I certainly didn't think that you'd apologize for destroying the warehouse right away. Rem lowers her head and apologies, and Roswell smiles in response. Roswell, you have nothing to apologize for. Your safety is what's most important, after all. Whatever happened in that building does not matter. Still, once your life and existence are gone, that can't be undone. Rem, it can't be undone. Roswell, nope, it can't. So be sure to take care of yourself. Seeing Roswell nod dramatically, Rem lowers her eyes quietly. Then, Rem speaks of the question stuck in her mind, the beginning of the incident at the basement. First of all, why was a man at that place? Rem, Roswell Summer, why was someone locked up in the mansion's basement? Plus, that person, that man is, Roswell, one of the people that attacked your guy's village. Yes, Roswell unashamedly and sincerely affirmed Rem's doubt. The master dressed as a clown sighs pensively at the girl who held her breath upon hearing that reply. Roswell, indeed, it must have been very shocking to you. Locking him up was a secret that could have possibly created a crack in our trust that built up in these past 2 months. Rem, no, that's well, but that's true, he affirms it. Roswell was hiding an enemy of the Oni clan from Rem and the others. If that wasn't betrayal, then betrayal didn't exist in this world. Rem's shaking fingers grab onto the sheets, but she doesn't have a fit. That was because of the heavy influence from her sister's sleeping face on her lap. She didn't want to disturb her sleeping. Seeing Rem suppressing her intense emotions like that, Roswell continues with a sad look on his face. Roswell, I captured that man the same day I brought you guys home to the mansion. So the day the village burned. I captured the man as he failed to escape, and I tied him to the basement. Of course, I didn't treat him the same way I did with you guys. I didn't show any kindness besides giving him the minimum amount of food to eat. Plus, it was obvious that he wasn't worth it. Rem, if so, then why? Roswell, because I wanted to see what you guys would choose, that's why. That answer bewilders Rem. What would we choose? What was that about? What choices? Roswell, do you remember, Rem? I said it to you and Ram. Whether you guys stay at this mansion or leave it is up to you. Rem, I do remember. You said that the promise is only an expedient and, Roswell, correct, an expedient. And I also said this, forget about revenge and live, maybe you should consider that. Rem, that moment, the memory where Roswell told Rem her choices came to her mind. He told her. He definitely told her. Roswell sure did tell Rem that there was a way to forget about revenge and live. Rem told him that she'd think about it with Ram and give an answer, but she didn't have the chance to talk about it with her sister. That was because, since the beginning, she disagreed with Ram's opinion, and she thought that it'd be impossible to call off revenge. Roswell, allow me to put this clearly. I knew the man was one of your guy's enemies. And if you really did wish for the Oni clan's revenge, I was going to hand him over. Roswell, but, if you didn't want revenge anymore and you were going to your life at this mansion in peace, I was going to bury that man without telling you guys, and I would have hid everything. It was Roswell's arrangement, and a part of his consideration that wasn't shown to the sisters. How would the sisters tackle revenge, the retribution for the Oni clan? Should they really commit to it earnestly, do it so show them the possibility of a clue? Should they throw away their desire for revenge, do it to eliminate the possibility of stopping them from moving on? Roswell, but, you encountered that man in a way I didn't want to happen, and you suffered serious injuries. I really feel like I should apologize for that. Plus, Ram did criticize me a lot for it. That man, Roswell, died. In the end, he didn't even look the same, and it was a cruel death. Although, since it was a man who deserved it, I don't have any sympathy for him at all. Roswell put it as, died, but Rem felt like he should have put it in an entirely different way. He didn't just die, Rem killed him. She crushed his limbs, healed his wounds, repeated it over and over, tortured him, while making him regret the crime he committed. And then, Roswell, you have carried out the Oni clan retribution, though you had no choice in that situation. So now, Rem, no, not yet. She killed one, but not all of them. There were still 3 left. Rem, only one has been killed so far. There are 3 left that ought to be punished. Roswell, well, what are you going to do? Find those 3 and carry out retribution? Are you saying you've realized how right it was to have revenge after killing the first one? Is that it? Hearing Rem's unclear words, Roswell questions her determination that still sounded like doubt. What was left in Rem's heart after smashing that man with an iron sphere? It was the first time she took away someone's life. It was revenge for her family, for her parents. Rem certainly took one step forward to obtain the vengeance that she swore on, but what did she feel? Was it the aversion to killing? Or was it the sense of achievement from accomplishing revenge? Inside Rem's heart, there was, Rem, there's not really anything. Roswell, Rem, I don't feel anything in particular from killing that man. Is that odd? Rem, with emotionless eyes, tilts her head at Roswell, who said nothing. The shock of killing a person shocked her so much that her heart couldn't accept reality. That's probably what Rem looked like right now. However, Rem knew that wasn't true. There was nothing that shook Rem's heart from the man's death. If she had to say there was anything she felt from the way the man died, it would be, Rem, I will grant Oni-chan's wish. Roswell, you will grant Ram's wish? Rem, yes, I will. The Oni clan's retribution, the 4 targets, to kill them was Ram's wish and her pride. However, without her horn, Ram didn't have the power to get revenge on them. But still, Ram was more important than anything and anyone, so her wish had to be fulfilled. So, what could she do? How could she grant Ram's wish? That was simple. Rem, I will just become the replacement for Ram's lost horn. To prove how right Ram was, to wipe away Ram's shame, the one who was the hope of the Oni clan, Rem would be her hands and legs, her sister's horn she would fill Ram's shoes. Rem, Roswell Summer. Will you teach me the basics of magic? Roswell, You want me to teach you magic? Rem, yes. I heard from Frederica Summer and Klein Summer that Roswell Summer is the kingdom's best magic user. They said you use all magic, and that you're an extraordinary magic user. Roswell, they aren't wrong. In the kingdom. Well, even if you consider the whole world, there's no one out there as knowledgeable on magic as I am. But why? Roswell affirms an evaluation about himself without even being humble, and after that, he asks a question about Rem's intentions. The reason why she was asking to study magic under him. Hearing that question, Rem closes her eyes once, and then she opens her light blue eyes slowly as she said, Rem, for Oni-chan. To become Oni-chan's horn. Roswell, you will become Ram's horn. Rem, yes. Oni-chan swore on retribution, and it's the Oni clan's dearest wish. But Oni-chan can't accomplish that without her horn. So, I will fill Oni-chan's shoes, Roswell, so that you sisters can carry out the Oni clan's retribution. Rem, no. So that Oni-chan can be herself. Ram was important. More important than anything. She was going to prove it. She would become the horn to do that. Rem says her decision, and her mouth begins to open, creating a lovely smile. It was one that had more happiness than any of the many smiles she had in her days at the mansion. When Roswell closed his eyes upon seeing that smile, he opened his lips with lipstick and said, Roswell, okay. Sure thing. If retribution is what you and Ram want, then I shall respect that wish. I shall support that wish. Revenge shall be attained by all means possible. Rem, you won't go against it. Rem wouldn't let go even if he was against it, but she was still surprised with his answer. It was because out of the two choices Roswell presented, Rem thought that he wanted them to choose to abandon revenge. However, Roswell closed one of his eyes in front of Rem, who felt surprised. He looks at Rem with his yellow eye. Roswell, whether you choose to forget about it or not, I will respect your decision. But I know which one is the difficult choice. And well, the reason why I want to help you guys who chose the difficult road is because I'm no stranger to not wanting to forget as well. Rem, Roswell Summer. There's something you don't want to forget too, huh, Roswell, not even for a moment. No matter much time passes, Roswell says that reply, making a distant look for a second, and it pierced her heart. The grief and envy heard in his voice were emotions Rem knew well. This was the first time when Rem and Roswell formed something that was close to genuine trust. Roswell, Rem, did you get that man to tell you the names of the people whom you ought to get revenge on? Rem, Sade. Sergei. Faust. The man who died is Fog. Roswell, those are the names of those that must be punished. Got it. I will definitely help with you with your wish. She tells him the names she got out of the man who screamed in the basement when his torture ended. Roswell said that he'd help, so he should use all means possible and find the men. And then, they'd find those 3 people, and they would atone just like the man she killed. Roswell, fill Ram's shoes, be Ram's hands and legs, be Ram's horn. Rem, Roswell, so you're saying that you want to be Ram's substitute. Rem, Hearing Roswell's words, Rem a shiver ran down her spine. Her cheeks lose heat, and her heart flutters. Ram's substitute, that was really, truly, so easy to understand for Rem. Rem, yes, I am. I want to be Oni-chan's substitute. The Oni girl being shined on by the moonlight coming from the window gives that answer, entranced. Roswell puts the Oni sisters to sleep on the same bed, and he leaves the bedroom. Waving his cloak, he tramps through the empty corridor, and he headed to the office on the mansion's top floor. He returns to his own private room, and he faces the desk as he closes the door with the hand he had behind him. Then, Roswell, for you to enter the room without the master being there, don't you think that's quite rude? Client, my apologies. I had an important trifle, and so I figured it'd be okay to use master's absence as a reason to come again. Explanation, Roswell, for you to call it a trifle even though you said it was important, what does that even mean? Well, I mustn't get marred. Because, Roswell, cutting off his words there, snaps his fingers. In response to that sound, the magic lights in the room turn on all at once, and the room that had been in dim light starts to light up. The office design was extremely simple to concentrate on business. There was a desk for duties, a sofa and table for receptions, and then nothing but several bookshelves and some art to decorate it. And then, inside the room, there was a tall butler standing calmly with his back against the window that let in moonlight. The butler entered the room without the master's permission, but Roswell didn't blame him. Roswell, she couldn't just turn down the loyal subject who I made into the villain. Client, yes, it is extremely regrettable. This is why, if those young sisters hated me, I wouldn't be able to put the loss into words. The readiness I would need for the influence that would heavily affect my daily work as a butler. Major loss, Roswell, it's just like you to put that into words without hesitation. Still, I swear to be as careful as possible so that doesn't happen. Though, I'm not sure how much you can trust me on that." Hearing Roswell say that in a masochistic manner, the butler Clyde neither supports him nor corrects him. Seeing that behavior makes Roswell more and more pleased, and his smile deepens. "Roswell, so, what is your oh so important tri-Eiffel?" "Clyde, it's about the thing that happened, of course. The result that happened because I gave the key to the basement warehouse to Rem and ordered her to rearrange it, just like Master told me to. That disastrous scene." Explanation: Roswell, disastrous scene, A. It sure was that terrible. Rem was hurt heavily, and the basement had her blood all over, though it was the man that turned into meat who was being scattered. Clyde, I don't have any thoughts on that man's death because of the circumstances. But what I want to hear from Master is an explanation for why you made Rem do that. Rights and wrongs. Roswell, explanation, an explanation, huh? Let's see. Roswell, without changing his expression, ponders the question asked by the butler who kept his tone the same. He then waits for a moment, and when he raised his finger and faced Clyde he said, "Roswell, well, let's leave that as a secret like always." Clyde, understood. Comprehension. Clyde bows in response to the playful answer without any opposition. Roswell gives a wry smile unconsciously. "Roswell, though this is just the usual, I feel uneasy rather than good because of your compliance. Are you really okay with not asking anything?" Clyde, I'm sure Master has his own well-thought-out plans. It is reasonable for you to not reveal your true motive to someone like me. But I do have something on my mind. Worry. Roswell, you do. Clyde, Master doesn't reveal his thoughts, his goals, not even what's inside his heart, to anyone. I do think that's because of Master's excellent abilities and it's a result of the strength of his heart. But sometimes, I feel pity for you. Presumptuous. Roswell, continue. Roswell closes one eye in interest, and he sat on the sofa. Once he crossed his long legs and urged him to continue. Clyde, who closed his eyes, speaks on with his back straight. Clyde, glass is hard, but fragile. Sometimes your heart that tries to be strong and solid seems more like glass, not steel. Hardship. Roswell, so you're saying that my heart is like glass, is that it? Clyde, if there are times it is steel, then there are times when it is glass. A person's heart truly is a mysterious thing. However, if you're alone when you're glass, you'll have no way to defend against a stone thrown at you. Defenseless. Roswell, Clyde, if, say, you have someone to come close to when your heart is a glass, then that's a different story. It depends on if you're interested in having such a thing, and that you wish for it. Report. Clyde adds a bow with his last word because he said something too forward. A perfect, deep bow. Head kept down, perhaps not intending to bring it back up without Roswell's permission. While seeing that with a sidelong glance, Roswell puts his slender finger on his chin, and he let out a soft sigh. Roswell, so basically you used this incident as an excuse to scold me and that I should go get married? Clyde, what a misunderstanding. If I could, I would meet a wife I could trust, have kids with her, and have those kids tell me what to do. Pure. Roswell, for you to let babies take care of you, that's a pretty courageous decision. Clyde gives an explanation, speaking somewhat fast, and Roswell made a faint, bitter smile. That interaction showed Roswell's answer to the previous question. Then, his impulse to smile fades, and they both tighten their mouths. Roswell, I shall take your advice. Though I think it'll be hard to do. Clyde, there are probably a lot of women who won't go any further because of the rumors about Master and his personality, but if you drop the makeup and dress properly, I don't think there will be any problems. Advice. Roswell, Theen, I can't. If I wash my face and change my clothes, then I can't be who I am. Roswell throws away the most realistic advice that's been said thus far, and he puts his elbow on the table. Roswell, well, if you're fine with it, then the previous matter is settled. Ram and Rem might hit you coldly for a bit, but please do your best to deceive Theme. Clyde, I have no problem with those little girls hitting me. Pleasure. Roswell, sinful. Ah, right. So I do believe that there was an iron sphere with chains kept in the basement warehouse. Can you change it so that it'd be easy for Rem to use? Client, I wanted to remake cute clothing and stuff, but I accept. Reluctantly, Rem got her vengeance during her battle with the man tied to the basement using that special weapon. Out of all the weapons in the basement that were difficult to use, Rem dared to choose that one. Roswell, I never used it before, but it surprisingly ended up being something worthwhile. Client, considering everything and use everything, I think that's the thing to learn here. Humble opinion, Roswell, yeah, you certainly are right. Well, client, you may go back down now. Seeing Roswell give a gesture that said the conversation was over, client bows and moves towards the door smoothly. Then, while he went over, Roswell said, "Oh yeah," from behind and added, "Roswell, though Ram and Rem are angry, I'm sure that you and Frederica are mad about the commotion that happened in the basement too. Actually, that girl's angry look was the strongest. Make sure to dodge her well." Client, all right. Melancholy, Roswell finally makes bitterness show on Client's profile, and he smiles like a bad boy seeing that his teasing was a success. Then, once the butler left the room, one person was left inside, Roswell. In silence, Roswell rests on the sofa, and he looks up at the moon out the window. He gazes at the moon with its upper half waned, and while bathing in the silver moonlight, he closes one eye. It looked as if the bright moon was shaking inside of his yellow eye.
Oni Sisters of the Hidden Village, Chapter 4, A Festival Dyed in Blood.
Rem was completely overwhelmed by the force of that overpowering crowd. Rem, Rem gets pushed around left and right, overwhelmed by that scene. The frail voice that leaked from her lips almost made it seem like she returned to the person she was back at the village. Although, if you were to ask if Rem's true nature had changed from back then, the answer would be no. She just became capable of doing a few things, and so she became good at misleading people. It was also something that quickly exposed her true colors in unexpected situations. That's why her old self would show up suddenly, just like how it was now. Rem, you'll get lost. Rem, a familiar voice suddenly hits Rem's eardrums while she was surrounded by the surging crowd. Rem's name was called, which made her shoulders jump, and she turned around. She looks at the face of her beloved sister who worried about her. Ram, are you okay? Is the abundance of people too much for you to handle? I guess it's expected. After all, it is your first time being somewhere with this many people. Rem, The way Ram gently caressed her cheek with her fingers allows her to calm down. Rem puts her hand on her sister's hand to get a better feeling of it, and when she sighed, she said, Rem, nay summer, sorry for making you worried. I'm fine. Ram, are you sure? You don't have to push yourself. If you can't do it, then you can wait in the dragon carriage quietly. Rem, no really, I'm fine. I can't be disheartened from something like this. When she replied with a smile on her face, Ram pulled her hand back while still feeling a little worried. Rem, who was now more relaxed thanks to her sister, looks around at her surroundings again. It was still the same. She saw a crowd of an enormous amount of people passing by. The noise and the abundance of presences of people made Rem feel like she was going to faint. She couldn't say that there were a lot of humans at the Oni village or at the Mathers residence. That was the only experience Rem had with villages, so to her, this amount of people defied common knowledge. The royal capital Lagunica, the center of the Dragon Kingdom Lagunica. The biggest capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a diverse melting pot with a population of over 300,000. That was the name and title of the land Rem and Ram were standing on. Roswell, how's your first time being at the royal capital? It's pretty splendid, right? Frederica, you too, please be very careful so that you don't get lost. Finding a lost child in this city is no simple task. It's very difficult. Then, the two people who spoke to the attached sisters in the surging crowd were Roswell and Frederica. Unlike Rem and Ram, they had plenty of experience with kingdoms, and so there was no sign of them being nervous from the abundance of people. With how Rem was now, just that was enough for her to look up to them. Ram, it would still be difficult to search for us even when we look this conspicuous. Roswell, maid clothes aren't even unusual in the kingdom. Innovators with foresight even run restaurants where the workers wear maid uniforms and serve customers. Wheel, there aren't really many young maids like you and Rem, so we win in that regard. Ram, I don't want to know why you feel like you've won. Ram, pinching the edge of her maid clothes she was now used to, says that in a bored manner. Since the basement warehouse incident, her sister's attitude towards Roswell had been growing more and more bitter. It seemed tying up a dangerous man, who was even their enemy, in the basement was enough for Ram to be more cautious of Roswell. But on the other hand, Roswell showed that he was intending on helping them with their revenge, so Ram felt quite conflicted inside. Sorry, Roswell Summer. That's not what Nay Summer truly feels. She just kinda has this lovely side of her that is dishonest. In contrast with Rem was obedient to Roswell. Ram and Roswell had opposite reactions to those words that were considerate towards both her master and her sister. Ram pouted reluctantly, while Roswell smiled. Roswell, I know. Ram and I talk to each other enough. After all, we do spend sweet time together alone every night until we're completely satisfied. Ram, sweet time? Apparently Roswell Summer's standard for tastes and my standard for tastes don't match. Looks like this means the kitchen work you bothered to teach me was a waste. But Nay Summer. Hasn't your treatment with Roswell Summer been taking longer lately? Humph. Rem picks on Ram, who tried to respond sarcastically, with an objective fact. In actuality, her treatment at night lately it tended to take a long time. If there were no changes in the details of the treatment, then there had to be a change in their interactions. It would make me happy if Nay Summer and Roswell Summer got along well. Roswell, so she sighs. I'll do my best. Rem nodded as she was satisfied with her sister's answer, though it did take some time for her to say it. Frederica, okay, let's leave it at that. If this gets dragged out too long, we won't be able to take care of our business, though it isn't an awful lot. But I do agree that a master and his servant should get along well. Oh, sorry. You're right. Frederica claps her hands and moves the conversation forward. Rem apologies quietly in response to her and renews her consciousness, as she was getting carried away by being in the royal capital for the first time. It was her first time going far and her first time at a royal capital, but they weren't there to fool around. Roswell Summer's relatives are having a baby. We are looking for gifts. Roswell, yes. The Mylode family will be the collateral descendants of the Mathers family. Grace, who will soon be a mother, is a close friend of mine. I want to celebrate her and her child grandly. For you to go through the trouble going to the royal capital for that, you must have a lot of spare time. Roswell, I'm giving a gift to a close friend. Of course I'd find the time to choose one myself. When Roswell replied, Ram, who acted cynical again, was the one to stay silent. Even Rem thought that the odds were against her sister in this conversation. Unwilling to let the mood stay like this, Rem points at the crowds of people. Still, that's quite a lot of people. Is the royal capital always like this? Roswell, it's not an unusual scene for the royal capital. Is what I'd like to say. But today is just special. Today is the day of the Tammuz festival, one of the moon festivals that happen once a month. Tammuz festival? Rem tilts her head upon hearing a word she was unfamiliar with. Seeing Rem do that, Frederica begins a lecture as she held up a finger. Frederica, Laguna history is divided into 12 months, right? The days in the middle of those months are the days when moon festivals are held, and people celebrate. This month is the month of Tammuz. In this area, ice season ends and it's the time when it starts getting warm, so flowers and fruit and such are on sale a lot. Roswell, anyhow, if there's a moon festival, you'll find rare stuff that usually doesn't appear on the market. If you're going to be giving a present, you might as well make it a special one. And that's why I came to the capital on the day of a festival. I see, that's good to know. Who got informed about festivals, understood the flamboyant atmosphere of people passing by the capital. She sure was getting glimpses of faces that were more or less carefree. The Oni village also had customs for days of celebration. Although, they were mostly days where Ram's birth was celebrated. Frederica: so, Master. What are you looking for today? Ram: he doesn't know, and I bet that's why we're in the capital crowded with people on festival day. Frederica: gr. Even so, he should have an idea. Ram's cold words anger Frederica, and she looks at Roswell as if to confirm her conjecture. Then, Roswell responds by saying, of course, as he nodded delightfully. Roswell: frankly, what I'm looking for is something the baby will be happy with. If it satisfies that condition, then I don't care what it is. Frederica: the gift isn't for Grace Summer? Roswell: a gift for Grace would be a present for the Mylode family. This is something I want to give to celebrate the baby. That's the plan. He was probably saying that the gift would change depending on if it was for the family or if it was for a specific person. Rem and Frederica tugged their chins in upon hearing Roswell's words, while Ram was the only one to knit her brows pensively. Rem: so you want to choose something the baby will like even though it hasn't been born yet? You sure are asking for quite the feat, Roswell, right? It is going to be very difficult. After all, I am famous for not being able to understand feelings even with those whom I talk with face to face. Ram: that's not something you should be proud of. Ram snorted slightly because of Roswell's modesty, or at the very least, because of Rem's judgment. Seeing that girl's reaction happily, Roswell clapped his hands as he said, that's where. Roswell gathers the attention of the three maids, and he continues while having his hands together. Roswell: today, starting now, I would like to find a gift with all your help. Since you guys would most likely be better at choosing something than I would be. Frederica: it is an honor to be counted on by Master. But still, what are we going to do? Roswell reveals his intention, and Frederica asks him that with a look that appeared to be just a little nervous. It was an omen that could only be sensed between people who knew each other for a long time, one that Rem and Ram couldn't understand. It was her sense of smell reacting to Roswell's absurdity he spoke of. Although, even if her sense of smell grasped the omen, she couldn't escape it, nor could she prevent it. Then, sure enough, Roswell's smile deepened upon hearing Frederica's question, and he spoke. Roswell: we'll decide on a time and place to meet, and we'll split into two groups to find a present. A present suitable for a soon-to-be-born child. There will be a prize for the one that does a good job. Frederica: Master Shaw has some troubling ideas. Rem: it's Roswell Summer's idea, so we'll just have to do it. But what I'm unhappy with is how we were split. I wanted to be with Nay Summer. Frederica: I know you don't mean any harm, but it does kinda hurt when you say that. While walking around the capital's shopping street together, Rem's frank statement makes Frederica's cheeks twitch. Seeing that reaction, Rem immediately bows her head as she said sorry. Roswell's idea, or rather, as a result of the birthday celebration selection division, as you can see, Ram and Roswell were paired together, while Rem and Frederica were grouped together. It was inevitable for Roswell and Frederica to be split, who were knowledgeable of the capital's geography and thus unlikely to get lost, and take care of Rem and Ram. Rem would be happy if the sisters were one group and Roswell and Frederica were another, but then it would be difficult to get back together afterwards. Rem: if we can't do that, as long as Roswell Summer or Frederica Summer goes alone, we can be divided into a 3-man group, with me and Nay Summer, and a 1-man group. Frederica: you're being pretty absurd. I'll be lonely if I have to go alone. Rem: Frederica Summer really is so honest. When Rem smiled at the honest girl, Frederica sees it and she squinted her jade-green eyes. Then, she murmured, thank goodness, to catch her breath. Rem: Frederica Summer. Frederica: it looks like this trip to the capital has allowed you to relax a bit. That makes me feel relieved. I was worried about your recent behavior. Rem: Frederica: I wasn't sure how much the incident of the enemy sneaking into the basement warehouse scarred you. Rem couldn't find the words to respond to Frederica, who cared for her in a gloomy voice. As indicated by how Frederica put it as, an enemy sneaking in, it appeared that she wasn't aware of the details of the man that was tied to the basement warehouse. According to Roswell, Clyde was the only other person who knew about the man's existence, and it seemed that the other servants were given an explanation that differed from the truth, and the only 3 who knew about the man's background were Roswell, Rem, and Rem, thank you for worrying about me. But I'm fine, Frederica, I can't just be convinced with that when I see those injuries. Ram's face was burning red in anger. All of it happened because Client had bad timing. Rem, it's true that Client Summer had bad timing, but he is the one who found me worn out. Besides, Roswell is teaching me magic now, and so even if something like that happens again, I'll be able to heal my wounds. She decided to let Frederica falsely accuse Client, who Frederica had a grudge against. Moreover, what Rem spoke of was the basic magic Roswell was teaching her, as promised. Although Rem knew about it at the village, she apparently had an aptitude for water magic, and her technique was improving steadily thanks to Roswell's teachings. She was still inexperienced, but soon enough, surely, she'd put her attacks and healing techniques to use, and she'd even be able to hold her own in battle. However, Frederica, please don't say that it'll happen again. There's no need for an omen like that. Frederica did not accept Rem's response. Frederica, I was doing some serious reflection about that day when I left Rem alone at the mansion. If I was there, you would have never suffered injuries like that. Rem, I appreciate your feelings. That honest affection makes Rem look away reflexively. Frederica was truly a kind woman for how she spoke. The woman who was always worrying about her was so nice that she felt inferior for hiding something. Still, the moment she thought like that, Rem said this to herself: those feelings are too much for a girl for me. Rem, oh. Frederica Summer, look. Doesn't that look like a good place for gifts? Looking away from her, Rem finds a gorgeous store, and she gets attracted by it, thinking that she got lucky. It was a jewelry store. Frederica's eyes widen upon seeing Rem moving quickly. Frederica, dang it, wait, Rem. If you move by yourself, you'll get lost. Then, she raised her voice, back to acting like the nagging teacher she usually was. Even after that, Rem and Frederica's present searching continued endlessly. They walked around being fascinated by the full-bloom flowers, felt the horror from the eye-popping prices at the jewelry store, and sat down and ate the food they bought at food stands since they figured eating while walking would be indecent. Frederica, all right, now's about time we should really narrow down our choices. After using about half of the 6 hours they had to search for a gift, the two of them had a strategy meeting while taking a break in front of a water fountain at a park. In Frederica's hand there was a note that had all the names of the stores they had visited, and potential gifts written down. As they looked at that, much like a pair of friends, they thought intensely about the best option. Rem, a gift, something it would be happy with. When I think about it like that, it feels really difficult. Frederica, it really does, huh? Rem, if, for example, Ram was going to give a present to you, what would make you happy? Rem, the fact that Nay Summer is willing to give me a gift would make me happy. Frederica, that was a bad example. Let's see. Switching places, what would you give Ram? To your precious twin sister. Upon hearing that question, Rem feels a shock that was like getting hit by lightning, and it made her whole body tremble. If Rem was going to give Ram a gift, what in the world would she give her? Rem had already given Ram things before. But all those things were given when they were at the village, and in that life that had nothing to do with money, Rem only gave her things like corollas and steamed potatoes. Rem, but now that I'm being paid, I can give Nay Summer presents. Frederica, Rem. Hey, Rem. Are you listening to me? Rem, I shouldn't have asked. Rem, sorry, Frederica Summer. I have to find a present for Nay Summer now. Frederica, I admit that it's all my fault for asking. Sit down. Please sit down. Frederica stops Rem, who stood up and was about to run off as fast as she could at any moment. Without her horn out, Rem couldn't match her physical strength, so she gave in reluctantly. Frederica, who dealt with Rem's unexpected resistance, felt relieved as she caressed her long blonde hair. Frederica, you're just like Ram with how you're sometimes hard to deal with, and it sure does give the feeling that you're both twins. Rem, my. Your praise is going to make me blush. Frederica, sorry for making you blush, but I'll be moving on. By the way, seeing how you just acted, I'm guessing that you've never given a present to someone? Rem, no. Nobody besides Nay Summer. And nay, summer never has either. Frederica's question probably also meant to imply things like gifts for babies and young people, similar to what they were looking for now. Unfortunately, Rem never had opportunities like that. Rem, the only village, never bore much children at all, and nay, Summer and I were the youngest there. There was no one near our age, and nay, Summer received special treatment. Frederica, I said something insensitive again. Rem, oh. So, Frederica Summer, how about you? Has your little brother ever given you a present? Rem senses Frederica reflecting upon herself, so she panics and changes the subject. Rem, you did say that he is at Sanctuary. And you did send him a letter. When Ram and Roswell left to Sanctuary the other day, Frederica gave Ram a letter. That was also when she found out that she had a brother. Frederica nods at Rem, who remembered the name Garfield. Frederica, I sent him a letter and a present on his birthday. That said, he doesn't respond, but I still continue to send him gifts. Rem, what do you send him? Frederica, when I talked with Master, he said that Garfield likes to read books. He wants to become heroic, so I sent him heroic tales of the past. Frederica, with eyes that looked kind but lonesome, reminisces about the past. However, when her eyes widened immediately after she spoke, almost in a whisper, she murmured, "That's true," as if she had been convinced. Frederica, I'm sure that would be fine. It is a gift for a baby whose face we haven't even seen yet, after all. As long as we give something that tells it that we wish for it to have a future full of happiness, then it should be fine. Rem, Frederica Summer. Frederica, I found a solution thanks to Rem. It'll make Master tear up too. Rem, that makes me a bit excited. Although she wasn't sure how her opinion helped, Frederica seemed to have found the answer to their test. If that was the case, then there shouldn't be any problem if she went along with her idea. Rem, being hurried by Frederica, who said, "Hurry, hurry," as she was impatient, left the park with her, and they returned to the shopping street. They were probably going to one of the shops decorated with several white stars. Rem, Frederica Summer, where are we headed? Frederica, we're going to find a gift that will let the baby know that we wish for it to grow up into a healthy and graceful woman. Rem, but we don't know for sure that it's a girl, since it hasn't been born yet. Rem, while Frederica gave her a wry smile and acted premature, chases after the tall girl who went ahead of her. Frederica enters the crowd, and she moves forward while pushing her way through the surging crowd. She heads toward the street with the shop they were going to while copying the way she walked and, Rem, in the middle of doing that, Rem smelled an unbearable stink that slipped into her nasal cavity, and she stopped moving. Rem, the chills go through Rem's whole body, and she looks all around her as she stood still. The crowd of people walking avoid the girl who stood still, as if they were annoyed. Without even minding those reactions, Rem sharpened her sense of smell as she looked for the source of the stink. This feeling, this scent, it had to be the smell she came across in that basement. It was the scent she smelled on that fiery night when Rem and Ram's village burned. She didn't have a reason nor any proof. However, this was the evil scent that deserved to be punished. Frederica, Rem, what's wrong? Frederica notices that Rem stopped, and she calls out to her. However, Rem turned around without answering her, and the stink she turned her attention towards the path that led to the alley where that wafted. Frederica, Rem, following the smell, pushes her way through the crowd and rushes into the alley. Behind her, Frederica called Rem, almost sounding like she was screaming, but it didn't make her slow down. When she entered the alley, the capital's main street lost its splendor, and she rushed into a dim space that blocked sunlight and sound. While Rem blotted out the noise that could be heard from afar with her footsteps and breathing, she looked in the narrow path with her eyes wide open. The smell was near. Rem gets closer at once while she stopped the rage in her throat from exploding. The path curves over and over. She starts running so fast that her footsteps were practically burning onto the ground, and she arrived at the deepest part of the alley. But, Rem, there's no one here? Rem, hitting a dead end, growls that while grinding her teeth in anger, she saw no one at the deepest part of the alley surrounded by the city's outer wall. There truly was a stink in the space enveloped in darkness, but there was neither the shadow nor the form of the villain that caused it. Rem, why? 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 Rem's vision turns red from the absurdity, and she stamps her feet to distract herself from her irritation. She was cracking the stone paving with her Oni leg power, but her anger wasn't fading at all. She stomps, stomps, and stomps. Frederica, Rem, stop this now. This the capital, the territory of the highest nobles. Rem, taking her anger out on the alley, has her arm grabbed by Frederica, who had been chasing her from behind. While breathing lightly, Frederica frowns upon seeing Rem's behavior. Frederica, what happened to you? You started running all of a sudden, and now this. Rem, nay, Summers and my enemy was here. Frederica, hearing that firm answer, Frederica freezes, unable to speak. But when she swallowed her saliva, she immediately came back to her senses. Frederica, nay, Summer and your enemy, you mean the witch cult? Rem, yes. The witch cult. One of the remaining 3 was here, she was sure he was there. No doubt about it. Rem nods at Frederica over and over with confidence. However, Frederica looked displeased with Rem's assertion. Frederica, why do you say that? The witch cultists can't be found so easily. Rem, dash. I can tell. There. I can sense their smell. The disgusting, awful smell of an evil person. Frederica gazes in wonderment at Rem, whose voice cracked as she pleaded with her. Even Rem herself didn't know why she could sense the witch cultist's smell. If Rem had to give a reason for it, it would be that her Oni hunting instincts were commanding her. Her Oni blood granted her something necessary to carry out retribution for the Oni clan, and so that she could be Ram's horn. There was nothing more to it. And there didn't have to be. Rem, why don't you believe me? If I noticed sooner, they wouldn't have gotten away. If it was nay summer, they definitely wouldn't have gotten away. They were in a capital with so many people. Even finding only 3 people would be impossible if they disappeared into this crowd. She missed a golden opportunity. It was the worst failure. If it was Ram, this wouldn't have happened. And yet, Rem, 4. Nay, Summer. I will. Frederica. Rem clenches her fist so tight that she starts bleeding, and she roars while feeling regret from the bottom of her heart. Frederica lowered her eyes, unable to bear looking at Rem acting like that, and then she raised her voice saying, "Ah," as she noticed something. Frederica, could that be? Frederica ran up close to the wall while she murmured. At her feet, there was something small that fell out, something Rem overlooked. Frederica picks it up carefully. Rem, Frederica Summer, what is that? Rem, who tried to walk up to Frederica, grimaces from the sudden stink. The stink characteristic of the witch cult was coming from Frederica's hand from the small bag she picked up. Frederica, Rem, well done. Rem, huh? Frederica, let's meet back up with Master right away. We have to get rid of those who will disturb the moon festival. With a firm tone, Frederica says that to Rem, who was disturbed by the small bag. Then, without waiting for Rem's reply, Frederica tightly closes the small bag. Frederica, the witch cultists were here for sure. I believe it now. That's what she said with a nod to affirm Rem's sense of smell. Roswell, I see. So this was kept in the alley. I'm surprised you found it. Frederica, Rem found it. She chased after the witch cultists' stink. Or well, the miasma. Roswell joined them earlier than he had planned. He figured there was something wrong with the 2 servants who had stiff and pale expressions, and he immediately sought an explanation for the situation at a deserted place. The sensing of the stink, the empty alley, and the small bag with the stink that was left in the alley. Frederica quickly explains the situation, disregarding Rem, and Roswell tugged his chin in upon hearing those details. The master, leaning his back against the wall next to the street, ponders over the small bag in his hand. During this time when Roswell stayed silent, Rem stood still with nothing to do, and someone pulled on her sleeve. When she turned around, she saw Ram. But her appearance was completely different from how she looked like when she left to go shopping. That was because, Rem, nay Summer, you have completely different clothes and hair ornaments. Ram, Roswell Summer had some fun and dressed me up in all kinds of clothes. She wore a pink dress as her maid clothes. She had a tiara with jewels as hair ornaments. Her whole outfit was new, and Ram looked pretty like a fairy. But Ram was displeased with those clothes, and above all, that wasn't what she was concerned with at this time. Ram, putting that matter aside, Rem, nothing happened to you? Nothing dangerous happened? Rem, I'm fine. But, I'm sorry, nay Summer. I was sure I found one of the remaining 3 people, but I let them get away. Ram, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Rem's safety comes first. Retribution should be carried out by the 2 of us together. Isn't that right? Rem, yes. Ram starts to feel her face. Rem puts her hand over her fingers, and she nods to agree with her sister. They were going to carry out retribution for the Oni clan together. That's what Ram said. However, Rem was under a vow that was different from what her sister vowed with those words. Retribution was what Ram wished for. And so, Rem had to grant that as her sister's backup. She was glad that Ram worried and cared for her, but she wanted to avoid exposing her sister to danger if possible. While keeping that wish a secret, Rem responded to Rem's sincere eyes with a lying smile. Then, before Ram could say something in response to Rem, Roswell spoke. Roswell, Rem, first of all, this is a glorious achievement. Had nobody noticed that this was left behind in the alley, a terrible disaster might have happened in the capital. Truly a great feat. Rem, is it really that big of a deal? Roswell, this isn't something that is dangerous by itself. But if it's left alone for a long time, there's a high chance for it to harm those around it. Roswell shakes the small bag in his hand, and with one eye he looks at Rem, who had a virtual question mark above her head. Roswell, inside there is a magical stone soaked in miasma. They're called magical miasma stones. If you swallow it, you might die instantly, so you shouldn't eat them no matter what. Ram, there is no idiot out there that would swallow a stone. Roswell, exactly. If it's a human, they wouldn't make that mistake. If they're human, he responds to Ram with a statement that sounded like cynical banter, and she knits her brows dubiously. Ram, in other words, they're going for non-humans? Like animals or something? Roswell, only the criminals themselves know who the real targets are. Still, if the miasma slips by for too long, people will go mad. Animals are no exceptions either. Plus, there is a theory which says that they become beasts by taking in magical miasma stones. Surprisingly, they might actually be going for animals. Rem, animals eating magical miasma stones. That's how beasts are born? Beasts are evil entities that are born and only have intentions to harm other life. Every beast has a horn on their forehead, and they do not attack other life out of hunger, but because of their intent to murder and their malice. The many mysteries behind their ecology were even frequently observed near the Oni village, and they were dealt with accordingly. Rem, I'm pretty sure Nay Summer's first prey was a beast too. Ram, yeah, it was a guilty low. Even though it had a large body, it was stupid, so I had no trouble. Roswell, that story makes me wonder what you'll be in the future. However, it doesn't have to do with how beasts actually multiply. There are a lot of rumors related to magical miasma stones that sound fishy, though, they all tend to say that they have adverse effects. While speaking, Roswell puts the contents of the small bag into his palm. That's when the suffocating stink came out. Rem frowned, and Ram looked at it with interest. It was a dark, magical stone dyed deep black, and if you took a glimpse at it, your instincts would tell you that it was dangerous. Frederica, the minds and bodies of people and animals can be ruined if they're affected by miasma. Regardless of whether or not it transforms animals into beasts, it is a wafting miasma that would infect the people in the capital. Roswell, this is a place that bustles with so many people every day. If the miasma's effect spread, there would have been significant damage. So good job, Rem. With their explanation, Rem understood that she had prevented a disaster before anything happened. She was happy because of that, but her regret about letting the enemy escape still wasn't going to go away. And what poured salt on Rem's wound? Ram, is that the only magical miasma stone set in the capital? Ram, sharpening her light pink eyes, glares at the magical stone in Roswell's palm. Ram, the witch cult's goals. There's no use in guessing what those low-lifes are thinking, But this is clearly a trap that indiscriminately aimed for an unspecified number of humans. I can't bring myself to think that those low lives would do this little when they're people who do so much. Roswell, So what do you make out of this, Ram? I figured it out with a map when I was walking around town. Considering how big the capital is and how many areas the magical miasma stone could affect. Worst case scenario, there are 24 more places with traps. That's what I would do, Rem, nay Summer. Rem raised a startled voice when she heard Ram's surprising statement. Next to her, Frederica also had her eyes open wide. Roswell was the only one who had quiet admiration in his eyes, and then, when Roswell nodded at Ram as she looked at him, he said, Roswell, I do pretty much agree with your conjecture, but do you have an idea of where they're set up and how many? Ram, if it was me, I wouldn't choose a roundabout way like stones to hunt prey in the capital. Roswell, I see. You always exceed my expectations. Rem felt like behind in this conversation where it seemed as if only Ram and Roswell understood each other. Without a pause, Roswell cracks his knuckles, and Rem, who was puzzled, returns back to reality. Roswell, then I will now assign roles to each of you. There are people who have evil plans for the Moon Festival, so how about we smash their scheme into bits and pieces? Frederica, all right, Master. So what are we going to do? Frederica pinches her skirt, and she bows elegantly. Roswell nods approvingly. Frederica, who accepted his orders without any qualms. Roswell, I will go to the station right nearby with Ram. There are a lot of guards in the city during moon festivals, so let's get them involved in the search for magical stones. Ram will pinpoint the locations. I can count on you, right, Ram? I'm okay with that. But what are you going to make Rem do? Ram looks at Rem with concerned eyes while agreeing to Roswell's request. Her sister's eyes were saying, don't make her do anything dangerous. However, when Roswell's smile disappeared from his face, he said, Roswell, Rem and Frederica will carry out the search and destroy mission in the city. Rem's ability to recognize the miasma smell, even while being far away from it, is valuable. She can tell where the magical stones are placed more accurately than you can guess where it is. Ram, dash. But, Roswell, and there's more. If she's lucky, she might even run into the witch cultists going around that placed the magical stones. Am I wrong? Roswell interrupts Ram as she objected, continues speaking up to that point, and finally looks at Rem. Rem, who had been completely left behind with the topic, widens her eyes upon hearing those words. If the witch cultists were still setting up magical stones, they would appear at other places where they would do so. The enemies that deserved to be punished. Rem, I'll do it. Let me do it. Ram, Rem. Ram raised her voice when Rem took a step forward and replied. But Rem still shook her head at her sister. Rem, it'll be fine, nay Summer. Besides, I absolutely can't miss this chance. Ram, wait, Rem. Please don't rush by yourself. Rem, I'm not rushing by myself. Nay Summer and I are always together. It's always the two of us. So, the retribution will be carried out with the use of both of our powers too. Rem removes Ram's fingers that were clinging onto her, and she says that with a smile. Rem didn't back down, even after seeing Ram shocked from those words. Then, taking the place of Ram who couldn't stop her sister with her words or her strength, Frederica, Ram, it'll be fine. Rem won't have to fight alone, nothing like that. I'm someone who regrets not being at the basement on that day, after all. Ram, Frederica, have some faith in your senior maid. I may not look like it, but I am strong, you know. Frederica winks at Ram, and she quickly mumbled, unsure of how to respond. Roswell taps her slender shoulder from behind as he smiled. Roswell, relax. Besides, Frederica is actually stronger than Rem. In the mansion, me or Klein are just about the only ones who are stronger. Frederica, that irritates me since it's the truth. Anyways, leave it up to me. Everything. Frederica sticks her chest out after giving a wry smile, and she confidently declared that she would help. After Ram stayed silent for a few moments upon hearing her answer, she said, Ram, listen, Rem. If you think you might get hurt, Use Frederica as a shield and run away. Okay, Frederica, I do at least want to shield her, but I'm not sure how I feel about being told to do it. Frederica's scream resounds throughout the crowd, and the matter was settled, at least for now. Ram and Roswell would ask for help from the guards and crush the places set with magical stones through sheer numbers. Meanwhile, Rem and Frederica would track down the magical stones and the criminals by following the stink. Frederica, Master, will be careful to avoid being seen, so can I have your permission? Roswell, sure thing. If you do your best to run carefully, you won't be found anywhere. They have a confusing interaction at the end, and then Rem and Frederica break up with Roswell and Ram. Ram worried about Rem until the very end, but Rem still responded by waving her small hand to say goodbye. Rem and Frederica confirmed that they could no longer see them, and they enter the back alley. Rem wanted to hurry, but Frederica beckoned her in the alley. Rem, Frederica Summer. I would like to move as soon as possible. Frederica, I know how you feel. So, I want to help you as much as I can. Do not tell the others about this. Rem, When Rem tilted her head upon hearing an ambiguous reply, Frederica smiled wryly. Usually she would hide her mouth when smiling, but she had no intention of hiding her sharp fangs with this wry smile. And so, Frederica sighed softly, and she put her hands around the back of her maid clothes. She removes the hook of her clothes, and the knot was coming off. Rem, Frederica Summer. We're outside, you know. Frederica, I know. But I have to do this. Rem was disturbed by Frederica taking off her clothes all of a sudden, but she still didn't stop, face flushed. Soon enough, Frederica's apron dress was off, and she even put her hands on her daring underwear and took that off, placing it on top of the dress that she folded carefully. Rem now saw Frederica standing with her white body exposed, and so she was utterly confused. When Frederica simply looked down upon seeing Rem's confusion, Frederica, Rem, please don't scream. Frederica says that and closes her eyes. The tall woman faced down glaring at the ground. That was what Rem was faced with, and she lost her breath as she sensed hints of the atmosphere suddenly becoming tense, a sign of the air drying up, and a sense that hurt Rem's whole body. Right after she understood that those reactions were concerning Frederica, Frederica's appearance changed. Frederica's long, blonde hair shrunk, and at the same time, golden hair on her body started to grow to cover her naked body. Frederica, standing up straight, stretches her limbs to the ground as that happened, and her build transforms with a creaking sound, enlarging. Her characteristic fangs showing from her wide-open mouth were clearly bigger and sharper than usual, and even her looks no longer appeared to be human as she transformed into a wild cat. In front of Rem, who was speechless, there wasn't the Frederica she was used to. The entity that had just been Frederica was now a beautiful, huge cat covered in golden fur. Frederica, it's my beast form, characteristic of half-beasts. Rem, why you can talk like normal? Frederica, I am still who I am, after all. That's just natural. That was the only thing that didn't change. She was still the Frederica with reason in her jade-green eyes. Despite being shocked by her voice being the same even after transforming into a beast, Rem walked up to her. Frederica, good job not screaming. Rem. Wait, why are you patting my head? Rem, oh, my hand just kinda moved on its own. Rem was unconsciously caressing Frederica's fur that she had as a large cat. Her fur was strangely soft and smooth, so it was refreshing. Frederica, hey, don't just tickle my neck like that. Plus, we don't have time to fool around. Here, get on my back please. Rem, I can grab onto you. Frederica, I wasn't expecting you to be so interested. But yes, go ahead and grab onto me. You have to, since a girl as light as you will get blown away if you don't. After nodding vigorously at Frederica, who was full of confidence, Rem got on her back. While holding tight onto her body, Rem said good to go as she enjoyed her fur with her cheeks and body. After that, when Frederica bent her light limbs, Frederica, let's go. Frederica's body immediately jumped towards the capital sky when she yelled. Rem's whole body feels the wind, and she was amazed by that speed while hushing her voice. Frederica, First we'll be checking out the East Shopping Street in accordance with Ram's instructions. Frederica was saying something inside the windstorm, but Rem wasn't in the right state of mind to answer. When Frederica softly landed on the building's roof, that's when they dashed at an astonishing speed, and they were running through the capital, so fast that one would think they were the wind. The wind direction is unfavorable. The man senses that bothersome matter with his intuition, something you could call a sixth sense, and he clicked his tongue. One could say that the wind was the most important factor to the man. To know which direction the wind created by nature was blowing from the hardest, he always had to carefully determine the level of humidity and the temperature. Otherwise, it would significantly affect his goals and actions. Even a large fire that burns everything starts as just a mere spark. A supporting wind is needed to burst it into big, intense flames. And that was his exact role. Nevertheless, this was the moment when the negativity of the wind got in the way of the man's goals. It was a sudden change. Just a little while ago, the man thought that the wind was truly favorable. But the wind suddenly became alarming, and soon there'd be dark clouds. The preparations were perfect for this day. He'd been reading the climate and the weather for several days, and based off the capital's terrain, he deduced which would be the ideal spots to set up. He loved the results so much that he was happy that there was going to be a festival soon. He stuffed the magical miasma stones into small bags one by one, diligently, and set them up at spots he decided on beforehand. Next, all he had to do was wait for the Feast of Blood and Cries in the capital to start after the effect of the magical miasma stones spread. The wind's direction ruined that plan. Oh. Well, when the man saw how dangerous the wind was, he decided to abandon his whole plan. He gave up on it so quickly, but this decisiveness was also an ability that allowed the man to live up to this point. Since he lived by the wind, it wouldn't make sense to doubt it. It was a natural decision for the man to jump off the wind he had been on when he sensed it was disadvantageous. The man let go of the magical stones that hadn't been set yet, and he quickly decides to leave the capital. He also ensured a way out of the capital beforehand. Nothing was even happening at this time, anyway. There was nothing to stop the man. Still, he was careful. Being so careful to the point of excessiveness was how the man managed to live up to this point. So, Rem found the second one. The moment he encountered the small Oni with eyes shining with Oni spirit on a ferocious, large cat, the man understood it, that this was how the worst wind came about. Rem found the second one. They were at the capital's slums, the section facing the outer wall. A large cat kicked the roof of the ruined house, and it landed as it raised a cloud of dust. The little Oni on its back looked right through the man standing before her with piercing eyes. He was a sluggy, short, and somewhat fat man. His face and clothes weren't unique at all. He was so ordinary that if he slipped into a crowd, you'd lose sight of him instantly. Even that was probably part of what the man wanted, but that ulterior motive was pointless now that there was nothing he could do about this situation. Frederica, what a perfect spot for evil schemes. Rem, it's also a perfect place for a scoundrel to suffer a lonesome death. Rem, who said a cruel statement, smelled a stink that was stronger than anything she had smelled before. It was as strong as the smell of the man that was tied to the basement warehouse. In other words, he was a part of them, Rem and Ram's enemy, an evil that had to be punished by the Onis. Rem and Frederica followed Ram's instructions and went all around the capital as they pleased, destroying the magical miasma stone traps one by one. The combination of Ram's predictions and Rem's sense of smell thwarted the witch cult's plan perfectly, but it was all thanks to Rem that they were able to chase down the principal offender. While Rem was ruining his plan, she had a realization that the principal offender of setting up magical miasma stones was so hung up on predicting the wind's direction in the capital and moving while hiding his traces. I sensed the unfavorability of the wind's direction, but I didn't notice the beast's smell. Frederica, Rem was right about the enemy being careful with the wind. The small man, who had an expressionless look on his face, stood face to face with the small Oni and large cat while they showed him hostility. He wasn't expressionless because he gave up or because he wasn't regretful, he was expressionless because emotions did not come out in waves for him. Rem, you look calm. Did you not notice the headwind with your wind reading skill that you're so proud of? Letting emotions come out in wind and waves is for second-rate wind readers. I won't make a fool of myself like that, Rem. You should probably go ahead and let it all out. Since, soon enough, you won't even have that freedom anymore. Rem answers the man, and a white horn appears from her forehead with a sound. While the pure white horn shone faintly, it sucks in the mana in the atmosphere, and it fills her Oni body with energy. The man's facial expression changed for the first time when he saw Rem's horn. A horn, huh? I see. A survivor from that day of the burning of the hot wind, Rem, you will burn to death in the embers of the fire you guys created. I'm a wind reader. Suffering a ridiculous death like that is the one thing that will never happen, Rem. Well, we'll see about that. Rem, who lost interest in the man's replies and got off Frederica's back, was holding onto an iron sphere with chains. After the fight in the basement warehouse, Roswell instructed Klein to readjust it for Rem. It was Rem's personal weapon, Rem's fang for revenge. Behind Rem, Frederica crouched down, and she was ready to jump out whenever she would choose to. She was someone who knew that this was Rem and Ram's revenge, so she looked like she was set on not getting involved if possible, but if Rem lost the upper hand, she wouldn't be able to do anything but reach out for her. In other words, Rem had to completely beat him to death, a complete victory. The man sees Rem take a step forward, and he keeps silent. Thus, their clash surely would start like this in silence, with only the sound of chains to be heard. Rem, with all the might she had put into her arms, releases the destructive power of the iron sphere tied with chains at the man. The chains wriggle, almost sounding like a beast raging, and the blow was shot at the man as it silenced the air. The spinning iron sphere with thorns had more than enough power to crush the human body. If one were hit directly, their body would turn into meat. Even if they had armor and a helmet on, they'd turn into meat from the impact. Even if, say, they were a beast, they'd turn into meat. In any case, it had the power to turn things into meat. Although the fight in the basement warehouse was mere child's play where she just swung it around, she was now trained and so she could hit wherever she pleased. So, just like last time, she threw it to blow off the man's legs. However, Rem, too cocky. You should have almost killed me with that first attack. Rem grinds her teeth, as her attack that aimed for his legs got dodged, and the man talks to her in an unconcerned voice while looking down on her. Frederica's eyes widen, surprised that he had dodged it. Frederica, is that flight magic? There are people out there besides Master that could use it. The man that got away from Rem's attack jumped and was floating in the air. The man sighs at Frederica, who raised her voice upon seeing that unexpected scene. Sorry to disappoint, but this isn't that sort of high-class magic. It's wind riding that's just for show. Rem, do you really think you can escape just by? Of course, I don't think that I can escape just by flying. However, I had a feeling that the wind's direction was bad. It would only be natural for me to prepare wind protection, don't you think? Frederica, sounding worried, calls out to Rem, who was glaring at the man floating in the sky. When Rem heard her, she turned her attention towards the ground, and that's when her horn sensed countless signs. Several shadows dressed in black appeared as they practically painted out her surroundings, the desolate scene of the slums. They were a vanguard with a stink that wasn't easy to bear with, and they had swords that looked like crosses. They were a part of the beings that surrounded Ram and Satonta on the night the village burned down. Rem, which cultists? I'm someone who likes insurance. I do set the magical stones myself, but that doesn't mean I ride solo. I can use others for guards. It's the usual to prepare wind protection when reading the wind. 2. The small man says that to Rem and Frederica, who grind their teeth, and he looked like he was going away from the battlefield. Rem gazes in wonderment at his actions, and Frederica also yelled with her mouth wide open. Frederica, you're going to run away? It's only natural if you think about it. I have no reason to fight here. Rem, Which cultists? I don't feel like being named, nor do I feel like hearing names. Now, perish by the wind, little Oni. The small man leaves behind just those words, gains altitude, and leaves the battlefield. While following the man escaping without regrets with her eyes, Rem raised her iron sphere over her head to throw it. But, Rem, get out of my way. The black-clothed beings get closer as if slithering, and she counterattacks the swords with the handle, smashing their heads like a fruit's. Their skulls explode, and the enemy starts to rush in for Rem and Frederica when the witch cultists collapsed and scattered blood and spinal fluid, to greedily protect the small man escaping and get in the way of Rem and Ram's dearest wish. Rem, why, he's getting away, I failed. That sort of weakness was stuck in Rem's mind. The enemy fading away, and the hindrances coming near. Rem's self-condemnation and her anger blot out her mind and, Frederica, Gawa Aruru, right after a yell, blood splatters, and 3 witch cultists were blown away like spinning tops. The 3 black-clothed beings thrown to the ground all had their heads gouged fatally. Frederica, we have no time to feel discouraged, Rem. We'll finish them off quickly and chase after him, Rem. Frederica Summer, Frederica, I shouldn't have any problem jumping after him. So, Frederica mowed down the black-clothed beings rushing over with her forefeet, smashing their heads, and she motivated Rem with her words. Rem comes to her senses thanks to her voice, and she immediately nodded. There was no time to be dejected. Chase after him as soon as possible like Frederica told me to. Annihilate them so I can do that, Rem, but there's so many of them. Rem was determined to pull herself together thanks to Frederica, but the forces closing in on Rem and Frederica were cornering them. The witch cultists appearing one after another as if swarming from the shadows. None of them were as strong as the 2 of them, but it seemed like they weren't even disturbed by their comrades' deaths, and it was the most insane thing to the 2 people facing each other. Every second that went by, the enemy they found was getting farther. Never mind that, at this rate, the enemy's forces were going to crush them, and they were going to die halfway through getting revenge. She was going to make Ram worry again. Frederica, we can't deal with this many. Rem, grab onto me. We're withdrawing, Rem, but then, Frederica, we need to throw them off, so we can't go after the guy that got away. But, as they fought with their backs against each other, Rem frantically shook her head in response to Frederica's proposal. Still, deep inside, Rem also knew that they couldn't turn their numerical disadvantage around. She understood that following Frederica's plan and escaping from this place was the best option. Even if they missed that man, they could still fight as long as they were breathing. And yet, Rem, if that man escapes now, he'll never show up before us again. That belief was what Rem felt inside, and it wasn't going to change. Rem understood it. In the short time she confronted that man, she understood his traits and mentality. That man who realized that he was being targeted would never show up before Rem again. It was quite obvious that if he got away now, he would immediately try to flee out of the country. And yet, Rem didn't have it in her. She didn't have enough strength to capture that small man and make him atone for his sins. Rem came here, had the enemy right before her own eyes, and she was stopped by none other than herself. Frederica, if you're going to blame someone, blame me. Frederica, looking down for just a second, murmured to Rem, who grumbled imploringly. Then, she put Rem's thin waist in her mouth and lifted her carefully with her fangs. Rem, Frederica Summer, Frederica. It was silent. Frederica was ready to withdraw from the battlefield without even listening to Rem's complaints. She would channel strength into her hind legs, give a battle cry, and try to break through the surrounding of the black-clothed beings. It happened right before that. Stop right there. They were powerful words. It was a powerful entity. It was the very manifestation of power. Something was coming down onto the ground from the gigantic outer wall that surrounded the capital. The moment its feet reached the ground, a producing shockwave travels through the ground, and the crowding black-clothed beings went flying. The shockwave blowing fiercely creates a gale. Rem and Frederica were shocked as they shook in the sudden gust because the wind that sent the black-clothed beings flying weren't affecting the 2 of them. They didn't understand what was going on. Rem, who was released from Frederica's mouth and sunk down to the ground, sees a shadow walking toward them from the shrouding cloud of dust. No, it wasn't a shadow. It was a flame. A flame was walking towards them. You see, the guards were making a ruckus, and a large cat was jumping all around the sky. Even if it's the day of the moon festival, I thought something was off. While the fire said those words, it came right before Rem and Frederica. That's when Rem finally saw that the fire's form, and on top of that, it looked like a child. It was a boy with fire-red hair and blue eyes that looked like a clear sky. He was probably 1 or 2 years older than Rem. He had a smile on his face, and it may have looked young, but it looked good. Surely one day he would grow into a handsome man that would dazzle anyone. However, the vision of the good-looking boy's future wasn't what took over her mind. A more straightforward and fundamental emotion did, that is, the absolute fear understood by Oni instincts. Rem, what is it? What was this entity that was standing right before her, smiling? Whether it was an adult or a child, it definitely wasn't the same type of life as one. The entity was that disparate. Only one person in Rem's life has ever made her feel this sort of emotion. Rem, nay Summer. This was the feeling Rem had for her sister, the one that was admired as the reincarnation of an Oni god. Rem was simply astonished to find out that there was a being in this world that could rival Ram, someone who had a power like no other, even among all the existences out there. The boy shakes his head in a troubled manner in response to Rem's words, who was dumbfounded. Sorry. Unfortunately, I'm not your sister. I do know that my face lacks manliness and toughness, but this is the first time I've been mistaken for a girl. Rem, no. That's not what I meant. The aloof boy shook his head, smiling at Rem as she trembled. Even that answer felt deviant for some reason, but what frightened her the most was how he kept his calm in this situation. Although, with the power this boy had, that may have just been something natural. All right, we can't spare the time to talk right now. That's how you guys feel, right, Rem? If you don't mind, I will handle these guys. I was already patrolling this area for my father, anyway. I'm the one who should fight them. Frederica, are you sure we can leave it up to you? As long as you believe that I am capable of taking care of them. The boy nods at Rem and Frederica while keeping an eye on the black-clothed beings glaring at them. Afterwards, Rem was unsure of how to respond, but Frederica moved quickly. The large cat puts Rem, who was sitting, in her mouth again, and she jumps after placing her on her back. Frederica, landing on top of the deserted house, hung her head when she saw the boy below her. Frederica, I'm sorry. I pray for good fortune in your battle. I hope all of that fortune shines upon you and not myself. He sees Frederica off with a smile, and she sped up at once, leaving the area. The boy and the battlefield behind them are left behind, and while Rem clung onto the large, running cat. Rem, was it really okay for us to leave him behind? Frederica, Rem, you do realize it too, don't you? There's no need to be so worried about him. He's this generation's. Actually, the strongest in history. Rem, when Frederica was mentioning the boy's background, a shadow hidden in the sun appeared in the corner of Rem's eye. It was the receding figure of the small man that blended with the sunlight and escaped temporarily. Rem, Frederica Summer, towards the sun. Frederica, I see him. Frederica notices the same thing Rem pointed out, and she speeds up, kicking the roof. The small man riding the wind, practically swimming in the sky, was going as fast as the wind itself, but he could only move from the windward and the downwind. If he was going in a fixed direction, even if there was distance between them, he wouldn't escape. Rem, we'll catch up to him soon and, Frederica, actually, this is bad. At this rate, we'll come out of the slums and we'll go towards the center of the city and then I will have no place to hide. Rem, that's, if Frederica showed herself in front of people as a beast, just that would be enough to make a commotion. And on top of that, guards were now looking out for witch cultists because of Roswell's report. If she made a commotion, guards would come rushing right away. They would be accused as witch cultists. Rem, Frederica Summer. Please, go after him. Frederica listens to Rem's begging, and she speeds up while grinding her teeth to suppress a growl. Still, the more people there were and the closer they came to the festival crowd, the more hesitant she became to run. Soon enough, Frederica came to a complete stop. Below, there was a large water fountain park on the side of a noble street, and it would be impossible for Frederica to go through it without being seen with how big she was. I know that. But still, Rem, but he's right there? Rem glares at the faraway shadow that pretty much became as small as a black spot, and she raised a voice of regret. She would never be able to catch him again once he escaped out of the capital. She wouldn't be able to fulfill Ram's dearest wish. Rem wouldn't be able to accomplish her goal that she had to do. ? The small man riding the wind turns around, looks at her, and says something. She didn't know if they words that mocked her, or something else. Still, the moment Rem saw that, the sense of defeat inside of her spread. Rem, nay Summer, the will of her twin sister that shared her blood and flesh flowed into the horn on her head, as if shocking her. Synesthesia, a rare transmission between twins and siblings where emotions went from one person to another. Rem gets struck by that lightning, and she looks up at the sky with wide eyes. She felt like her sister told her to not take her eyes off of it. Rem, the next moment, a wind slash going through the sky teared the small man's limbs into shreds. Ram, nice job keeping your eyes on it. Good job, Rem. A peach-haired girl kneeling down on one knee with her arms stretched out on the rooftop of the guard station in the capital shopping street murmured. She was holding onto a wand with her delicate, white fingers, and it was shining white at the tip. The radiance was a swirling mana light. That enormous power warps the atmosphere, and it was burning the world with an overwhelming torrent. Ram, thanks to you, I saw exactly what I wanted. She drops the staff and lets out a sigh of exhaustion. The moment she relaxed, the sweat that suddenly started trickling down wets her forehead, and she started to fall over because of her trembling knees. The man standing right next to her catches her hot body as she collapsed. Roswell, well done. Buiwat, you pushed yourself too far. For you to use sniping magic without any help when you're this far away, have you forgotten that you are hornless? Ram, shut your annoying mouth. Also, take your unpleasant hands off me. Roswell, you're so exhausted that you'll pass out if I let go, so it wouldn't be smart to be stubborn, you know? Ram, leave me alone. The girl Ram pushed away the chest she was held in, and she escapes from Roswell's arms. Roswell had one eye closed when he saw that stubborn attitude, but his open one was looking at her hand. Ram, what? Roswell, oh, it's soothing. You didn't like the clothes, the jewels, the food, or the cosmetics, but it seems you at least like the staff gift, and that makes me happy. Ram, eyes squinted, looks at the staff in her hand and grinds her teeth. She honestly wanted to smash the staff because of Roswell's attitude. But of course, even Ram couldn't do that. It was impossible to break this staff unless there were extreme circumstances and there was an exchange. The reason being, Roswell, it's a special staff. It took a lot of work and time to make it. After all, it is made out of the horn of the most outstanding being in the Oni clan. Ram, stop putting it in such an unnatural way. Be more direct about it. Just say that this staff is made of my broken horn. Roswell nods delightfully because he made Ram say it herself. Ram, seeing that unpleasant reaction, hides the staff from his eyes. Ram, I can't believe you found and picked up one broken horn from that village's disastrous scene. Roswell, it's your precious horn, you know. It's a given to secure it even if it gets changed into something else. Even if an Oni and its horn get separated, it should be kept somewhere. Ram, I thought at that point Rem and I weren't yours. Roswell, what I'm saying is that I've been keeping an eye on you and Rem ever since. To be exact, it might be more correct to say I've been keeping an eye on just you, not you and Rem. Roswell spoke carelessly at first, but he spoke solemnly for the latter half of his statement. When Ram looked embarrassed upon hearing that answer, the man dressed as a clown put his finger on her chin, and he made her look up. Roswell, the reincarnation of an Oni god, the Oni among Onis, I regret that I couldn't make it in time when the Oni village was destroyed. That's why I want to make it up to you now as much as I can. Ram, so selfish. Roswell, I will be selfish if I want to. That's why I made a wand out of your horn, and why I act selfish by giving it to you calmly. Ta'u. Ram, so foolish. Ram spat those words out, And once again she looks up at the sky where the enemy was shot down. The witch cultist Rem was pursuing that flew in the air by riding on the wind was shot down by Ram, who was far, far away from Rem and the man. Of course, she couldn't see the man from the rooftop of the guard station. Casting magic on an enemy that you couldn't even see because of distance would classify as an impossible magic skill for any high-class magic user. Roswell, Bulwood, you accomplished that with your own ability. That was a surprising result. It shouldn't be so convenient, you know? Your clairvoyance, power that uses other people's eyes. Ram, I just used what I could and achieved retribution. Like with this staff, clairvoyance was a secret skill that only Onis could use. The person putting it into practice can see scenes far away by synchronizing with someone's vision if they are within perception range and their mana wavelengths match. By synchronizing with another person in that field of vision and increasing the range over and over, it's possible to literally see 1,000 miles away. Ram, who was left at the station out of necessity, used the secret skill to back up Rem, and through her persistence, she found the field of vision of her sister running all around the capital, and she synchronized with it. Then, she perceived the figure of the enemy flying away in the sky, took over for Rem, who was expressing regret, and brought death upon him. Ram, it's irritating, but if I didn't have this wand, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it. Putting it as a wand that uses my own horn would irritate her so much that she would want to die in a fit of anger. However, she could be sure that there was no other staff out there that her hand was this familiar with. What irritated her even more than that was Roswell's attitude. He seriously just casually gave this staff while she was doing her very best to cover Rem. It was despicable. Ram, you were happily waiting for a time when it had been necessary to make a staff for me, weren't you? Roswell, you both vowed to get retribution as sisters. You are doing it for Rem, and Rem is doing it for you. That relationship is beautiful, but it is fragile and delicate. I will do anything and everything it takes so that you guys can go on without breaking, despite being delicate, and you can think of me what you will for it. Ram, and your true feelings? Roswell, I wanted to see your long face and your pleased look when you feel like you've achieved something. That's all. Ram snorts at the winking clown, and quickly goes from the station rooftop down to the stairs. Roswell shrugs at that cold attitude, and he asks her a question from behind. Roswell, that was the second person. Now there are 2 left. You haven't forgotten the contract, right, Ram? Ram stops upon hearing his question, but she just started walking again without saying anything. However, Roswell nodded approvingly, understanding that the silence was her answer, and she follows behind her small bag. One small bag was left behind on the rooftop after they left. The magical stone brought into the station to prove the witch cult's involvement broke, and the miasma disappears while scattering with the wind, as if signifying a gentle end to the strife that happened on the other side of the festival. When they followed the traces of blood into an alley, they saw a man lying down, breathing very feebly. Pant, pant. Every now and then, the sound of water was mixed with the sound of rough breathing. He was torn limb from limb, and he was bleeding out more than half of the blood that flowed through a human body. He was undoubtedly on the verge of death. Rem, as expected of Nay Summer, Rem, with a hoarse voice, praises the ability of her sister who shot down her village's enemy, the small man on the verge of death. After the synesthesia, Rem was positive that Ram did this. That Ram somehow perceived the flying man and achieved retribution by using that magical skill. Once Rem witnessed the man's last breath, revenge would be achieved. Frederica, Rem, we don't have much time. Make it quick and easy. Rem, I want to ask him something. Frederica, still in her large cat form, asks for mercy for the dying man. But when Rem shook her head cruelly, she stepped up to the small man's side. It was a bad wind, eh? The man feels Rem come near, and his eyes that lost light blinked. The man with a slight smile on his face still behaved like he lost his mind as he talked about the wind. That irritated her so much. Rem, you were cut up by Nay Summer's wind. It's all over for you. Is it frustrating? Do you have any regrets at all? That's payback for everyone at the village. No, for Nay Summer. Rem, come on, say it. It hurts, I can't take this, I regret it. Help me, I don't want to die, say it. Say it. Say it, ? I pity you, little Oni. The small man says that to Rem, who sought atonement, sounding like he felt pity from the bottom of his heart. That moment, a horn appeared on Rem's forehead again, and she grabs onto the small man and pulls him up with her Oni face on. Rem brings her face close to him without any resistance coming from him, and she grins at him. Rem, you're going to say that, of all people? ? All winds are destined to die out someday. My life also will end here simply because I failed to read the wind's direction. Rem, that doesn't answer my question. What is your motive? Sade. Remember it, and forget it at once. The small man tells her that without caring to answer Rem's question. It sounded familiar. She couldn't have forgotten. It was one of the 3 names she got out of fog, the man tied to the basement. Sade, Sergei, and Faust. He revealed that his name was Sade. Perhaps that was the sole bit of pity the man gave. Rem, say something. Answer me, Frederica. Rem, it's no use. He's dead now. Frederica, standing next to her, shakes her head at Rem, who shook the drained small man. Just like she said, the small man was already dead. He could no longer say anything, and he never spoke of his motive behind what he did, the reason why they attacked the village, or where the remaining 2 enemies were. Frederica, the guards are going to be hurrying over shortly, too. The root of all evil has been destroyed, and their plan has been ruined. Isn't this result good enough? Rem, but, Frederica, Rem is safe, Ram and Master are safe. And I am safe. Is that not enough? Rem tried to respond by reflex, but she hesitated when she saw Frederica's gentle look. Nothing would come out of disregarding her care. Besides, even if they took revenge, Frederica helped them. To keep track of things you can't do more than what you have done, that was a bad habit of Rem. ? Looks like things ended safely here too. Rem, . It happened right after Rem stopped acting up and sighed. Rem and Frederica got nervous when they suddenly heard a voice in the alley. Then, seeing their reactions, the owner of the voice gave a wry smile. Standing at the entrance of the alley was a red-haired and blue-eyed boy, the person that saved them. Frederica, sorry for earlier. Are you hurt anywhere? ? As you can see, I was apparently blessed with luck. Maybe it's because you two prayed for me. The boy smiles refreshingly, and he opens his arms to show that he was fine. He had nothing that looked like external injuries. Actually, that's not what should be pointed out. Not even a scratch from the battle could be found on the boy, let alone any wounds. Even if he just ran away from the battle, there's no way he should have been able to escape the situation that cleanly. Truthfully, this boy literally had the embodiment of an abnormal result. ? First of all, I captured all the witch cultists that were there. I'm just not sure how cooperative they were with the investigation. I'm guessing they didn't tell anything. The boy, paying no attention to Rem trembling, continues the conversation indifferently. The fact that the boy captured dozens of people alive by himself was no surprise at all when you considered that he was the one who did it. ? That body right there, is he the ringleader of all this? Rem, Frederica, he should be. As you can see, he was killed, so I figure their plan is ruined now. ? A hint of miasma. No wonder the guards were running around the capital. Frederica took over for Rem, as words didn't come out of her mouth, and he answers the boy's question. When the boy was convinced with her answer, her serious look suddenly loosened up. ? But if that's the case, then I guess my work here is done. I should go home soon, or else my dad will get mad at me. Frederica, your father scolds you? ? Yes, of course. Dad is a serious worrywart, so I can't let him find out that I'm doing stuff like this. Please keep this a secret. The mood makes a complete 180 as the boy shows playfulness you'd expect with his age, and he asks them to tell the same story while facing them with one eye closed. Seeing him do that, Rem and Frederica widen their eyes, because they had the same level of surprise one would have when faced with some kind of disaster. ? By the way, Miss Half-Beast. The guards will be running over here sooner or later. If you don't want to shock them, I suggest taking off your fur. Frederica, humph, that's true. But to keep this place as is, ? I can preserve this place. Once you're done changing, you can tell the guards about this place. Frederica, but, that's not dangerous. Not a chance it will be for you. The boy, with a smile on his face, neither agrees nor denies it. Frederica accepts that smile as an answer, and she pushes her head against Rem, who was beside her. That feeling calms down Rem, and she hurries onto the large cat's back as they jumped again. Frederica, thank you for your help. Sword Saint Reinhard Summer. Reinhard, I'm a part of the Sword Saint family. I don't have to bear the responsibility of that name yet. The boy answers the compliment that came from the rooftop with a slight smile on his face. It felt like that voice was the only thing that had a loneliness that didn't show before, but they didn't have the time to make sure of it as they were leaving. Frederica moves her limbs, the scenery is put behind them within an instant, and they went as fast as the wind. Frederica, you've been quiet this whole time, Rem. While running, Frederica checks on Rem, who was on her back. Rem never spoke ever since that boy showed up. But that wasn't why Frederica was worried. She would be lying if she said that she didn't have regrets about that man's death. They got no information about the remaining 2 enemies out of him. Retribution was coming along, but it might have been delayed. However, it didn't cloud her mind, nor did it stop her from moving forward. So, when Rem heard Frederica's voice, she closes her eyes tight just once and then answered, Rem, when we get back and Frederica Summer finishes changing. Frederica, yes, Rem, we'll definitely have to find a gift now. Frederica's throat clogged just for a moment, perhaps because she had said something unexpected. But, when the golden, large cat quickly returned to herself, she purred cheerfully and said, Frederica, yes, we do. I'm looking forward to getting Master's gift, after all. Rem, yes, me too. Rem nods back at Frederica and grabs tightly onto the large cat's nape fur. It was true that there were plenty of problems before them that should be taken care of. Still, one step. She really was one step closer. So, it was fine to just be happy, at least for now. Just for now, she'd forget about her grudge and be allowed to enjoy the large cat's fur. Yes, for now, Rem, 2 left. For now, I'll forget about the hatred burning my chest and enjoy the capital's festival. Rem, 2 left, I swear I'll find them for Nay Summer. Rem, while having thoughts that were inconsistent with her words, makes a wish with a smile of hatred on her face.
Oni Sisters of the Hidden Village, Chapter 5, The Oni That Cried.
The Mylode family is a branch family with Mathers as the main family, and their mansion is southeast of the Margrave Mathers territory, close to the industrial city Costule. The head of the Mylode family, Dudley Mylode, is an energetic person who will be turning 30 years old, and he is related by blood with Roswell, although they are distant relatives. That said, Roswell associates with the Mylode family more because of Dudley's wife, Grace Mylode, rather than because of Dudley. This is because, Roswell, Grace was born with defects in controlling mana. Her body's gait doesn't work well, and her irregular flow of mana was almost harmful to her. I fixed that. That's why we've been acquaintances ever since. Grace, after that, I married my husband Dudley and became related to Roswell Summer. I didn't think that it'd turn out like this, so it's strange. Roswell, no, it isn't. I was sure of it the first time I saw you. I was sure that you were going to be a very important person to me. Grace, oh, you flatter me. Then, hearing Roswell's quick joke, the young woman, Grace Mylode's cheeks blushed just a little bit, and she pushed the clown's shoulder with her hand in embarrassment. They were in Grace's bedroom at the Mylode residence. Next to Grace, who was lying down on the bed in the room, Roswell was chatting with her while sitting on a chair. The situation was like that. The one utterly confused with their friendly conversation was Rem. She didn't know why she was even there in the first place. Ram, so? Roswell Summer, why did you bring us along? Seeing Rem's doubt, Ram, who was sitting next to her, speaks up for her. She spoke frankly like you'd expect, though the one who chuckled slightly in response was Grace. She acknowledges Ram, whose eyes were squinted, with a sorry and said, Grace, I have no intentions of taking away Roswell's summer from you. Don't get so offended, Ram. I really don't get what you're talking about. Grace, oh, is that so? You don't seem to be that slow of a child, though. Ram sighs at Grace, who says that with one eye closed. It was rare to see Ram back down in an argument, so Ram's eyes widened in surprise. Roswell, it makes me feel good seeing Ram defeated in an argument. Grace, Roswell Summer, you should stop teasing kids you like, too. Soon they really will hate you, and you've already hurt them, after all. Roswell, wow, that's harsh. You can give a real punch with your words now, huh? Moms are just good at it. I guess that's how it is. Roswell says that, looking at Grace as he was scolded while acting triumphant. Those words make Grace smile slightly, and she softly stroked her stomach, her very large stomach. The bulging that you couldn't imagine someone thin like Grace having was proof that there was new life in there. Roswell, shall I predict if it's going to be a boy or a girl? Rem, you can figure out something like that with magic? Roswell, it's not magic, it's simply prediction. Maybe something like fortune telling? I'm confident that I'll get it right. Grace, well, I'll pass. It'll be a surprise until it's born. Grace shakes her head in response to Roswell's proposal and she continues to rub her belly affectionately. Roswell shrugs his shoulders to let Rem know that it'd be insensitive to say anything after that gesture. They went to the capital the other day to find a gift for the baby inside of Grace's stomach. Grace was already in the last month of pregnancy with her large stomach, so the baby could be born at any time. Normally, pregnant women shouldn't have to deal with visitors, but, Roswell, sorry, Grace. I just thought that this would be a good experience for these two. I wanted them to see the beauty of a pregnant woman with new life inside of her. Grace, how awful of you to call it beautiful despite my stomach being this big. Roswell, you don't need to feel ashamed. This is an important ritual that keeps life going. Right now, as a woman you are. Yes, this is the second most beautiful point of your life. The first being when you were at your wedding in a wedding dress. There was nothing weird about Roswell saying exaggerated things, as he was someone who was usually pompous. In fact, Grace smiled shyly, and Rem also felt admiration for him inside of her. Although, with her synesthesia, she sensed that Ram, who was next to her, was the one and only one whose mood was worsening. Roswell, well then, it'd be fun to keep chit-chatting, but I wouldn't want to push a pregnant woman too hard. We still have more time. Let's call it a day for now. Grace, you sure? I'd still like to talk. Then, Grace, who was somewhat disappointed, took a side glance at Ram with a look that indicated that she realized something. And then, when the wife cleared her throat, she said, Grace, okay. Well then, I'll see you later. I'm sorry that I couldn't be a very good host for you. Roswell, a pregnant woman shouldn't worry about something like tar. Anyways, see you later. Leaving those words behind, Roswell leaves the room with Rem and Ram. On her bed, Grace continued to wave the three of them goodbye with a kind smile until they were gone. Afterwards, the maid that was waiting in the hall guides the three of them to the mansion's guest room. The Mylode residence was pretty big, though it wasn't as big as the Mathers residence. There were a lot of maids, and it couldn't compare to the Mathers residence, which only had a select few, and so, when they were guided from Grace's bedroom to the room for special visitors, saw off the maid that guided them, and took a breather. Ram, so? Why did Roswell Summer bring us along? When the maid left, the first thing Ram said was the question that had been evaded earlier. Every word was the same, but she spoke with eyes that indicated she wouldn't accept the same result. Roswell, being glared at by her light red eyes as he sat down on a couch in the room, smiled wryly. Roswell, I'm sorry that you're so suspicious of me, but you're overthinking this. I made you meet Grace because I truly wanted to show you guys signs of new life. There was no one younger than you at the Oni village. Meaning, you guys never came in contact with a pregnant woman, right? Rem, no, never. Since Nay Summer and I were the first kids at the village, there was not a single child born after Ram and Rem, as the Onis had low birth rates. Therefore, strictly speaking, Rem, the younger sister, was the youngest at the village. Although, It isn't really necessary to be technical, since they were twins. In any case, Rem understood Roswell's goal, but she didn't know what his intent was. What would come out of making Ram and Rem meet a woman with a baby inside of her womb? Nevertheless, Rem tilted her head, puzzling over that, whereas Ram had a dramatic reaction. Rem, nay summer, Ram, seriously, he fools around so much. Sounding annoyed, Ram forces those words out, and she bit her lip in vexation. Rem winced, not knowing why she was angry. However, as Ram showed violent emotion, Roswell closed one eye, and while seeing the sisters in his yellow eye he said, "Roswell, it'd be perfect if you guys would be there to witness the moment the child is born." Ram, how ridiculous. Rem and I won't go for a reason like that. Besides, Grace Summer's baby doesn't know about your expectations. Rem couldn't keep up with Roswell and Ram's conversation, and she was left behind. Ram hugs her confused sister's shoulder softly. And then, while still hugging her sister, Ram glares at Roswell firmly, and she spoke. "Ram, don't disturb me and Rem anymore." "Roswell, that's a cruel misunderstanding. That said, I have no way to dispel your doubts. There's 3 days left. Be patient and go with it until then." Roswell concludes the conversation, and he looks towards the window as he leaned back in the chair. Rem, being allured by his look, also gets captivated by the sky dyed in the color of a sunset. Ram, to be more precise, there are 2 days and a half left. I do hope that there won't be any evil schemes. However, judging from those words that came from Ram, who looked at the same sky, her bitterness and suspicions were still there. 10 days after the Moon Festival incident at the capital, Roswell visited the Mylode residence with Rem and Ram. The secret feud that happened behind the scenes of the Moon Festival was settled safely with the death of the witch cultist, who was the ringleader, and the information was not revealed to the public. All the magical miasma stones set up all over the capital were found thanks to Ram's reasoning and Rem's sense of smell. It was a successful disposal. The witch cult's objective with the Moon Festival never became clear. There was no choice but to hope that it'd be revealed in the interrogation with the witch cultists the Sword Saint boy captured. Ram, well, there probably isn't much hope with that. Just by doing a little investigation, you can get overwhelmed by how dirty the witch cultists are. If there were people who just simply confessed, they wouldn't have made it this far. Rem, that's... Yes, I agree. In the guest room they were provided with, Rem lowers her eyes upon hearing Ram say those words while drinking her cup of black tea. In her mind, she saw the witch cultist who didn't even beg for his life when he was on the verge of death. The small man faced Rem and only spouted nonsense until he lost his life. Apparently, he was more of a witch cultist than Rem's first opponent, who died of extreme pain and fear caused by her torture. Rem, are you worried? Ram worries about Rem, who was looking down and not drinking her cup. Hearing her sister's words, Rem gasps quietly, and she shares the depressing anxiety that was weighing on her mind. Rem, I achieved retribution. Out of the 4 people, I've made 2 of them pay. But I got nothing out of the second one, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to find the remaining 2. Ram, the captured witch cultists might all suicide. I've heard they would be as dirty as that. Rem, besides, I wasn't helpful at all at the capital. I have the nose to find them, but he outsmarted me and got away. If Nay Summer wasn't there, I might have never found him again. Rem may have got too cocky because of her first opponent Fog. Rem defeated the man at the end of a fight to the death, and she got him to fess up the names of the remaining 3 enemies. After that, she didn't know what to do with herself, and she was persuaded by Roswell to live as Ram's substitute, and by trying her best to be that, she no longer saw her imperfect self. By training with a weapon she was given, striving to master water magic, which she had an aptitude for, and seeking revenge, Rem felt like she had forgotten about her past self. She felt like she'd forgotten about her past self that was a disgrace to the Oni clan, who could not possibly even try to be her sister's substitute, as she was an imperfect tool that couldn't hope to compare to Ram, the one admired as the reincarnation of an Oni god. Rem, you really are such a fool. She couldn't just simply say to her sister that she'd accomplish something in place of her. Besides, Rem didn't accomplish a single thing on her own since the start of Retribution. Roswell was the one who captured Fogg, confined him, and weakened him. It was nothing more than Rem undoing the seal and beating Fogg to death from behind as he tried to take advantage of that. Unbelievable how she could still shamelessly say stuff like, "Retribution has been achieved." Now she understood how much things were set up for her. She knew it so well that she wanted to die because of her lack of shame. Rem, it's not like that. Relax. However, Rem, who put her cup down and got close to her, put a stop to such self-tormenting thoughts. Their shoulders touch. She wraps her shaking hand, and Rem looked at Ram's face as she felt that warmth. She nods at the wet, light blue eyes with only deep affection in her light pink eyes. Ram, don't say you were useless. I was able to shoot down that small man at the Capitol thanks to you. At the beginning, I was also able to figure out that the witch cult was planning something thanks to you. I'm able to be happy and well every day thanks to you. Although the last part is what's most important, you're always contributing. Ram, you're always doing your very best, and Oni-chan knows that. So you don't need to blame yourself. There's no need for you take all of it by yourself. Nay Summer, Ram, in fact, I'm the one that. Ram pats Rem's head, as she looked like she was going to start sobbing because of the comfort, and she tried to continue saying something. However, her throat clogged when she was just about to say her last words. What ran through Ram's eyes were unusual hesitation and indecision, even though she was someone who always felt imposing. But those complex emotions disappeared when she blinked, and she touched Rem's cheek as she stopped patting Ram's head. Ram, never mind, it's nothing. Besides, the enemy's whereabouts isn't something that should be worried about. I'm sure that Roswell Summer will find the remaining two. Rem, it is Roswell Summer, but will he be able to find them easily? It wasn't like she didn't believe in Roswell. In fact, as of right now, Roswell was the one she trusted the most after her sister. Next people that came to her mind were her co-workers at the mansion, such as Frederica and Klein. But, of course, they couldn't possibly compete with Ram, no matter how much control they had. Rem, the witch cultists have hid themselves around the world for 400 years. Even if they're found, I have no idea how long it'd take. She wasn't even sure if the remaining two enemies were still in the kingdom of Lagunica. If they escaped to another kingdom, following their tracks would be no easy task. The flame of revenge continuing to burn for years, for decades, imagining it was horrifying. Still, Ram smiled at Rem as she had those worries and said, Ram, don't worry, it won't take that long. I mean, it took 3 months to defeat 2 enemies. Doing some simple calculations, it'll take 3 more months to find the remaining 2. Rem, doing some simple calculations, oh nay Summer. Ram's joke makes Rem let out a smile as she put her hand on her mouth. It wasn't going to be that easy, but she was happy that her sister tried to soothe her. Rem, it's not going to go that well, and that's just a fact. I just happened to coincidentally find the first 2. Ram, just happened to coincidentally find them, eh? Yeah. Maybe that's right, Rem, yes, it is. But I'm happy that Nay Summer cares. I'm more relaxed now, though just a little bit. Nay Summer is as lovely as ever. With a smile, Rem expresses her gratitude as she put her chest. Not all the anxiety disturbing her chest was gone. But she was able to ease up thanks to Ram, although it was just a little. As expected, Ram is amazing. She knows everything about me. She tells me the words I want to hear the most when I want to hear them the most, does things I want her to do when I want it. That's why, I'll give everything I have to be the replacement for Ram's horn. Ram, yes, I'm looking forward to it. Still, Ram responds with a smile without knowing about Rem's determination she was thinking about, and she looks around the guest room. She paused in the middle of her sentence, and when she sighed slightly, she said, Ram, this mansion is boring. There's nothing to do since we're treated as guests. Rem, that's. Yes, I think so too. This is boring. Rem agrees with Ram's listless sigh. Currently, they were being treated as guests as Roswell's servants at the Mylode residence. They were, of course, provided with a guest room for visitors, and they weren't assigned any work. To put it as it is, they had free time. Rem was always a girl who was terrible at putting time to use. Back then at the Oni village, whenever Ram was called over by the adults for duties, Rem would wait alone waiting for her sister's return. No friends of her generation, no adults to look after her, alone. Ram, whenever there's nothing to do like this, it brings me back to the days at the village. Rem, nay Summer, you're amazing. Ram, I am, as I'm Rem's Oni-chan, after all. So, what about me is amazing? Rem, you had said my exact thoughts. Ram proudly snorts at Rem, who was surprised by her innermost thoughts being read correctly. Seeing her sister in a good mood makes Rem smile, and then she was slightly surprised. Since she noticed that this was the first time Ram brought up the village without it being out of anger or the desire for revenge. Ram, come to think of it, there's nothing memorable about the village. That's why there are more noteworthy points even at Roswell Summer's mansion. Boring adults, and a village that never changes. A cute little sister. Rem, my lovely sister was there, and that's enough for me. Ram, well. Yeah. There was nothing, but just running around in the hills and fields was fun as long as I was with you. Obviously, we can't act as we want like that in this mansion, though. She smiles wryly at Ram, who talked about a way to kill time and was looking at the door to the corridor this whole time. Ram was the world to Rem in those days. Her reason to live was being with Ram. She pulls herself together as she thought about how much things have changed in just 3 months. Rem, as long as Nay Summer is with me, I don't need anything else. I'll be completely satisfied. Ram, but all I did was make you feel lonely in those days. Rem, Nay Summer had an important role, so it couldn't be helped. Besides, I did fine alone. I would collect a bunch of stones at a river beach near home and pile them up. As I made a pile of stones, the evening arrived, and so it'd be another day where I spent my time properly. Ram, Rem? You wasted time doing something like that? The truth nobody knew about is revealed and it startles Ram. After that, she looked at Rem with a compassionate expression and said, Ram, sorry, Rem. I'm supposed to be the big sister, and yet I never noticed. Rem, no, it's not your fault, Nay Summer. It's my fault for being bad at killing time. And on top of that, I'm too weak to have the same duties as Nay Summer. Ram apologized while looking down, making Rem panic as she shook her head. Ram's apology. Ram was always full of confidence and she is the greatest existence in this world, but for Rem, seeing her lovable sister apologize wasn't that rare. After all, whenever her sister was taken away by the adults, she would always apologize to Rem, for leaving her alone, for not going with her, for being different than her little sister, and for making her feel all sorts of complex emotions. And so, it moved her deeply, so deeply, deeper than any words, fists, or circumstances could. Ram, after all retribution is achieved, let's put the Oni's souls to rest. We'll return to the village and tell the souls that have unfortunately lost a place to go that retribution is over. Rem, yes, Nay Summer. I want to do that as soon as possible. Ram, going to yam fields and getting covered in mud with Rem will have to wait until that's accomplished. With a slight smile, Ram ends the conversation about the village like that. Rem's sister's words make her break into a smile, and she remembered the times when they'd run around the hills and fields together until they got in trouble with their parents. And so, Ram, who nodded in response to Rem's smile, suddenly headed towards the door out the room. Rem, Nay Summer, Ram, since we apparently can't run around in the mansion, we'll just have to kill time by getting the adults in the corridor to help us out. Kea. As Ram said that, she opened the door straight away without doing anything else. That's when the people outside lost their support and fell to the floor while screaming softly. They were girls dressed as maids. Rem, who was surprised, noticed that they looked familiar. They were all demi-humans that were at the Mather's residence with her for a month. They were the girls who were sent to a different workplace after receiving maid training. Them being here meant that, Rem, so you were all being taken care of at the Milode family's mansion? Yes, that's right. Long time no see, Ram-san and Rem-san. They stand back up with awkward expressions, fixing their postures, and one of them, a rabbit-eared girl, replies. Seeing her act like that, Ram snorts quietly with her arms folded. Ram, so? I thought you were all trained properly to be maids, so why were you naughtily eavesdropping on guests in a room? Arg. You see, we didn't mean any harm. It's just, master. Or well, not anymore, Madam and Roswell Summer told us to. Ram, Roswell Summer and Grace Summer did? Yes. They said to talk to you too since you guys might be bored. The girls speak nervously while looking at each other as they were scared of Ram. They should be 3 to 4 years older than Ram, but her calm aura was not that of an 8-year-old. Ram had her eyes squinted and was pondering something. However, Rem felt pity for the girls who had pale faces because of Ram's silence, and so she helped them out. Rem, nay Summer, come on now, we finally reunited with everyone. Ram, it's not like I doubt them or anything. I can definitely see Roswell Summer saying something like that, and we really were bored. Ram tugs on her chin while sighing, sounding like she had surrendered. As she made that reaction, Rem and the girls look at each other, and then they were all felt relieved. Well then, let's have some tea. We have permission now, and there's also sweets. With Ram's permission, the rabbit-eared girl brought the cart inside the room. Seeing the sweet aroma and warm steam waft, Rem finally loosened up. Please drink some tea and tell me about some things while you eat sweets. Like, what's Ramsan's relationship with Master? Rem, nay Summer's relationship with Roswell Summer? The girl screamed noisily while blushing as Rem gave them a blank look. Being put in the spotlight, Ram shrugged her shoulders tiredly. Ram, I knew it. Good grief, the scheduled 3 days to stay at the Mylode residence went by without anything happening just like that. For Rem, the 3 days at the mansion turned into something like an unexpected day off, and Rem and Ram never had to do anything like witnessing Grace giving birth, which Roswell was looking forward to. Rem, Grace Summer was very kind. Good thing we came, nay Summer. Ram, yeah. As long as you had fun, I'm satisfied too. As opposed to Rem, who looked back at the 3 days peacefully, Ram responded with some tiredness showing in her voice. During their stay, the girls at the Mylode residence pried into truths and lies about Ram. It seemed that her iron strength of will lost to the curiosity the teenage girls had for love. Ram, how ridiculous. Just how much of an age difference do they think there is between me and Roswell Summer anyway? If they get this turned on by someone younger than them, then they have some problems. Rem, nay Summer is mature, unlike a lot of 8-year-olds, after all. Come to think of it, I wonder how old Roswell Summer is. I never heard about that. Ram, despite how he looks, it seems that he's 21. When I looked under his white makeup, surprisingly, I discovered a face appropriate of his age. It seems he uses makeup as a weapon to avoid being looked down upon for the difference between his position and age. Rem, I've never seen Roswell Summer without his clown makeup on. So Roswell Summer really does let his guard down with nay Summer. Ram, that's not true. Hearing Rem's honest doubt, Ram replies in a slightly evasive way. They met up every night for Ram's treatment as she'd lost her horn. Since Rem had no idea what her sister was doing when they did that, she couldn't tell what they truly felt inside. Plus, Ram and Roswell were both good at hiding their inner thoughts. Still, Ram's inner thoughts on Roswell were different from what they were at first. She was sure about that, although she didn't know if it was because she liked Roswell or if it was because she disliked him. Ram, anyway, I'm free from that rain-like barrage of questions for today. If I can think of it as being patient until Dudley Summer returns, then it's no big deal for me. Rem, nay Summer, you were having some trouble after all. The head of the Mylode family, Dudley Mylode, has been gone from the mansion these past 3 days. Dudley is going to the industrial city of Costule and leaving behind his pregnant wife at the mansion because of his work. Rem and the others stayed at the mansion also to keep Grace company for the time being. Accompanying the pregnant woman will also no longer be needed once Dudley returned to the mansion. That truly was something Ram was eagerly waiting for as someone who was tired from the maid's curiosity. Rem, but I'm just a little sad. We won't get to see Grace Summer giving birth. Ram, yeah, maybe not. Hearing Rem's brief comment, Ram also showed her agreement with a few words. At first, Ram was against childbirth as she hated going along with Roswell's expectations, but once she got to know Grace's personality and started to like her, naturally, her thoughts also changed. Ram, but it's like I'm on the palm of Roswell Summer's hand, and I hate it. Rem vaguely avoids touching on Ram's extremely complicated feelings with a bitter smile. Still, Rem was glad that they came. She smiled more, even though they were wry smiles. It was undoubtedly because of the people living in the mansion, Grace and the maids, her failure at the capital and the anxiety to accomplish retribution. It felt like those things were forgotten about, just a little bit. The third day at the Mylode residence began peacefully while she felt relieved like that. Dudley will be back home in the afternoon, and Rem and the others will be leaving then. Since this was a special occasion, Rem showed her cooking skills for lunch, and she received lavish praise from Grace and the maids. Furthermore, this was when they started to ease up quite a bit with how they treated Rem and the others as guests. They were given the permission to walk around the mansion pretty freely, and they started to feel more and more reluctant to leave. Still, those times would have to come to an end. After things were cleaned up at lunch, it was the time when Dudley Mylode was scheduled to return, and an Earth Dragon arrived at the Mylode residence entrance. However, the news the Earth Dragon had was a bit different from what they'd imagined, and Roswell, Dudley had to stop midway because of dragon carriage trouble. Why yes, please forgive me. There was just a little bit more to go to reach the mansion, but we had to change dragon carriages because of a wheel problem. Which is why I came back like this. The young male servant says that and bows to Roswell while having such a pale face that it was pitiful. According to the young man who was Dudley's servant, a wheel was taken off of the imperial carriage because of the mud on the way back from the city costule, and it could no longer be used to travel. As a result, the young man returned to the mansion alone on the Earth Dragon as ordered by Dudley, and came to pick up a replacement dragon carriage. That was the situation. Roswell, Dudley Su'ur is unlucky at crucial times, though it's always been like that. If Grace was going into labor right now, he'd regret it for a very long time. Master wants to come back to his wife as soon as possible too. Roswell, I understand how he feels, of course. Let's see, if that's the case, then there's a lot of catching up to do, so I guess we'll go pick him up ourselves. Since we'll make Dudley feel uncomfortable that way. With a malicious smile, Roswell taps the astonished servant's shoulder. After that, he looked back at the mansion and winked at Rem and Ram, who were listening, and the maids. Roswell, and so, let's take my dragon carriage. Ram, if you would. Ram, understood. Please wait. Roswell naturally calls on Ram, and Ram calmly accepts. That interaction makes the maid's eyes light up for a moment. Seeing their reaction in the corner of her eye, Ram stops talking. Then, she looks at Roswell, who was tilting his head, and said, Ram, I was going to go, but since I don't feel well today, you should ask Rem. Roswell, you sure? I hope you're all right. I was sure that nothing happened last night. Ram, yes, I'll be fine. As long as you don't say any more unnecessary things. Ram kept endorsing Rem while being wary of the eyes of the maids, which were shining brighter and brighter. Rem gives a bittersweet smile in response to Ram's feelings, and she bows to Roswell. Rem, as requested by Nay Summer, I'll be taking over for her. Is that okay? Roswell, yes, I don't mind. I just called on Ram first because she looked grumpy. I have no problems with Rem. Let's go, shall we? Rem, yes. I'll get it ready right away. Rem does a courtesy, and she went to go get the imperial carriage left at the other side of the mansion. The dragon carriage was medium-sized, and the Earth Dragon held at the stable was a 4-legged large Earth Dragon. She takes out the dark brown Earth Dragon from the stable and gets on the driver's seat connected to the dragon carriage. She controls the reins skillfully, and it took less than 5 minutes for the dragon carriage to return to the main entrance. Roswell, impressive. Truly excellent. Ram, she's my little sister, after all. That's just natural. Roswell, I'm glad to see that you're in a good mood. Agar Ain. Well then, We'll bring back Dudley as soon as possible. Ram praises Rem, and Roswell catches her off her guard and pats her head gently. The feeling flusters Ram, but she didn't stop Roswell because of it. Roswell dashingly steps onto the dragon carriage Rem was controlling, and then he nodded at the boy who was Dudley's servant. Roswell, all right, would you please show us the way? Think of it this way, every second we're delayed, Grace gets more lonely. ? Ah, yes. Understood, I will guide you. Hearing Roswell call out to him, the young man jumps onto the earth dragon next to him respectfully. He did come to get a replacement dragon carriage, but he was probably feeling disturbed inside since the Margrave made him come along. But, Roswell being whimsical was nothing unusual, so Rem wasn't surprised. Rem, all right, nay summer. We'll be gone for a little bit. Ram, don't cry. Rem, I haven't cried over things like this lately. Ram, then that makes me feel a bit lonely. Rem has that exchange with Ram, they smile at each other, and she drives the dragon carriage. They leave the Mylode residence, and the dragon carriage proceeded straight over the main road while following the guiding young man. Rem, by the way, Roswell Summer, what do you think of Dudley Summer? Along the way, from the back of the driver's seat Rem speaks while facing the small window connecting the passenger carriage and the driver's seat. After that, Roswell, who was looking outside the small window, went oh? As he raised an eyebrow. Roswell, did Grace and the maids not tell you about Dudley? Rem, everyone told me that he's a good husband and a good master. Incidentally, I was wondering what impression Roswell Summer had of him, so I asked. Roswell, I see. Well, my impression is no different from theirs, either. He's a good friend, a good relative. Definitely a good person. So good that I get a little irritated just by looking at Haim. Rem, irritated, you say? Thinking that it was unusual for him to lean towards an assessment of close friend or relative, Rem asks again. Roswell, he's not the one to doubt others, you see. He tries to accept everything. It's a part of how he married his wife, who had a problem with her gait, and why he helps with my hobby. Rem, your hobby? I guess this is about the demi-human lover thing. Frederica had told her before about those words in an annoyed manner. Roswell took care of demi-humans with no place to go, trained them, and gave them word. And there was gossip that insulted Roswell as a demi-human lover for his actions. Rem, Roswell Summer is a splendid gentleman. That's what I think, Roswell, ha ha ha, thank you. Well, even though people talk about me behind my back like that, Dudley still is more than happy to help me. There were a lot of demi-human maids in his mansion, right? Rem, he helps you, and yet you feel irritated by him. Roswell, he's someone that can believe people without doubting them one bit. Even more so when he owes the person. Well, anyone could say that, though. Roswell's thinking was complicated, so Rem couldn't really understand what he meant. She just understood that he liked Dudley, but also couldn't deal with him very well. Having innate goodness and being a nice person don't always go hand in hand. Rem keeps that thought in mind. In any case, Rem, I see it. I think that's the dragon carriage. With the conversation put on pause, a stopped carriage comes into view right at the end of the main road. They stop at the end of the road, and there was a slightly tilted carriage. This had to be the dragon carriage talked about earlier. Rem, there. Rem stops the earth dragon right by that dragon carriage, and she jumps off the driver's seat after exchanging looks with Roswell. The young male servant next to her also gets off the earth dragon, and he ran up to his master's dragon carriage. ? Master, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I came back with a replacement dragon carriage, or rather, I came back with more amazing people. Noticing chaos and agitation in the young man's voice, Rem reflexively broke into a smile. It looked like the Margrave accompanying him stressed out his heart more than she'd thought. After the young man practically said that he was finally free from uncomfortableness, he jumped onto the dragon carriage and called out to him inside. ? Yes, it'll be fine. No, in that dragon carriage. Ah, for crying out loud, you'll know once you see it. Oh, young maid, come on in. The young man gives a confusing explanation to the master inside, and he beckons Rem. Hearing him call out to her, Rem steps on the ramp, and she, Rem, was going to bow to Dudley inside and call out to him. But then her thoughts froze. Rem lets out a moan upon seeing the scene before her eyes, and she couldn't move, legs becoming numb. It was as if her vision had poisoned her. In fact, it was a hell that would prevent you from moving an inch. The luxurious dragon carriage was turned into an unimaginable sea of blood. The small dragon carriage was full of a suffocating smell of blood, and there were several large, red pieces of meat in a pool of blood on the floor. Pieces of meat is what they should be called. You couldn't call them dead bodies when they were this damaged. You shouldn't call them stuff like dead bodies when their dignities were damaged this much. The one inside is master, and the two in the front are the driver and the real servant, Rem. The young man standing right by Rem, who was stiffening up, faces her, and he gives an explanation as he pointed at the pieces of meat. Rem couldn't even move an inch when she heard that level voice. She felt nauseated. Her whole body became weak. Gastric juice from her writhing stomach ran up her throat. Rem, don't breath with your nose. Make sure you breath with your mouth. Then, if you focus on your stomach, it'll settle down immediately. If you feel pain, then at your feet there's. It might be hard to tell, but the things on the seat are feet. Start with that to grasp her whole body in order. She was dizzy. Her thoughts were breaking. Her knees were shaking, and she felt like she was going to collapse into the pool of blood. Why? It was so hard to move her body. Her mind and her consciousness were unstable. But, even if her limbs gave up on her, there was one sense working vehemently: it was too late. Fatally late. Why hadn't she noticed it? Even though the scent was this strong? Just calm down. That's just pieces of meat, after all. Rem, which cultist? Rem senses the miasma, though it was too late, and she tried to jump back with the strength she scraped up in her body. However, for some reason, Rem fell to her knees against her will, and she felt like she was going to faint. The young man grabbed her body with his arms, and lifted her forcibly. Rem, Kansas. You sure are light. All Onis have is physical strength, so where does the weight of their muscles go? I wonder if I'd find out by dissecting one. There was no time to do that at that mountain, you see. While holding on to Rem, the young man kept laughing with a frivolous and innocent look. It wasn't like he'd completely changed. He was extremely calm, extremely composed. That was dreadful. Rem, Roz, ? You want to ask your master to save you? Well, you can't. All the fun would be ruined once someone gets in the way of this meeting, right? So, the dragon carriage that turned into a horrible scene was shady, and Roswell couldn't see the interaction from the passenger carriage. Seeing Rem trying to tell her master about the dilemma, the young man flaps his free hand cruelly. A light, air-expelling sound right after that. Rem saw red light on the other side of the dragon carriage. Rem, the hot wind blowing through shakes her maid outfit, and she bellowed as she opened her mouth. However, even her own yell was drowned out by the explosion, and the high-pitched ringing in her ears destroys her eardrums. But, it was still easy to guess what had happened by looking at the flames that rose with the produced shock wave and hot wind. They're the flames that burned your home. Or perhaps the flames that burned your family. Though, that was a failure. She didn't know what he meant by saying it was a failure. Still, the result was clear. The eruption of smoke closes in, and the heated sand envelops Rem and the young man. On the other side of the dragon carriage, tilted by the impact, there was serious damage to the dragon carriage Roswell was on, and it was most likely being engulfed in flames. With her master on it, the young man, no, the witch cultist, blew away the dragon carriage. How's it feel to be so powerless that even your master gets burnt after your village and family? How's it feel being unable to reach the enemy you hate so much that you want to kill him, even though he's right before your eyes? Rem, I'll kill you? Yes, that's it. Those eyes, that voice, and that horn are what I wanted. In response to Rem's anger and her desire for revenge, the horn of an Oni comes out on her forehead. The white horn shining brightly sucks in the mana in the atmosphere, filling her whole body with over-the-top energy. However, Rem, it is a beautiful, splendid horn, but power didn't go in like you expected, huh? Hearing Rem's moan, the young man chuckles with a complacent smile. Just like the young man said, forget about power surging in her hands and legs, Rem's horn was dying down in proportion to its radiance. There weren't even any strange problems with her horn sucking in the mana in the atmosphere. If that was the case, Rem, the mana, is being interfered with, yes. I was born with this nature. I randomly contaminate the mana around me. If it's in my surroundings, the mana turns into poison. That's why it was easy to take control of your village, Rem. Being told the shocking truth, Rem was at a loss for words. The Onis are admired as the strongest race among demi-humans. Rem had thought that it didn't make sense for them to be annihilated in one night by witch cultists, even if there were disadvantages like it being a night attack and a difference in numbers. Her suspicions were cleared after finding out that the young man had an unusual ability that was the worst for the Oni horn. As long as she was faced with the young man's special characteristic, the Oni horn was invalidated. No, more like a detrimental result would be caused. That's how the witch cultists cornered the Oni clan, her father, and her mother and killed them. And so, the few survivors, you and your sister, will fall prey to us too, Rem, even nay summer, of course. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been worth going through the trouble to do all sorts of cheap tricks. We worked really hard for you and your sister. Although, stopping there, the young man looks at the center of the explosion, whose fumes were still not settled down yet. I'd thought that the Margrave was going to be the biggest obstacle, but I didn't expect him to get blown away this easily. Rem, surprisingly, it was no big deal. There were rumors saying that he is the strongest magic user in the kingdom, so I even brought forces, thinking that he was going to give me some trouble. Around the young man tilting his head, dark shadows suddenly appear in the dragon carriage from every direction. Countless shadows dressed in black from their heads appeared as if coming out of the ground. The unmistakable stink and malice, without a doubt, were the witch cultists. Now then, what's left is the fun of choking you out and retrieving you with your sister. I'll be expecting you to act honorably as a descendant of the prideful Oni clan. The young man grabs her neck harder as he said that scornfully. Rem, getting exhausted, couldn't fight against the large amount of harmful mana being taken in. Even her thoughts slowed down, and her eyelids were strangely heavy. Ram, Roswell, Frederica, Klein, Grace, and the maids come to her mind. And yet, everything was swallowed up by the darkness of her distant consciousness. Algoa. Just then, a crimson-red fire blast swirled in the air, and the surrounding dark shadows were blown away with a heat weave. Wah? The young man, suddenly seeing the produced blast and soil, raised his voice in surprise. Without a pause, the young man reflexively jumps back and attempts to get away from danger. You little. However, Rem didn't overlook the fact that the young man turned his attention away from himself. Rem shook off his arms right away, and she escaped his control as she fell to the ground. Her body got held up in someone else's arms. They were surprisingly strong arms, and Rem knew this feeling. It was, Rem, Roswell Summer. Roswell, now I've saved your life 3 times. Perhaps now's about the time you should seriously think about how you'll pay back your debt for real. Roswell winks at Rem, who gave an applause while being held by him. No doubt about it, he acted calm because of his use of magic, and it also made Rem's eyes shine, who still felt tired. Keeping his distance while looking amazed, the young man shrugs his shoulders at Roswell, who didn't even have any burn marks on his clothes and was standing in his way. Oi, I'm beaten. I did consider the possibility of you not getting killed by that, but you not even getting scratched sure as hell didn't cross my mind. What kind of magic did you use, Roswell? That's a secret. Unlike a certain someone, I'm not an idiot who shows off his own cards for self-satisfaction. Anyhow, that sure is a troublesome nature. Roswell responds sarcastically to the young man who had talked about his own special characteristic, and he looks down on his right hand. While opening and shutting his palm, with one eye closed, he said, "Roswell, the mana around turns into poison." In other words, the space becomes very troubling for magic users. To think that all magic can actually repress power to such an extent? Usually you wouldn't be able to cast magic freely either, and yet you pulled it off. I'll have to give you props for that. But this place has to feel uncomfortable for you, huh, Roswell? It sure does. Buyuat. Apart from that, while staying cautious of the witch cultists slowly closing in, Roswell looked at the young man profoundly. Then he let Rem down from his arms. After being saved by Roswell from a predicament, strength somehow returns to Rem's hands and legs, and she felt like she could even run. However, Rem couldn't fight at all without her horn. Although, the Oni horn was useless in this situation, anyways. Rem came here, and she was held back by her own powerlessness again. Seeing Rem look like she was going to cry, Roswell tugs his chin in and says, "Roswell, listen, Rem. I'll take care of this place. Return to the mansion and save Ram and Grace. I want you to take care of that, Rem, Roswell Summer." But Roswell's proposal to split up and have him handle a dangerous situation surprises Rem. Around them, witch cultists were flooding in, and it didn't even seem like they lost numbers after the first attack, and the young man who was a magic user's worst enemy was still in good shape. Roswell's disadvantage was as clear as day, but at the same time, Ram and Grace were left at the mansion defenseless. That was also terrifying to Rem. She hesitated and worried. An answer wasn't coming to her. Even so, time still passed cruelly. "Roswell, Rem, leave this up to me. Rem, Roswell, you should relax. Also, allow me to demonstrate. Demonstrate how your master is the strongest magic user out there. I'll burn the limbs of that enemy over there and give them to you guys." As Rem's eyes widened, Roswell pointed at the young man and declared that confidently. Those words made the young man make an unpleasant expression, but after Rem blinked several times, she nodded deeply. Her master said that much. And they certainly had created a bond for her to believe that. "Rem, good luck. Roswell, you and Ram get home safely, too." Rem bows, and she starts to run away from that place at once. She had far from enough power to dash without relying on her Oni horn. But still, Rem kicked the dirt and broke through the enclosure. Of course, the witch cultists brandished their cross swords over their heads and threw themselves at her, but Roswell, El Huma, El Fura, the swirling wind carries slashes of ice, cutting up the dark shadows, throwing themselves at the girl carelessly. The blood gushing out freezes, and the slashing blood cuts up another dark shadow. The damage spreads, and so, meanwhile, Rem was leaving the battlefield at full speed without turning back once. That was the indication that she trusted in him to protect her back, no matter what. "Roswell, I did hope that she'd trust me innocently like that, but it does make me feel ticklish." You're quite calm, huh, Margrave? Do you not see what the situation's like? With a firm voice, the young man speaks to Roswell, who watched Rem go off with a slight smile on his face. The boy, who had kept his calm up until then, glares at Roswell, who was in front of the dragon carriage, and said, "The situation has changed a little bit, but the forces to kill you are still alive. Plus, that Oni girl will still have a bad time once he gets back to the mansion. You are cruel, Roswell." That seems to be a bit different from the flow of events I see. How interesting, Roswell, not even. It sounds like your source of confidence are at the mansion, but my Oni sisters, who I'm proud of, will deal with them. Unfortunately, you guys will also turn into dust with me here. Oh, but you're the only one that's going to get captured alive, so don't fret. Your life should be taken away by the two of them. Completely relaxed, Roswell calmly states that while putting up his hands. Rather than getting angered by that attitude, the young man puts his hands together with an impressed expression and claps. If you can talk big that much in a situation where you can't even work out mana properly, then color me impressed. Man, I can't wait for those sisters to turn into dead bodies with their original forms still there. Guess I'll deal with it by using you." The young man smiles delightfully suddenly, and that's when the witch cultists around him started to move simultaneously. The dark shadows prepare the weapons in their hands, and they went to tear the lone man limb from limb. "Roswell, you'll deal with it." Deal with it, huh? That's a pretty cocky way of putting it. Inside this silent delusion that completely covered his vision with black, Roswell checks on the dead bodies lying in the back in the dragon carriage, the disastrous scene, and he sighed. And then, "Roswell, I guess I'll make up for Dudley's death by taking your guys' lives." The first one to sense a change with the situation was Ram, who had steeled herself for her sister's absence. "Grace, Ram-chan." Grace tilted her head curiously at Ram, who looked up in the middle of the conversation. Ram directed a narrow-eyed look out the window without responding to those words at all. The mansion's atmosphere completely chills, and the sound of the wind felt silent. Bitterness mixes with the dry atmosphere, and while tasting the increasing tension with the tip of her tongue, Ram quietly squinted her light pink eyes, the change in the atmosphere irritating her skin. That was a sign of a hunting ground. For Ram, as someone who was born in an Oni village among the mountains, hunting signs and her daily life were inseparable. Of course, the adults never took a young girl like her to go hunting, but she went into the mountains without telling them, and killing stray beasts wasn't just a 1 or 2 time thing. It was not hunting for fun, but a procedure necessary to measure her own capacities accurately. Although Ram was also proud of her innocent sister praising her enthusiastically every time she told her that she'd killed a beast. It's just that she'd never told anyone other than her sister about her actions. Getting back on track, what Ram felt in the mansion's surroundings at this time was that sort of hunting sign that reminded her of the past. However, there was one point that was clearly different, a change in her position. Here, at this time, Ram was not the hunter, but the hunted. Ram, neither Roswell Summer nor Rem are here, they were vulnerable. This couldn't possibly be just a coincidental attack. Something had to have happened to Rem and Roswell after they were lured away from the mansion. But Ram's mind was as calm as possible. She was worried about Rem, but Roswell was also with her. Though she hated to admit it, as long as Rem had that master dressed as a clown by her side, her life wouldn't be exposed to danger. The current problem was this person next to her who didn't have those two to protect her. Ram-san, what have you been? Ram, get ready to move Grace Summer immediately. In this occasion, lifting her up will have to do. Furthermore, call the guards in the mansion right away. The maid, who had a dubious expression, blinked in surprise, becoming dumbfounded upon hearing Ram's instructions. That reaction made Ram want to click her tongue, but she couldn't blame her for not having sense of urgency, because Ram and the others were the ones who brought this attack's danger into the mansion. After all, Ram, anyhow, just do as I say. This mansion is. Without trying to convince her, Ram raises her voice to force the best course of action. However, before she declared that, an intense impact was pushing up the building from below. A roaring sound and a shock appears at the maid's feet, making her lose balance, and she fell to the floor as she screamed. Ram also felt such a shock that she had to kneel down on one knee, and she jumped onto the couch immediately. On it, there was Grace, holding onto her stomach, her beautiful face pale from anxiety and shock. Ram, I have to protect them, is what Ram thinks instinctively. For Ram, that was something she would very rarely feel for anyone except for Rem. However, Grace, with how she was now, made her act like this, and she just naturally judged her to be someone that she ought to protect. She had no horn, but, even so, there still was the blood of the reincarnation of an Oni god flowing within her body. Ram, look, she puts her determination and her secret skill to use. Ram started using clairvoyance, a secret skill of the Onis, without the mana that would normally circulate through the horn. The power goes around the Mylode residence, its limited range, and finds an existence that could synchronize with the kneeling girl's mana, even though it was just slightly. Just then, Ram's field of vision suddenly opened. Ram, it was red, a very red scene. The bottom and top of her field of vision were dyed bright red, and a figure was blurred over and over while flickering. It had to be because Ram's target was wildly writhing on the floor. Her vision was red, red as far as she could see. It wasn't deep red that made her think of blood, it was bright red that reminded her of bright light. This is what people call flames. The person who Ram borrowed her vision from gets engulfed in flames, and now was the exact moment she started burning to death. Ram, seeing that cruel scene, didn't crush Ram's heart. She focuses on finding a clue inside the vision dyed red. Obviously, once the body she's borrowing vision from dies, the connection breaks. If that happens, then the owner of this body dies in vain. That couldn't happen. She wouldn't let it. Get a hold of something, just something, no matter what. Ram, dash. A figure passes by the corner of her vision, and right after Ram gasped upon seeing it, the connection breaks. It was proof of the target of the magic being burned by flames and dying once and for all. But she obtained a clue. In exchange for her death, she obtained information on the attacker. However, it was Ram's worst enemy. What went through her vision was a large, muscular, short-haired man. Ram had encountered that man once before in red scenery like the one happening right now. It was when she was surrounded by her kind's burnt corpses in the Oni village burning down. That disastrous scene. Ram, a thief, has broken into the mansion's east wing. Guards are rushing over, but half of them have been burned. I can't say that this place is safe either. Let's move somewhere else. ? Thief, no way. There must be some mistake. Ram, did you not hear the shaking and noise just now? Moreover, the thief is actually the witch cult. I saw their black clothes come into mansion outside the window. Must I explain even further? The maid who couldn't accept reality for a moment gazes in wonderment upon hearing witch cult. They were words convenient for making her understand that this was an emergency. The unfortunate thing was that it wasn't a lie, but the truth. This was a terrible attack by the witch cult to eradicate the Oni clan. Ram, in any case, it would be stupid to stay in this mansion. You are too insistent on keeping Grace Summer here. We have to move her, ? But we can't put such a burden on her. She should stay. Grace, no, let's do what Ram-chan. No, what Ram-san says. It was Grace who interrupted the objecting maid and agreed with Ram in a firm tone. The pregnant girl sits up in the bed, and despite having a pale face, she stared at Ram with courageous eyes. Grace, you're Roswell Summers' dear child. I'm positive that you are capable of making the best judgments. Ram, if that disgraceful title helps, then I won't deny it in this situation. Grace, or, you don't have to be embarrassed. Ram responds to Grace, who acted unexpectedly relaxed. Then, the rabbit-eared girl who'd been watching them rolls up the sleeves of her maid outfit. ? Oh, okay, understood. I'm ready, too. Madam, it's going to be a little uncomfortable, but please grab onto me. Grace, yes, Limria, if you would. Even though her arms were thin, demi-humans are demi-humans. The rabbit-eared maid, Limria, picks up Grace in her arms, and Ram put her ears against the door out the room as she watched that. No presences in the corridor. For starters, they had to move. How long was it going to take for Rem and Roswell to break past the witch cult and return to the mansion? She had to escape from the attackers hiding in the mansion until they did. Ram, it's definitely easier said than done. Most likely, that was going to be a hopelessly difficult obstacle. However, as Ram said that out loud, she didn't let the two of them with her notice her anxiety whatsoever, and so, their fierce escape play began on the stage, the Milo'd residence. The three of them leave Grace's bedroom, and they escaped upstairs for now. After just a few tens of seconds, there was the sound of the bedroom downstairs breaking in the mansion, proving that Ram's judgment was correct. Ram, although, it really sucks how I can't be proud of it at all even though I was right. Ram speaks her thoughts while she held her breath in the room she ran away into. After muttering, almost in a whisper, she used clairvoyance and strived to find an escape route. Inside the mansion, there were several people hiding from the witch cult attack, just like Ram and the others were. For now, she had to guarantee Grace's safety by borrowing the girl's eyes. Ram, I can't really say that it'd be wise to stay in one place. Fortunately, there aren't many enemies. Let's move, Limria, But that'd be dangerous, Ram. This'll get hit at some point if we don't move, since the pursuer is hitting places one by one. Besides, it seems they aren't that naive, either. Sensing presences nearing downstairs, Ram tells the two of them to run away while they still have places they could run to. They exit the room, and run off to a different wing, carefully destroying their traces so they don't get caught by their pursuers. Relying on her secret skill and insight, Ram grasped the attacker's characteristics pretty much correctly. He was a witch cultist who was the village's enemy. He was invading the mansion by himself. She was sure of that after what she'd seen. However, this wasn't information that she could accept with open arms. Since he was alone, this proved that he has the power to take control of the mansion on his own. In fact, as Ram checked her memory, she concluded that they were at a disadvantage. If they fought, their chances of winning were slim. But even if they weren't, they'd get burnt to death once found. That's just a cold, hard fact, Limria. In that case, can't we go through the garden and flee outside the premise? Ram, someone has already tried that and failed. As for what happened, that's better left unsaid. Hearing Ram's cruel explanation, Limria understood that she'd lost her co-worker, and she was at a loss for words. When she was using clairvoyance, she saw her target forcefully trying to run away from the mansion, and she ended up failing. The reason being because of the invisible explosive spells set outside the mansion. It was the trap used by the witch cultist Roswell had kept in the mansion before. Most likely, there were countless of the same kind of traps set up around the mansion. Evade that carefully, escape, and don't get found by the witch cultist. That would be impossible, Ram. He's scrupulous with preparations, and on top of that, he's excellent at pursuit. It's as if he's reading the wind. The pursuer, on top of blocking their way out, was definitely cornering them, and it made Ram grind her teeth. The distance between them and the enemy had neither decreased nor increased since leaving Grace's bedroom. They were getting nowhere. His pursuit magic was excellent. He was so crafty that Ram praised him without exaggerating. Ram. Time passed, and the silence starts to spread heavily between the three of them. They speak less about focusing on escaping, and everyone besides Ram had their faces turn pale slowly. They hadn't run into any of the other servants in the mansion, not even once. Surely the two of them weren't thick-headed enough to not understand what that meant, and so, Ram's heart also tore apart when the pursuer, who they couldn't shake off, came to mind. Limria, Ram-san, you're bleeding. Ram, it's no big deal. Wiping the nose blood, Limria pointed out. Ram grinds her teeth while breathing heavily. Ram's body had already passed its limit a long time ago from the repeated use of her secret skill. Her headache and the buzzing her ears wouldn't go away, and her hot head and body were strangely heavy. If she lost focus, she'd probably fall to her knees soon after. Ram was able to prevent that from happening precisely because she had tough force of will. Still, it wasn't so far from its limit. Sooner or later, it would definitely fail. Ram, why is this body so fragile? Why does it have so many problems just from doing something? Irritation with herself is exactly what she felt since her time at the village. Ram, damn it, Limria, Ram-san. Please, that's enough. Don't force yourself. Limria supports Ram's unsteady body, and she turns around. And then, while holding Grace, she went into a nearby room she had her eyes on, bringing Ram along. Limria, anyway, let your body rest for a little bit. Ram, you idiot, this room is. Limria speaks considerate words, and Ram's voice gets covered up as her eyes widened. But she was still late to stop her, and the three of them looked straight at the scene in the room. It wasn't clear who let out a sigh out of the three of them. That question was just blown away by the scene they were faced with, right before their own eyes. Piled up messily at the corner of the room were several burnt corpses turned into black. Although she couldn't tell with her nose clogged with blood, the room was most likely filled with the stench of burnt flesh. There were at least 10 corpses lying on top of each other. It almost felt like the evaporated, hollow eye sockets were giving them a resentful, empty look. Limria, Ram, careful. Next to her, Limria falls to her knees with a thump. Grace, who she had in her arms, almost gets thrown down to the floor because she lost her strength, and Ram just barely caught her. Still, it was understandable. Limria's long bunny ears sag, and she continued to shed tears from her eyes, stupefied as her voice wouldn't even come out. Grace, how could they? And so, Grace, who'd been rescued from falling down, also received unfathomable shock to her heart. She was shaking her head over and over in denial, staring at the burnt corpses in shock. Ram grinds her teeth, seeing their reaction, as she thought, I failed. Ram felt a lot of regret for letting them see this scene. Not encountering corpses even once was supposed to be the bulwark to protect their hearts. That condition was broken once they saw these cruel, burnt corpses right in front of them, and then that shock led the situation to a vicious spiral. Grace, Ram, Grace Summer, Grace, who had been stupefied with the disastrous scene, had the color of anguish go across her profile, and Ram knits her brows. It was clearly a reaction different from the surprise she had upon seeing dead bodies. In fact, Grace's breathing became heavy, sweat appeared on her forehead, and she was going to collapse on the spot. Ram, Grace Summer, pull yourself together. Fainting here now would be, Grace, no, you've got it wrong, Ram-san. That's not it. Grace holds onto Ram's sleeve as she called out to her, and she shakes her head with a look of pain. That reaction makes Ram's eyes widen in confusion, but she noticed it right after. At Grace's feet, a large amount of liquid was dripping from her nightgown. It was something caused by being faced with a horrible scene. How nice that would be if that was the case. Ram, no way, her water broke? A part of Ram's knowledge on the flow of events for childbirth came to mind, and her voice trembles. Once Ram said those words, Grace held onto her big belly and hung her head. It was nothing other than her clenching her teeth and dealing with the on and off pain. Her water broke, and then she had labor pains. Although the order was incorrect, they were signs of one's first childbirth, and it was expected for them to happen at any time for Grace as someone who was entering the last month of pregnancy. But she had to say that this was the worst time for labor pains to start in a situation where they were being attacked by witch cultists and the whole mansion turned into a battlefield. Grace, how? Ram. Grace breathes in and out painfully, grabbing onto Ram's arm, and her hands were full of strength. It was such a grip that you wouldn't believe it was coming from a girl with thin arms like hers, and it made Ram's head spin fast while she dealt with the pain. The witch cultist wouldn't slow down his pursuit. Still, dragging Grace around with her current situation was impossible. It had exposed the mother and the child to danger. And she couldn't give birth here, either. Ram, Limria. Limria, snap out of it, Limria. Ram, Limria. With a dry sound, Ram slaps Limria's cheek. That shock makes Limria topple over, and her eyes widen as she held onto her hit cheek. Ram shouts at the maid, Ram, carry Grace Summer into a bedroom nearby. Get hot water and lots of clean cloth. That's as far as my knowledge goes. Now you just have to do something. Even a genius like Ram could only understand the surface when it came to stuff like knowledge on childbirth. However, Limria, as the maid of the pregnant Grace, should have been trained in case of emergencies. Roswell was thorough in that area. Thus, Limria, you understood. I will take care of her. But, the witch cult, Ram, I'll take care of them. Ram, while standing back up, says that to Limria, who somehow came back to her senses. Although two of them gazed in wonderment upon hearing her declaration, Ram confidently takes out the staff she'd equipped on her thigh. It was a wand she was comfortable with, made from her own horn. As of now, it was unpleasantly reassuring. Ram, don't worry about me. Worry about yourselves. Giving birth to a child is a major task, much more difficult than my cleaning that'll begin after this. As Ram said that while preparing her staff, she braced herself to face an unavoidable battle. Feeling that Ram was straight ahead, he came to the corridor where Ram was standing in without hesitation. Appearing at the end of the corridor, the man lets out a sigh in admiration upon seeing the girl standing dauntingly. Hearing that sound, which sounded like excitement in a way, Ram truly felt disgusted. However, her fighting spirit and anger were stronger than her disgust, and they burned it into nothing within an instant. The anger towards the witch cult, her kind's enemy and a symbol of unreasonable fate, flared up in her light red eyes. Seeing those angry eyes, the large man shrugs his shoulders in an unconcerned manner. Why has a little Oni, who had been running everywhere, suddenly decided to show up? Ram, to put it as, running all over the place, is extremely wrong. I was not running, I simply walked without caring about anyone. Not catching up to me, not finding me, whichever slip-up it may be. Don't blame me for your own incompetence. It seems you are the one who is mistaken, little Oni. The man, with a low and muffled voice, objects those provocative words spoken by Ram, who smiled. When Ram squinted as she heard his reply, the man put leaf tobacco, which he took out of his pocket, in his mouth. And then, you've been running away ever since that mountain village died down, right? I'm asking how you ended up showing yourself here. Ram, you sure know how to run your mouth well. Answer that mouth my way. Humph. While watching Ram, who twirled the staff in her hand and expressed her fighting spirit, the man cracked his knuckles. Just then, a faintly produced spark lights the end of the leaf tobacco. With a deep breath, he breathed tobacco smoke. You have fighting spirit, but I don't sense any strength. I came to burn the reincarnation of an Oni god, a real Oni. But I guess I was off. The real one has been taken by Sergei. Unlucky, Ram, you sure do enjoy stupid hobbies. Faust, Fog must be the one who couldn't keep his mouth shut. He was an awful apprentice. Having his name guessed correctly, the large man Faust spat out those words apathetically. Although Ram agreed with his opinion on Fog, she tilted her head upon hearing apprentice and questioned him. Faust, he's an arson apprentice. It makes sense to kill people, destroy things, and burn things. However, not everyone could do all that. If there isn't anyone to teach it, then the skills won't spread. So, I take the initiative and do so. It's a practice that is a hobby and it has benefits. Ram, Faust, even the witch cult is desperate to enlighten people. Lately, there's been no hesitation to convert those with no interest at all in their ideas into believers. Their deviousness is comfortable to evildoers. While enjoying the taste of tobacco smoke, Faust talks about his position thoroughly. The details go through Ram's eyes, and her hornless forehead starts to ache terribly. She tilts her head without speaking of the sort of pain that felt like her skull was being pierced with a drill. Ram, in other words, although you help the witch cult, you aren't influenced by the witch. In that case, why did you help burn down the village? Faust, I thought I told you. It's a hobby and it has benefits. Ram, meaning? Faust, I love fire. Plus, I wanted to try burning Onis. I wanted to know the smell. Stating that, Faust spits out the shortened leaf tobacco and said, Faust, everyone loves rare things, right? Ram, yes. And so, I'll let you smell one of the rare smells in this world. He drops the leaf tobacco onto the carpet, and the tip of the fabric burns with a scorching sound. That becomes a sign, and Ram kicks the floor with her small body and starts sprinting. Faust raises his palm towards the girl running like the wind and says, Faust, what rare smell? Ram, the smell of you being burnt to death. The best lingering scent in the whole world. Her sharp words make Faust deepen his smile, and the next moment, his thirst for blood explodes. Ram senses the concentration of heat in the space up front, and she evades the threat with a jump to the side. The produced blast grazed her cheek right after she blinked, but she steadied herself and continued on. The invisible explosions Rem had already saw through that trick. It's a special magic where he can cause explosions on the spot by setting up magic formulas in the air beforehand. It definitely would have been very troublesome for her without her background knowledge. However, once she'd figured out the trick, it was no big deal. Rem had exposed it with her sense of smell, but Ram saw through it by the disturbance in mana right before the explosions. Faust, wow, not bad. Ram, faced dodges her first attack, and he ignited countless spells while falling back. While he freely covered the corridor with explosive flames, Ram avoided fatal wounds with her supernatural body movement. Yes, she avoided just the fatal wounds. She couldn't avoid her arm getting lacerated, her legs getting burnt, and her hair burning. But they were still miraculously minor injuries once you considered the amount of explosions and the scale of them. There were no interferences in the battle, and she got close enough to get hit. Ram, she clenches her teeth and bears with pain. The pain was not only coming from her wounds, but her exhaustion as well. Her body could fight for a long time, but it could not fight perfectly. Besides, she suffered defeat against Faust even when it was perfect. Her chances of winning were slim from the start. Still, even if they were slim, she'd take her chances. As long as she fought, she wouldn't think about stuff like losing. In many situations, Ram was forced to fight. Ram's options to not fight would get ruined one by one, and she'd choose to fight. However, she would never make excuses when she had no other choices. Do it, and I'll win, that was a belief Ram told herself. Ram, Alfura, because it was an essential will as the proud older sister of Rem, her cute little sister. Fierce, magical power concentrates at the tip of the staff she stuck out. Without a pause, it completely covers the Mylode residence's spacious, long corridor just like that, constricting it. The Owl rank is magic praised as the highest ranked power in wind magic. Fura, Ram, without her horn, was even easily manipulating the enormous amount of mana an ordinary person needed to summon up in order to use it, despite it being an unreachable level of skill. Ram, the wind rages, like an intense force of a gigantic dragon, and the building gets ravaged by a sharpness that not even a treasured sword could compare to, making it lose all of its original form. The carpet tears into pieces. The pottery disintegrates without a sound. The windows crush like grains of sand. The paintings go from pieces of paper to fine powder. The windstorm destroys people's eardrums, tearing through their bodies by breaking into the holes in them. Once that destruction blew through, all that's left was a scene without any bloodstains. Ram, ha. Ah. Ram drops her shaking staff, and she falls to her knees on the spot while breathing hoarsely. It was an all-or-nothing maximum firepower attack where she threw in everything. Hit the opponent with your trump card when he starts taking you lightly and achieve victory. There was no other way to win. Fatigue suddenly weighs on Ram's body, and as she looked down, blood dripped from her face onto the floor. She couldn't tell if it was coming from her nasal cavity or her painful horn wound. Ram just bore with the urge to fall over at once and try to stand with her shaking legs. If the battle was over, then she had to report that to Grace and the others. And then they'd move to a safer and cleaner place for childbirth. Faust, how about I give you a hand there, young lady? Ram, Kur. Without being given the chance to respond with her voice, Ram's body gets lifted up easily. Her head was caught, and her legs were in the air. A strange man with finely chiseled features comes into Ram's vision. It was Faust. He lifted Ram with his right arm and was fixing his hair with his left arm. In his behavior, there were practically no signs that he'd been caught in the destruction. Faust, I really enjoyed your trap card. But you were unlucky. Ram, Lu. Faust, I didn't expect your trump card to be related to wind. That's my specialty. I was the one who taught Sade how to read wind. I know how wind protection works. By looking at Faust, she knew that he wasn't lying. Even Faust wasn't unharmed by that murderous wind. However, most of his important organs avoided injury, and he wasn't dealt any hard blows that could be called severe wounds. She had certainly put in her whole soul into the attack, and yet this was the result. She'd completely missed her chance to win. Faust, however, you haven't lost your fighting spirit. I like those eyes. Just like an Oni. They're genuine. Ram, you should've seen many of them. At the village, Faust, I said real ones. I wanted to burn a real Oni. That wish hasn't come true yet. I'm just sad about you. You're such a great wind user that I want to make you my apprentice. Ram, at the last second, Faust strengthens his grip on her neck. While having her thin neck crushed, Ram stared fixedly at Faust without letting the pain show on her face. It looked like Faust was impressed with her courage, and when he suddenly pulled her face close to his, he said, Faust, I thought there'd be no use in asking, but I'll try. Would you become my apprentice? We'll stand out, be famous, and go around burning anything and everything. Faust asks her that, almost sounding like he was saying it'll be fun. When Ram heard that excited man's sigh, she took a breather while having both ringing in her ears and a headache. Ram, I had always thought that. Ram says that in somewhat of a careless tone, and she looks at Faust, who was right by her. And then, without any hesitation, she spat on his face. There was saliva on his cheek. Looking at that, she says, Ram, when your heart is rotten to the core, your face becomes dirty. You should clean your face with my spit. Despite being on the verge of death, Ram smiled with a face that couldn't look any more triumphant. Seeing that smile, Faust's eyes brighten intensely. Faust, my apologies for my initial impoliteness. You are the real deal. No doubt about it, you're it. Which is exactly why I'll pay my respects and burn you to nothing. Faust wipes off the spit on his cheek with the back of his hand, and he faced the window while grabbing Ram. Most of the wall facing the garden was blown away by the aftermath of the magic, and the courtyard could be viewed from the third floor of the colonnade. Contrary to the aspects of the mansion that turned into a disastrous scene, the garden remained in a peaceful state, such as the water fountain and the carefully trimmed garden trees and flower beds. Although there were already countless spells set up in the garden to prevent escape, and they still should be intact even now, Faust, once the explosions start at one spot, it causes a chain reaction. Don't you think it'd be a magnificent and splendid farewell gift for a genuine Oni like yourself? Ram, Faust, Faust was talking about paying a tribute to her, but Ram murmured something in a muffled voice. That makes the man knit his brows, and he bent his ears to hear her murmuring. Ram mutters something again, and it was almost like she was talking deliriously. What she said was, Ram, more. To the right, Rem. Right after that, an iron sphere of destruction struck Faust from above his head. I made it, I made it. I made it. I made it, 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 I made it. Ram, nay Summer, Ram, you came back. Nice job, Rem. Ram smiles at Ram, who hugged her bloody sister and came through the eruption of smoke. Her exhausted sister smiled, but Rem still nodded vigorously with tears in her eyes. Rem barged in and attacked, causing the partially destructed mansion's corridor to completely collapse. The floor of the third floor and the second floor passages crumbled, making them into one. When Rem, who kicked away the debris and stopped moving, wiped off the blood on Ram's face, she rubbed her cheeks against her chest and checked her heartbeat. She feels her hot body and her beating heart, and she lets out a sigh of relief and happiness. Rem, thank goodness I made it. Her grievous voice sounded like sobbing, so Ram gently patted Rem's head that she rubbed against her chest. Rem, who had been caught in the witch cult's trap on the main road, left Roswell behind, and retreated to the mansion. After she escaped the mana-contaminating zone that restricted the power of her horn, along the way she pushed her body and continued running until she reached her limit. All while being guided by the feelings that could be shared between twins, she also made it past the garden set with invisible spells because of the synesthesia from Ram. She avoided the garden, jumped onto the building from the outer wall, arrived walking on the roof, and threw an attack. And so, Ram was rescued safely, and here they are. Ram, where's Roswell Summer? Rem, he was fighting a lot of witch cultists at the main road. But he told me to leave them up to him. Ram, I see. In that case, if, say, he does die, you don't have feel responsible. Besides, it's not like he'll die, anyway. Ram's strange trust in her master. Those words allow Rem to recover strength in her heart that had been uneasy. Seeing the light of her sister's eyes, Ram smiles slightly. And then, Ram, then we'll have to finish the cleaning before Roswell Summer gets back. Rem, yes. It's our 462nd work together. As Ram declared that, Rem stuck her chest out and carried her sister on her back since she couldn't move. After that, when she turned around to the enveloping eruption of smoke behind, she pulled back the iron sphere she had brought down. The chains rattled shrilly, and the iron sphere with thorns rolled to her feet. However, Rem, there's no blood. So, I didn't kill him, ? Though I did hear that you're a blockhead that just has a horn, if anything. Rem, who judged whether the man was dead or not based off the existence of bloodstains, feels only signs of a wry smile coming from the smoke. What eventually came out of that smoke and walked forward was a large-built man. The man puffs out tobacco smoke from the leaf tobacco he had in his mouth, and he looked at the sisters with deep interest in his eyes. She sniffs. She couldn't sense a witch cult-like smell, but, Rem, I will not hold back against men who have hurt Nay Summer and wronged Roswell Summer. Ram, it's Faust, one of the enemies. One of the remaining two, Rem, then this is terrific. Rem's hostility increased regardless of her opponent's background, and Ram added the last fuel to the fire. Ram raised an eyebrow when she heard Rem's response, but Rem enlightened her without turning around. Rem, the person Roswell Summer is fighting with is one enemy. The remaining two have been gathered. We can accomplish retribution. Ram, yes. Ram answers Rem's quiet voice briefly. For a moment, she felt like there was intense emotion in that reply, but Ram immediately got rid of it and said, Ram, let's avenge our kind. Rem, yes, Nay Summer. Rem gains strength from her sister's next words, and she advances with her on her back. Rem's horn shines even brighter, and the white light fills her whole body with overwhelming power. Seeing that before his own eyes, Faust smiled happily, rather than getting scared. Faust, the Oni sisters are all together, sisters born from the same woman's womb. I wanted to see the differences between the smells of a real Oni and a fake Oni. That wish will have to be granted. Rem, obviously Nay Summer smells better. Ram, the opportunity for you to confirm that will never come. They have somewhat of an aloof exchange, and two of their shadows clash. With her sister on her back, Rem rushed to the front with everything she had in her. Ram, who turned in her arms, continued to hold on tight, and she left everything up to her sister's will. Feeling that she had to prove herself worthy of that trust, Rem struck Faust's body with her left hand with all her might. Faust takes Rem's fist attack, which was strong enough to smash a large tree and even twist an iron plate, from the front without showing any intention of dodging it. The power of her fist that hit the middle of his crossed arms makes the large 100-kilogram man blow back like leaves of a tree. Easily, like he didn't weigh anything. Rem, so light, contrary to the flashy way he flew away, it felt light on Rem's hand, and so she raised her voice. At the same time, Faust, who was blown back, disappeared into the smoke. He gains distance and hides himself. It was a temporary measure. Rem was going to chase after him, but she stops right before she did. Instead, she threw her iron sphere sideways at the smoke screen. The iron sphere makes a circle in the direction of the missing wall, and she mows down everything lurking in the smoke to pulverize him. The iron sphere is something that spins and has brutal thorns. If one is directly hit by it, their body simply turns into meat, and even if they're just grazed, damage to the limbs is unavoidable. However, Rem, look out above you. Rem, hearing Ram's sudden warning, Rem falls backwards while crossing her arms over her head. Ram was sandwiched between the floor and her back, but the damage was minimal. Facing upward, right after she thought that she saw the ceiling got cracked, explosive flames come down along with Faust. Because of Rem's hit from earlier, the second and third floor passages were connected. Faust made use of that, slipped into the smoke, moved from the second floor to the third floor, and surprised them from the top floor. Faust, your reading is top-notch. A real Oni's insight. He swings his legs downward like a broad axe, and the impact grinded against Rem's crossed arms. She barely managed to defend against the power with her iron handle, but if she didn't have that, her arms might have been smashed. However, although Rem withstood that power, the second floor passage continuing to crumble couldn't. Rem, she feels the floor breaking behind her back. Within a blink of an eye, her whole body is taken over by a floating sensation. Rem forces her body to twist in the air, lands with her limbs like a mouse, immediately kicks the ground, falls back, and attempted to escape Faust's pursuit. Over there, Rem, Nisa? Hearing a sharp cry with via their shared feelings, Rem stops and jumps back. The next moment, Rem gets shaken by the blast produced before her eyes, and she was flicked back even further. The explosive spell had the same nature as Fog's magic. And yet, Rem's sense of smell didn't react to the signs. Come to think of it, Rem's nose hadn't been reacting to Faust since the beginning. She didn't know why. Her fear got the best of her before she could find out. The moment Rem lacked the ability to smell her opponent that emitted a miasma, she went back to her pathetic, no-horn self, a being back at the village who couldn't do anything but have her sister's back. Ram, I'm fine, Rem, Ram, on Rem's back, whispers that in her ears as Rem blocked pebbles and hot wind with her arm. It was the world's most precious voice that was kind, passionate, and full of unconditional deep affection. Ram, believe my words. Rem forgets about the situation and listens. Ram's beloved voice that always loved Rem, was affectionate to Rem, and always guided Rem. And so, in the very little time she was given, Ram clears Rem's doubt, who became silent. With her words that would always free Rem from doubt. Ram, because I'm Rem's world's best nay summer, and you're my little sister. Right after that, a blast and explosive flames completely covered Rem's vision all at once. It was an inescapable chain of explosions that practically cut off Rem. However, in response to those explosions, Rem walked towards them calmly, and she went into the shockwave. Rem. Right now, Rem could understand the thoughts of her sister, who was close enough to touch her, faster with synesthesia than with words. Through those communicated senses, Rem grasps all of the positions of the explosive spells Ram saw through, and she slipped through while keeping impact to a minimum. While Rem protected her sister from the explosive flames and blasts, as if she was dancing and twirling, the horn on her forehead shined. Rem, oh, that's right. It was a muttering voice that didn't escape her mouth. Nobody heard it, and it was etched in Rem's mind and nowhere else. She remembered it. She had forgotten. Her stupid self immediately lost her decision and resolve. It should have been decided from the start. She came to Roswell, and swore to get retribution for her kind. Or maybe it was even further back on that fiery night when her sister wailed while she watched the glimmer of her broken horn. Rem, I am. Nay Summer's horn. I am. Nay Summer's hands and legs. I am. Nay Summer's, the being identical to Ram, who was the most precious Oni, deemed the promising reincarnation of an Oni god. When Rem caused her sister to lose her horn and felt dash when she saw her without her horn, she made a decision. Rem, I am, Nay Summer's substitute. That's my role, what I'm proud of, and what I live for. She breaks out of the blast and mows down the explosive smoke with left hand. On the other side clear of smoke, Faust was smiling in admiration at Rem, who got past countless explosions. Faust, a fake Oni and a lacking real Oni have made. Rem, shut up. Rem interrupts the man in the middle of his speech, and she hits the man with the iron handle in her hand. Faust took the Oni's hit with his raised left arm. His arms get crushed, and it almost sounded like eggs cracking. His body gets penetrated, his bones fly out, and the madman laughs insanely while the scattering blood splatters onto his cheeks. What shot at the same time as that vague, strange voice was a steel blow shining weakly. Faust shot a rod-shaped concealed weapon he'd kept in his sleeves, aiming for the horn on Rem's forehead. What came back to her mind were a village dyed red, her kind burnt to death, and Ram wailing. Rem, she flips up her head, and with her open mouth, she bites onto the piece of steel approaching her forehead, stopping it. Two of her left canine teeth get blown away by the impact. However, Rem focuses her strength onto her jaw without caring, and she crushes the steel instantly. Faust, well done. But, oh, she smashes the concealed weapon, and Faust, who applauded, uses that chance to jump back. He gains distance and was probably trying to reset. However, she wouldn't allow that choice. The iron sphere she controlled just by twisting her wrist circumvents the smoke and catches Faust's back. The imperfect hit gouges his flesh with thorns, and the power crushes his spine. Still, it was good enough. It stops him from moving. Just doing something unexpected was good enough. Rem, ah. 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 Rem roars at the top of her lungs, and she punches Faust's jaw from beneath with her fist. The power of her punch breaks his jaw, and Faust's tall self was blown upward. Afterwards, Rem jumped and punched her opponent who couldn't move in the air over and over tempestuously. Rem, Ah, she hits, crushing his bones. She hits, and his flesh burst open. She hits, rupturing his intestines. She hits, and his limbs break. Every hit was a hit for her kind's revenge. They fly from the first floor to the second floor, from the second floor to the third floor, out of the third floor's ceiling into the fourth floor, out of the fourth floor's ceiling and finally into the sky above the mansion. Rem, who went through the ceiling into the air, had her vision dyed in deep red. It was neither flame nor blood, it was the red of a sunset dyeing the world warmly and majestically. It was a scarlet sky that had absolutely nothing to do with countless corpses, creating one's deathbed, and the man who believed in the red of blood and fire. While watching that sky, Rem positioned herself right above Faust, who was spinning, and Rem, yes, nay summer. Once Rem's name was called, she gave Faust the hardest hit while replying with deep affection. Faust. Faust takes a severe hit to the guts, and his body falls to the ground. After getting hit by the might of Rem's fist, his body descends diagonally, and it crashed right into the middle of the garden. Faust was struck without defense at a height of tens of meters high, continued to have his body showered with grand blows, and was at the verge of death. However, he still had life in him. He was gazing at the sisters in the sky. Faust, it looked like his mouth was whispering some sort of curse. But his voice didn't reach the two of them. And so, Faust's words would never make their eardrums vibrate again. Ram, one who wields a sword falls to the sword. One who clings to a devil dies falls to the devil. One devotes oneself to flames falls to flames. Rem, who landed on the roof and had her hair fluttering in the strong wind, hears Ram's whisper. It was a complicated voice that felt very sentimental despite being apathetic. Ram, thou shalt be destroyed by what thou relied on. That shall be what puts our kind souls to rest. Ram says that, and she throws something that she'd held at her fingertips at Faust, who was in the garden. It was extremely light, and it went towards the madman's chest, as if being carried by the wind. It was something one would light the tip red, his leaf tobacco that he smoked. Faust. The moment that leaf tobacco reached Faust, the setup spells activated. Countless spells detonate consecutively. The explosive flames of the blast sweep over the garden in one go, and it changes into a sea of flames with Faust at the center. Whether it be due to the fire power or the force of the flames, the madman's fate was easy to imagine. Just like Ram said, the man who relied on fire turns into ashes, and he perishes. Rem, now, it's over. Ah. Right? While kneeling and watching over the blazing park, Rem murmurs in amazement, Faust died. Rem murdered Fog, and Ram killed Sade. And Sergei, the one recognized as the remaining one, should be fighting Roswell around now. Ram, as long as Roswell Summer isn't getting beaten. That is, Rem, it really is. All, she couldn't even hear Ram's dishonest words. That's how unreal it felt. She was absorbed in the last battle, but it felt like she wasn't fighting by herself. She let everything up to Ram, and fought with power she wouldn't be able to bring out herself, being controlled by Ram. That's why, Ram, it makes sense for you to feel uneasy after all kinds of things got settled so suddenly. It probably won't feel real until later. But I'll just say this, Rem, what is it, Ram? Now, finally, steamed potatoes are unbanned, and I can eat your steamed potatoes. Ram's joking voice and smile makes Rem dumbfounded within an instant. However, Rem immediately feels the urge to smile, and so she does so with her blue eyes full of tears. Rem, nay Summer, you truly are a big eater. Ram, yes. Rem's steamed potatoes are my source of life, after all. They're what's most important. Rem smiles even more, and at the same time, she felt tears on her cheeks. But she still kept smiling. Seeing that, with a sigh, Ram rubs her forehead against her sister's forehead. And so, the Oni sisters who achieved retribution thanked each other for their efforts, unseen by anyone else, and that let them know that this was the end of their retribution as they were wrapped in the red of the setting sun. The night of the baby's first cry had already came, and it was the dawn after that night. Rem, who felt both tiredness and a sense of accomplishment, had been napping on Ram's shoulder, and she woke up as she was startled by a cry that was loud enough to be heard inside the mansion. Rem, nay Summer, Ram, you're awake, Rem. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Once she looked towards the warmth close to her, she saw Ram sitting down next to her, nodding with sleepy eyes. Judging from the cry that Rem could still hear even now, she immediately understood that something had happened. She understood that Grace, who had been fighting with the pain of giving birth this whole time, was done fighting. Roswell, sounds like it's been born without problems. The one who talked about Rem's realization instead was Roswell, who'd been waiting in the same room for the result. His outfit was neither messy nor dirty, he was his usual self. It was very hard to believe that he'd annihilated the 20+ witch cultists that had surrounded him. It took just about an hour for Roswell to drag back the last enemy to where Rem and Ram defeated Faust. All of the other witch cultists were annihilated, and only Sergei, the so-called young man that was their enemy, had been restrained with his limbs broken. Rem didn't know how Roswell dealt with a circumstance where he couldn't use magic perfectly and smashed the witch cultists, but seeing him come back safely made her feel relief from the bottom of her heart. Now, retribution has been achieved. Now all that's left was Grace's childbirth and, Rem, for Grace Summer to be informed of Dudley Summer's death. Roswell, about that, you guys don't have to take responsibility. I will tell Grace about him. When the opportunity comes, I'll tell her. Please don't say anything. When Rem showed him a depressed look, Roswell shook his head to cheer her up. Not everything, yes not everything, can go back to how they once were. Even in the mansion many servants became victims. Among them, Rem couldn't suppress her sadness that she felt for the deaths of the maids who had been trained at the Mathers residence. As well as Grace's husband, the father of her child had died. The damage to the Mylode family was unfathomable. And so, if the witch cult was aiming for the surviving Onis, then it was all because of Rem and Ram. Roswell, people should not get blamed mistakenly. Besides, we should be celebrating the birth of new life. Limria and the others should be coming. Then, when Roswell was in the middle of talking, someone knocks on the door of the guest room used as a waiting room. When Roswell responded to that sound, the door slowly but surely opened. Limria, excuse me, Roswell Summer. Grace Summer's child has been delivered. Roswell, good work. Great job doing it without even having any help, despite it not being your speciality. You deserve the credit, no doubt about it. For taking over for Dudley, I thank. Limria, no, it was nothing. Anyway, Roswell Summer, Grace Summer needs. Limria shakes her head in response to the words thanking her for her work, and she pulls on Roswell's sleeve. Roswell knitted his brows when Limria, who had a white dress on top of her maid outfit, acted impolite. However, the reaction was not out of displeasure, but out of suspicion. Roswell, Limria? Limria, please, Roswell Summer. We don't have much time. Roswell, Limria, face lifted, murmurs softly, and a large teardrop dripped from her eyes. That makes Roswell show rare signs of being disturbed, and so he exited the room quickly. Rem, let's go. Rem, okay. Understood. Ram, who had been silent up this point, chases after Roswell. Rem's arm gets pulled by her sister, and she hurried out of the room after standing up. While she did, she passed by Limria, who was crying, but she still continued to weep, crouching down on the spot. Why was Limria crying? A baby was born, and revenge was over. Now all that's left was some sorting and cleaning, and everything should have been heading towards the end. Roswell, Grace. Roswell opened the door to the room, stepped inside, and called Grace's name. It was the special guest room. Inside, there was a big bed for visitors, and Grace was sleeping on it in her nightgown. Next to the bed, there were many sheets dyed in blood, and there was a maid holding a baby that had just been washed with a Yuto. It was a little baby. The newborn baby's skin was dark red, and it was crying so much that its face was wrinkled like a monkey. However, it was lively and full of energy. Roswell Summer, it's a girl. A lively, cute girl. The maid holding the baby hands over her to Roswell, who approached the bed. The maid had a shrill voice, and her eyes were bright red. When Roswell accepted the baby from the maid, she covered her face, and her co-worker next to her supported her shoulders. Roswell, Grace, Grace. Can you speak? While holding the baby gently, Roswell calls Grace, who was sleeping on the bed. Grace, who had been sleeping, opens her eyes when she hears her name, and she blinks several times. Then, she looked at Roswell and the baby in his arms and said, "Grace, my baby." Roswell, "Yes, yes it is. The baby belongs to you and Dudley. It's an adorable girl. What'll you name her?" "Grace, I have one. I've been thinking about it for so long." Grace speaks frailly, her shaking arms come out of the sheets, and she reached for her baby's cheeks with her finger. Her fingertips shake. Roswell entwined Grace's hand with the baby's hand. The mother and her child feel each other, and tears flow from the mother's eyes. "Grace, Arnrose. Arnrose Mylode. That's her name." "Roswell, that's a great name. I definitely wouldn't be able to come up with that one." "Grace, yeah, because you're, a very unskillful master." "Roswell." Grace smiles slightly, and she looks at the baby affectionately. Those words make Roswell's cheeks stiffen for a moment, but they quickly relaxed. A smile is what came out after he blinked. It was the artificial smile hidden under his clown mask. "Roswell, Arnrose. I'm sure she'll grow up to be a kind, strong-willed girl. Just like you, Grace, and then, I hope that she'll be loved by everyone, and will love everyone back. Just like you." In a delirious sort of voice, Grace talks about the future of her daughter and an imitative husband standing near her. When the mother held onto her daughter's fingers gently, the daughter gently held her hands back. Grace smiles the happiest smile possible, and she looked at Roswell. And then, "Grace, I love you. Thanks so much for giving me happiness." "Roswell." That smile makes Roswell pause for a moment to swallow something. After that, he had a smile on his face. It was neither a clown smile nor an artificial smile. "Roswell, I love you too. Forever and always." "Grace, he." That reply makes Grace laugh. As if she had to let it out, as if she'd heard the best joke ever. The unexpected response makes Roswell's eyes widen. Then, seeing his surprise, Grace says, "Grace, oh stop it. You aren't as good at lying as you think, after all." "Roswell." "Grace, thank you. Please. Take care of Anne." The words slowly break up like a dream. Grace closes her eyes. She brings down her finger that had been feeling Arnrose, her daughter. Once Roswell supported Grace's hand, he put it on her chest. "Roswell." Right after that, Arnrose started crying wildly again. She was a baby who didn't know the world yet, but she still was loud, as if she'd understood what happened. Influenced by Arnrose's crying, the maids in the room also start crying, one after another. The sobbing doesn't stop. Everyone covers their faces, and starts crying loudly. Rem was the only one who was dumbfounded and couldn't understand why they were doing this. She didn't know what had happened or what was happening. Why was everyone crying? Why did Roswell look so mournful? Why was Ram hugging Rem so hard? She didn't know. She didn't want to know. And yet, tears welled up in her eyes. Rem, the tears didn't stop flowing. While the sobbing tormented her throat, Rem crushes her sadness with doubt. She couldn't comprehend it. She couldn't understand it. So, there was no reason to cry. That's what she thought, but the tears wouldn't stop. Why couldn't her stupid self figure it out, just this one time? "Ram, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Rem." Ram just apologized over and over in a painful voice while hugging her from above her head. Ram wasn't crying. But, the tears just weren't coming out. It was actually different. Rem, nay summer. Rem is Ram's substitute. So, she cried for her sister, and shed tears. These tears were for Ram, who was so strong that she couldn't cry. They were true tears, Rem, so she could cry all she wanted. Cry and cry all of it out, so that Rem could understand that she was crying to heal the wounds of Ram's heart. "Please, I beg of you, don't make me think that these tears are for anyone besides my sister. On this day, The head of the Mylode family, Dudley Mylode, and his wife, Grace Mylode, were lost to the witch cult attack. Because of this, Anne-Rose Mylode, the married couple's daughter that had just been born, had to succeed the Mylode family. However, Margrave Roswell L. Mathers, as the guardian of the young girl, would also take care over the Mylode family's businesses and duties. Because of that, a new business and new territory were gained by the Mathers Margrave, and there would be rumors saying that the Margrave was directing things from behind the scenes. However, later on, Anne-Rose Mylode would grow up, and she'd deny the rumors in a conversational exchange in the future with the Margrave who'd formally succeed the family. The Margrave was a good friend of her parents, and he would gladly give back more to Anne-Rose than what he was given, and only the demi-humans at this time involved in this situation knew that they were the Margrave's true, real feelings. Of course, the Oni sisters, who declared loyalty to their master, were also included among them.
Oni sisters of the hidden village, epilogue, the clown, the accomplice, and the substitute.
Clyde, thank you so much, master. I have never been so proud of working for you. I, Clyde, will risk my life to accomplish my duties. My whole soul. Frederica, your unexpected level of motivation makes me feel nothing but anxious. It was another day where the routine quarrel unfolded in the entranceway at the Mathers residence. The two quarreling were Frederica and Clyde. Frederica was the only one lashing out, while Clyde just brushed her off in a calm manner. However, this was the only day Clyde knitted his brows and talked back to Frederica. Clyde, I'm not sure what you mean by anxious. I have always said that I'd never slack off with my duties, but I swear that I'll do more than my best for this order. So I don't get why you're so anxious. Does not compute, Frederica, your fetishes. Your motivation. Combining them is what makes me explode with anxiety. Frederica, stamping her feet, turns around with anxiety showing on her scary face. Frederica sees people watching their exchange and decides to target the tall one among them. Frederica, master, why are you laughing in this situation? I have told you over and over that there are problems with who you choose. Roswell, well, your reaction was just so expected that it made me happy. Buyuat, it's an obvious choice once you consider his ability and results, right? The scar left on the Mylode residence is deep, and now at least one capable servant is needed to support the family. As a guardian, I have an obligation to do everything I can, Frederica, but, Roswell, or can you recommend someone suitable for the job besides you and Clyde? Frederica mumbles and couldn't argue with Roswell, who asked questions unkindly. And then Roswell said besides to her in a whisper as he continued, Roswell, Clyde will work beyond his ability since he knows that his master is going to be a baby. However, you are the only one who can stop him from getting out of control. You'll be getting the short end of the stick, but I'd like you to deal with it. Frederica, for master? Right, Roswell, Nuwope. For Dudley, Grace, and little Anne-Rose. Frederica, that sure is an unfair way to put it. Frederica gives in to Roswell's explanation, and she sighed after a short moment of silence. After that, she looks at the sisters waiting next to Roswell, Rem and Ram, and says, Frederica, you'll probably have to deal with a lot of work. Are you two fine with that? Ram, yes, we'll be fine. We know that and we'll be staying here. Rem, what Nay Summer said. Besides, Frederica Summer and Clyde Summer are the ones who are going to have a lot of work. Frederica, the work and the workplace are just going to be different. Though, I don't get why I have to be with this guy. Like always, Frederica had an unfairly low evaluation of Clyde. Although, to Rem, they both were reliable seniors who had many respectable aspects about themselves. Rem, of course, Nay Summer will always be number one. She'll never move from that spot. Ram, yeah, obviously. I'm such a precious person to Rem, after all. Frederica, understanding each other despite the conversation being so disjointed, is this possible because of this synesthesia thing I've heard about? The sisters see Frederica tilt her head, and so they looked at each other and smiled slightly. A few days after the Mylode residence incident, signs of a resolution for the situation were showing, more or less. The Mylode family, which lost the married couple who were the head of it, stayed alive thanks to Roswell becoming a guardian. However, Because of the incident that happened, many servants died and many resigned, and as a result, Klein and Frederica have to be sent to the Mylode residence so that it could be maintained. On top of that, the job training for demi-humans that was carried out at the Mathers residence would have to take place at the Mylode residence from now on. Thus, the Mathers residence would be left with the bare minimum number of workers. In other words, Rem and Ram would stay with Roswell as his attendants. Frederica, as you know, taking care of Master is no simple task, but please be strong and hold on. Ram, you have to deal with a weirdo, too. Do your best to hang in there, Frederica. Ram may have been offensive, but there was playfulness in her abuse. Frederica could also tell. It's what they both felt in the words that they said to each other, and so, Frederica faced Rem and kneeled down to match her eyesight level. Frederica, Rem, don't push yourself too hard and stay healthy. You can call me any time if something ever comes up. Rem, you worry too much. Frederica Summer. Besides, I will be fine anywhere as long as Nay Summer is with me. Frederica, I see. Then that's a relief. Then, Frederica smiles affectionately at Rem's answer. The way Frederica smiled without hiding her mouth was like the sort of openness she'd show to someone she was close with. Seeing that full set of large, sharp fangs, Rem suddenly feels the regret inside of her. Rem, Frederica Summer, I have one thing I want to apologize for. Frederica, Rem wants to apologize to me? Not Ram? Ram frowns at Frederica, who looked really curious. However, Rem puts their reactions aside, and she remembered the regret she had for her first meeting with Frederica that happened long ago. It was when she got scared of the caring girl's smile and didn't get to apologize for it. Rem, the first time we met, I got scared of you, even though you worried about me. And to this day I still haven't apologized. I'm sincerely sorry, Frederica. Rem apologizes with her head down, and it makes Frederica's eyes widen. Immediately after that, Frederica looked like she understood something, and with a happy expression, she pats Rem's head. Frederica, it's okay, Rem. You're a very good girl, Ram. I mean, she's my little sister. That's obvious. Frederica, forgetting about whether or not that actually means anything, yes, it is obvious. Getting her head pat gently, Rem made a surprised look. However, Frederica approvingly nodded at Rem, who lifted her head, and then she pinched her skirt as she did a curtsy. The movement was so perfect that Rem and Ram wanted to copy her. Frederica, please take good care of Roswell Summer. I know I can leave it up to you guys. Then, she said that and smiled brightly without hiding her mouth. In an office under the shades of night, two shadows combined into one. Ram, boo, breathing intensely was a young girl with her cheeks red. The girl's thin, small body trembles, and she weakly clings onto the man right by her. However, she did not do this to keep her balance, but rather to fight off waves of feelings. She wasn't worried about shaking off, since she was on top of the man's lap, being held in his arms. After all, Roswell, there are all done. Then, their contact ends with the man's slow voice. What faintly lighted the gloomy room was a four-color light in the man's hand. It was the radiance of mana. By using several magic attributes simultaneously, he could heal the girl with a special constitution. That was the purpose of this night's meeting, and it was the secret truth that happened every night. Roswell, you must be beat. Are there any problems with your booty, Ram? It's fine for now. I don't think there are any after effects from overdoing it, either. While breathing somewhat unstably, Ram, who stepped onto the floor, put her hand on her forehead and shook her head. Every night she'd touch that place where her horn once was, but she could never get used to it. Perhaps it was because her heart still wasn't accepting the fact that she'd lost her horn. Roswell, are you worried about something? You're making that look, Ram. Worried about something? Huh. There certainly is something I'm worried about. My reliable seniors are leaving the mansion, and starting tomorrow, it's going to be just me and Rem. And yet, Master still won't reveal his true thoughts. Right, Roswell, I see. That's what you're anxious about. You're harsh. The one who shook his head with a bittersweet smile in response to Ram's cynicism was Roswell, who was leaning back on a chair. He acted like he always would, poured alcohol into the wine glass on the business desk, and sips it. It wasn't rare for Roswell to drink alcohol. Ram was used to seeing it as someone who came to him every night for her treatment. However, Rem, you're having quite a lot today, and you're drinking fast. You're going to pass out. Roswell, sorry, this body has never passed out from alcohol. Not getting drunk is a problem, though. It was a strange, discomforting statement, but Ram didn't pay attention to that. What's important is the fact that Roswell was trying to get drunk off of the taste of alcohol, and it was easy to imagine why he'd want to. Ram, do you blame yourself for what happened to Dudley Summer and Grace Summer? Roswell's expression didn't change when he was questioned. The ice inside the glass he was holding just cracked noisily. Feeling like it was the reflection of the wavering in his mind, Ram squints. Being stared at by her light red eyes, he also stared back at them with his own heterochrome eyes. Ram, that's surprising. I thought you couldn't care less about other people. Roswell, that's basically correct. I don't mean to try and look tough, but I've mostly lived my life cold-heartedly. By choice, that is. It's just that there are some rare exceptions. Ram, rare. Roswell, yes, rare. In rare cases, I want the few people I like to be happy, and it has nothing to do with my own happiness. There are times when I wish for that. He was probably implying that he felt that way for Dudley and Grace. Roswell truly liked the two of them. However, they lost their lives. On top of that, even though they had nothing to do with it, they were dragged into a fight with the witch cultists that started with the Onis. Ram, then do you blame us? Do you hate us? Roswell, I know a method to separate my feelings and results. So it would be truly unreasonable to blame you and such. Besides, the witch cultist attack was, Ram, caused by you, right? Interrupting Roswell, Ram gets to the main point herself. Her assertive way of speaking makes Roswell close one eye. Being stared at by his yellow eye, Ram continued while leaning against the desk. Rem, as someone who is pure, lovely, and innocent, doesn't seem to find enemies appearing successively suspicious. But I, as someone who is wise, invincible, and gallant, beg to differ. Finding heretics one after another at the village can't just be a coincidence. You'd be foolish to think of it as one. Roswell, so, wise one, you said that I made them do it. How'd I go about doing that? Ram, it's not about how you did it, it's about consequences and motives. Well, it seemed like they had a thing for Oni survivors, so as long as we gave off the scent somewhere, they'd go for us. However, that only explains how they were lured over. There's also the question of why you let them make the first move. Putting the one who was tied to the mansion aside, the remaining three were allowed to take the first move without exception. And so, as a result, Dudley and Grace died. Roswell had to pay a very big price for Ram and Rem to obtain their retribution. That's exactly why she had doubts. Why was he doing this? Ram, obviously, you knew about the dangers of luring the witch cult. So, why did you do so much to help us with our retribution? You even lost two close friends. Why did you figure that it'd be worth it to do everything you can for Rem and me? Why, Roswell, it's all for my goal. It's for the goal that I have been and always will be living for. He opens his closed eye, and shoots right through Ram, who pressed him for an answer, with his heterochrome eyes. The power of the emotion in his voice overwhelms Ram. The power, deepness, and the amount of his passion overwhelms her, and at the same time, she felt jealous. Her heart burns with the desire to find out what the man before her eyes saw, what he was thinking, and what was his wish. Roswell, if it's for that, I'll sacrifice close friends. If it's for that, I will use any likable person. If it's for that, I'd be glad to involve myself in any kind of cruelty and heresy. Sacrifice, use, cruelty, heresy. Ram understood his intentions without turning away as he made his declaration. Roswell was saying that Ram and Rem were necessary for his goal. And so, if necessary, he'd cruelly use them as sacrifices and for convenience in the process. Ram, silence falls heavily in between the two of them. It was perhaps the first time Roswell said his true thoughts out loud. However, revealing them in this situation could also be part of his scheme to use Ram. Roswell is a man who continued to lie. He hides his true thoughts and true character under clown makeup and tries to hide everything by being silly and behaving eccentrically. So, Ram could only do one thing about him. Ram's breathing and the bold sound of water afterwards were what broke the silence. The sound of water was actually from the glass of alcohol. When Ram grabbed it from the top of the desk, she poured it on Roswell's face. Roswell takes the reckless action without hesitation, showing no intentions of avoiding it, and he shakes his head. Roswell, is this your way of bidding farewell? She poured alcohol on him while they were having a conversation. It was natural for him to not come up with any other explanation. Still, Ram shook her head when he said that. Ram, no. I just wanted to hear your true thoughts without your makeup on. Ram steps on Roswell's lap for a moment, and she wipes his face wet with alcohol by using a handkerchief. Then, the white clown makeup comes off, and his true face appeared. Ram was face to face with him, and as she squinted, she said, Ram, with your face like that, without any makeup, say what you said before. Roswell, Ram, don't hide anything. Nothing. And say it. Say it. Say it now. Ram holds onto Roswell's face with her hands, and she didn't look away. Although, Roswell wasn't even fighting back. He closes his eyes, opens them, and says, Roswell, I will use you guys for my goal. I need you guys for it. I won't stop, no matter what type of sacrifices I must make along the way. Even if I feel sad about Dudley and Grace, I won't regret. Even if I have to sacrifice you guys in the future. He looks at her in the eye, and says it all. His true thoughts collide with his true face and true feelings, and Ram's heart leapt. Right now, she was being reflected in this person's eyes. She saw herself that was delighted, so delighted by this. Thus, Ram, fine. I will do anything to help you with your goal. Roswell, I did feel like there was a 90% chance of breakdown, though, Ram, I'm not someone who can be easily predicted. Besides, we have a contract. Being close enough to feel Roswell's breath, Ram continues while their faces touched. Ram, the Oni's retribution and revenge on the 4 enemies, I put my pride and soul on the line and swore to do everything I can for you so that all that could be accomplished. Roswell, it was a verbal promise. Ram, didn't you just make it a verbal promise because you knew I wouldn't break it? Roswell was silent when Ram asked, and that was his answer. And these were her thoughts now. Even if there wasn't a verbal promise, I will, Ram, after tonight, from now on, I will still swear my loyalty to Roswell Summer. You followed the contract and proved that there's only pride flowing throughout our kind souls and my body. Roswell, Ram, I will give everything I have for you. I will devote myself to you. I'm yours. Ram takes an oath, made an agreement that said she'd even offer her soul, and gently brings her lips near Roswell's. Like that, their lips overlap sweetly. Roswell, why are you taking advantage of all the confusion? You're 10 years too early for this. Ram, do. However, the hand he put in between their faces interrupted it. Having her kiss denied, Ram frowns unhappily. That makes Roswell smile wryly as he said, Roswell, I will accept your loyalty gratefully. But your affection is a different matter. As for that, let's just say you're 400 years too early. Ram, that's a pretty long wait. Okay. I'll back off for now. It sounded like a joke. However, Ram felt like there was a very large wall that he'd never take down. It was probably something meaningful to Roswell, and it wouldn't budge. That's why she'd back off. Forcing it would be pointless. Plus, she still had time. Ram, just please don't forget, Roswell Summer. Roswell, about what? Ram, those who rely on swords fall to swords. Those who rely on evil fall to evil. Those who devote themselves to fire fall to fire. They were words woven together almost like a song, and it was the curse casted at the end of retribution. However, this time, in a completely different situation, Ram put the curse on a man. Ram, and so, those who ask of Onis will fall to Onis, and shall be destroyed by what they relied on. Roswell, so, you're going to destroy me? Ram, yes, that's right. Hearing Roswell say those words with one eye closed, Ram got off his lap and nodded. And then, she steps back lightly, pinches her skirt, and while showing a perfect curtsy she said, "Ram, your desires, your wishes, your feelings, I will destroy all of it. While helping you out with that which means everything to you, I will take you away, Roswell. Ram, please look forward to it." Ram says that, and she winks in a charming, inappropriate way for her age. After Roswell made a dumbfounded look for a moment at that behavior, he laughed, unable to hold it in any longer. He laughed, and laughed. Then, after that, he nodded. "Roswell, very well. Then let's see whether or not your loyalty and affection will be related to my destruction." Then, Roswell smiled with delight from the bottom of his heart with his face clean of clown makeup. It was about 1 whole year after that fiery night when they came to their home. "Rem, there's nothing left anymore, Ram, that's just how it is. Everything burned, and nobody lives here anymore. Everyone's remains being buried by Roswell is its saving grace." Rem and Ram look around the place that once was a plaza, and they share their thoughts. Not even the ruins of the houses that were burned and destroyed were left. The soil became a burnt field, and there were weeds starting to slightly grow. The fields were completely desolate, and the mountain road was impossible to recognize now. One could no longer tell that there was a village here before, ruled by verdant mountains. Perhaps it was too late and cruel to feel sad about it. Rem, where was the cenotaph? Ram, according to Roswell Summer, it's where you can get a view of the whole village. So, it's probably where the chief's residence was. Rem and Ram were the only ones here. Roswell declined coming with them this far, and he was waiting for them to return inside the dragon carriage stopped on the verdant mountains. He was spoiling them with kindness, but they couldn't make him wait for too long. They had to be quick and walk fast, even if they had to push themselves. Ram quickly goes up the hill, appearing to be in agreement with Rem. However, it looked like Ram, a good walker, was getting tired from the journey. "So, Rem, nay Summer, let's hold hands." Ram, "Well, since you want to, I guess it can't be helped." Rem, "Yes, I want to. It's been such a long time since I've walked through the village with Nay Summer." They go towards the cenotaph that should be on the hill while holding hands as they walked side by side. A year ago, when they were at the village, Rem would always walk behind Ram. Things have changed quite a bit in just 1 year considering how it had been rare to even walk side by side, is what she thinks. Her 7-year-old consciousness that couldn't change at the village and the way she lived changed so much in this past year, and here she was, Rem. She felt a little sad about not being able to show how she was now to her mother, father, and her kind at the village. That being said, if the tragedy at the village never happened, Rem would surely still just be hiding behind Ram and cowering. That's why it was complicated. She couldn't show anyone at the village how she'd changed. How she was now living the desired life she could be proud of. Rem, that must be it. It stands out, like Roswell Summer. Rem's thoughts were suddenly interrupted, and she looks at the strange stone monument in the direction Ram pointed at. Built at a place so high where the chief's residence once stood was a white cenotaph. It was a very large mass of crystal stone, and it was bigger than both Rem and Ram combined. Mana exists in the crystal stone. There might be souls that attract mana so that spirits and lesser spirits can materialize by using it. It's an idea you'd expect of Roswell Summer. Standing in front of the cenotaph, Ram admires Roswell's arrangement. Rem also quietly admired Roswell at this place ignored by the world. She couldn't thank Roswell enough for achieving retribution and giving her a way to live. Could she even return the favor by doing her very best as a maid? Rem, let's let them know. Hand me the alcohol. Rem, yes, Nay Summer. While still feeling deep emotions lingering inside, Rem took out a sake bottle from the hand luggage as instructed by Ram. They combined their pay and chose the most valuable alcohol to Roswell. Ram takes it, removes the cork without hesitation, and pours alcohol on the cenotaph as an offering. Only funerals were kind of inappropriate, but no adults were there to criticize them. That's why they brought what was the most important gift for a funeral, used to put souls to rest. Ram, retribution has been achieved. The regret of that night, the anger of that night, and the grief of that night, our kind sorrow has been taken care of by Rem and me. One in a basement, one at the capital, one with flames, and the last one with the help of their master. Not even one remained, and retribution was achieved. Now, their kind souls wouldn't wander. Ram, unfortunately, the reincarnation of an Oni god and the return of the Onis were reduced to ashes. But the pride and blood will stay alive. Farewell, everyone. Ram poured just half of the alcohol onto the cenotaph as she bid her farewell and put them to rest, and then, Ram gave the remaining alcohol to Rem, and she leaned against the stone monument. Her sister moving away in silence was her being thoughtful. It was her being considerate of the fact that Rem alone would be the next to repose their souls and take an oath. So, Rem quietly tilted the sake bottle she accepted, and she poured it on the stone monument. Ram spoke the words to put their souls to rest. Thus, Rem had to tell them about her determination and bid them farewell. The unbroken promise Rem she'd make to the sleeping souls of her kind, her father, and her mother, that was, Rem, mother, father, everyone, please don't worry. Nay, summer is fine. With her best smile, Rem mentions the thing her kind were probably worried about the most. They were people who always pinned their hopes on Ram, believed in Ram, and worried about Ram. So, there was only one thing for Rem to give and promise them. Rem, nay summer. I will do everything nay summer should have done. Rem proudly promised her kind souls that this truly was the meaning of her life. It was a smile like a blooming flower. It was the sweet, lovely smile that only Ram had seen at the village, and she never showed it to her kind when they were alive. Ram, are you finished? Rem, yes. Nay summer, thank you very much. Rem, who packed up and left the cenotaph, meets with Ram. Once Rem nodded at that question without any hesitation, she took her sister's free hand and started walking. They were headed down the hill, out of their town, out of the mountain road, to the imperial carriage where their master was waiting. Rem, I want to see Frederica Summer and Klein Summer as soon as possible since they'll be at the Milode residence today. Ram, I get depressed when I think about seeing those two. Frederica would probably ask me a lot of questions because of Garth. Rem, nay Summer and Garth are good friends, after all. But please don't leave me all alone. Ram, I won't. Because Rem is the cutest, most precious little sister in the whole world. As they held hands, she feels her sister's deep affection coming across her palm, and not one of those words was a lie. While feeling that unexpected love, Rem applauded her sincerely, the substitute of such an adored sister. The substitute of such a wonderful sister. For that, to be that, so that she was allowed to be that, she'd live diligently from now on. Without even her inseparable sister being aware of that oath, Rem just smiled sweetly and said, Rem, yes. Nay Summer is the best sister in the whole world to me, too.